At the same time, Arya also officially said goodbye to Field. She was going to fulfill her mission, even though the contract had not yet been completed for 2 months. The inheritance of the ancient dragon is about to begin, and I must rush over. Arya forced out an ugly smile, and then, like a magic trick, she conjured up a gorgeous potion bottle. Remember the black dragon we killed? I condensed their blood, maybe it will be useful to you. Well, thank you. Field knew that it was useless to keep him, so he handed over a letter. In exchange, you accept this. There is a certificate of 1,000 gold coins and my handwritten letter. If you encounter a difficult enemy, give him this letter. Oh. Arya opened the letter curiously and read, Field Ross, the Lord of the Night Territory. Requires you to release Comrade Arya immediately. If you dare to disobey, you will be killed even if you are far away. Anyway, take it easy, my dear daughter. Field patted Arya's head. If you come back, don't forget to come to the Night Territory. Arya nodded obediently. Okay, I will. The soldiers were also very sad. Take care, Lord Arya. Woo, I can only eat pig food from now on. Arya was silent for a moment, put the envelope away taciturnly, and waved to everyone. Then she left everyone's sight and disappeared completely on the horizon. We will meet again in the future. Field had an inexplicable intuition. After bidding farewell to Arya, everyone had no time to be sad, but followed Lei Ying day and night to arrive at Viscount Lucius's territory, and saw the last and largest city occupied by the rebels, Nagaisk. The governor's army has surrounded the rebels' lair. Outside the city are all counterweight catapults, boulders 2 or 3 people high, or burning barrels constantly crossing the sky and throwing in. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of gorgeous fighting spirit, magic and magic skills keep hitting the city. There are explosions everywhere. From a distance, the city is like a purgatory on earth, with corpses and collapsed buildings everywhere. The holy light will protect you, lost children. A dozen nuns from the church, led by a priest, prayed for everyone. Just as Field set up the tent, he turned around and was sprinkled with holy water. He wiped his face and was speechless, but he had to say politely, Thank you very much for your prayers. You're welcome. We respect the soldiers who defend our country. Wherever there are lost lambs, there are us. The priest walked around the territory with a heartless pace, looked around for a long time, and saw Field frowning and unhappy, so he left as if nothing had happened. These guys seem to be watching my defense. Rubbing his chin, Field pondered. I don't know why seeing those curvaceous nuns reminds me of someone. To be on the safe side, Field asked everyone to set up camp again, set up barricades around the territory, and set up crossbows on high places. This heavy crossbow was dismantled by Field from the wall of the screaming fortress, but unfortunately he only managed to grab one, which was pulled by 4 horses. After everything was done, the sky had already darkened. Hi, Baron Field, you are finally here. Knight Laurent and 5 knights came over on war horses of different colors, and greeted. Field enthusiastically, I am very happy to meet you. After this battle, I must treat you to champagne. Field was shocked and sweated coldly. This sentence was a death declaration. When watching TV dramas before, whoever said the line after this battle, I will go home and get married, would definitely die and bring bad luck to the people around him. Captain, the car is ready. There's nothing to be afraid of. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back alive. Field said 3 death declarations in a row as a hedge and then wiped the cold sweat. I am also very happy to see you. You are a day late, otherwise you can see a shocking show. Laurent jumped off the warhorse and walked side by side with Field. He gestured with joy. Just yesterday, the rebels killed a 4th-level god chosen. Can you believe it? 4th level. The rebels are so powerful. Field widened his eyes in surprise, deeply surprised. 4th-level god chosen. Plus the rest of the god chosen, this strength can be canonized as an earl, right? They actually rioted. It's hard to understand. What are they trying to do? According to the existing information, it is very difficult for the god chosen to advance. Rosaria's advancement to the 2nd level can cause such a commotion. Be able to cultivate a 4th-level god chosen, the rebels should have a very deep foundation. Field looked around inconspicuously and felt a chill on his back. How could this empire not have several safe places? There must be a traitor funding them, and that traitor is not small. I don't know what they are after, maybe for excitement. But it is worth mentioning that the coalition also sacrificed a 2nd-level god's chosen. She came from Rick province, and his lord also died soon after. Laurent took off his helmet. According to the law and etiquette, When talking about the death of the gods chosen and the nobles, he had to take off his hat to express his condolences. The empire will remember your contribution, and your glory will turn into griffin feathers to protect the queen's people. Field didn't wear a helmet, but he also read it. I didn't expect that, after the gods chosen died in battle, the Lord also died in battle. It's really tragic, Field sighed. Laurent waved his hand with a look of why do you think so? That's not the case. It's true that the chosen one died in battle, but her lord got drunk and fell headfirst into horse manure and was choked to death. Well, you don't have to tell me the truth. I want to be serious for a while. I really want to have my own chosen one. This time it was Laurent's turn to sigh, without the chosen one. It's really hard to move forward. I long to get the title of Baron and revive the glory of my family. Field shrugged, let's find one. After saying this, Field realized that it was really hard to find a chosen one. A big city like Golden Eagle City will only have one in a dozen years, and only the capital of the empire can have one every 2 to 3 years. What's worse is that the cities that can produce the chosen one are all controlled by big families. In rural areas and small towns, the probability of the chosen one appearing is very small. It's difficult, Laurent sighed. Don't worry, I don't have it either. Field shamelessly comforted, I'm already a baron but I still don't have it, so relax and enjoy life. I hope you can find your chosen one. Laurent generously gave his blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, a green dot suddenly appeared on the small map. A green dot, just dozens of miles away from him. She was surrounded by a lot of exclamation marks and moved quickly in her direction. When she was near the army, her steps suddenly stopped. Field was very familiar with this, which meant that there was an uncontracted chosen one nearby. The chosen ones who had been contracted were not displayed on the minimap, even including his own chosen ones. For example, when Asuna and Rosaria were not contracted, Field could see the marks from a long distance, but after the contract, they disappeared directly on the minimap. The pink cat head was also hidden under the table, and he didn't find it. And the exclamation mark. Enemy attack, Field was shocked. Blood sacrifice to the true god. The city of Nagaisk in the distance erupted in a shocking roar. The rebels were like a black tide of ants, rushing out from all exits of the city. They were like mad trapped beasts, desperately charging at the coalition forces. The fanatical believers of the rebels were even hit by more than 10 arrows, but they were still fighting wildly. Devils. They are devils. Some serfs of the coalition were frightened by this scene and retreated. The surrounding serfs immediately shrank back and wanted to escape. However, he had just run 2 steps when a long spear pierced his chest and lifted him up high. Lei Ying roared, "Whoever retreats will die, hold your ground." At the same time, 2,000 or 3,000 elite rebels suddenly rushed out from the outer rear of the coalition, where Field was located, and tried to attack from the front and back. They appeared out of thin air, and the sentinels have no news. Laurent was shocked. Could it be that the gods are really on their side? It's an invisibility potion. I've heard of this kind of magic potion in Maple Leaf City. Field was prepared in advance. Hammer, bring me Italy. Use the crossbow to bombard them. Buzz, assuming that the winch of the city defense crossbow on the high ground is loosened, a row of crossbows will shoot straight out. Wow! The rebel cavalry at the front seemed to have hit a wall hard. They paused and flew backwards, forming a string with the knights behind them. Beautiful, we're here to help you too. The soldiers of Nightfall quickly formed a battle array. Laurent brought his remaining troops to support them. Many small nobles and rangers came to line up for defense. Fuck, the enemy's chosen one is coming. Field's eyelids twitched, and 3 beautiful women in strange costumes flashed out. On the battlefield of this world, seeing beautiful women is a big bad thing. We have to leave here. If ordinary soldiers can still fight, it is better to slip away when encountering the chosen one. Field made the decision to abandon the position without hesitation and was about to issue an order. Hey! A few little mice actually ran behind our army and tried to attack us from both sides. You think I can't find them because they are invisible? A majestic female voice resounded through the sky, and the shouting filled with murderous intent instantly covered all the shouts of killing. The sky flashed with golden light, and a beautiful woman holding a golden sword stepped out of the air. She had a graceful figure and soft golden hair. Strangely, her eyes were covered with a white eye mask, which made her look mysterious and dazzling. The woman instantly burst out with shocking murderous intent, and the murderous intent alone repelled the 3 gods chosen who attacked. Field and others were all weak in their legs and feet, and almost paralyzed by fear. This kind of pressure was like turning around and suddenly seeing a large truck with 4 front and 8 back, pulling a truck of steel coils, suddenly crashing into them. Sneaky, unscrupulous. I know whose style without thinking. Peril, long time no see, you are still so ruthless. A vague shadow flew out of Nagaisk City at the speed of light. Unscrupulous. The most unscrupulous one is actually the queen you are loyal to. Completely different from the crazy cultists imagined by Field, the shadow stood calmly, and the elegant posture was like the focus of the ball. It seems there is no need to discuss further. You have become a complete lunatic. Peril snorted coldly and then raised her slender hand lightly. 5th-level divine skill, falling stars. Hearing a buzzing sound, the clouds in the sky were instantly blasted away. The stars were hard to see. A giant meteorite fell quickly, and the atmosphere made a sharp explosion due to the intense friction. Let you see the power of the eye of long-cherished wish, Paradise Garden. The space was torn, and a strange eyeball slowly opened in the air. The coldness that penetrated into the bones made people unconsciously want to fall into madness. As long as the eye of long wish stares at you for a while, you will become its puppet, a machine that works frantically for 24 hours and obeys unconditionally until your body collapses. Fortunately, the eye of long wish only appears for a moment. The next moment, Shadow, Peril, and the large meteorite she summoned all disappeared. It's the leader. Rosaria is well informed and answered Field's doubts. Field was still frightened. It's really scary. When that big eyeball opened, I had the idea of kneeling down. This is a good idea, keep it. You can kneel down to me later, and I will let you lick my toes. Please crawl away. After being interrupted by Rosaria's amazing imagination, Field felt clear-headed and immediately retreated to the camp to assist the Night Army in defense while judging the situation. Several gods chosen also flew out of the coalition. Most of them had never seen it. Field estimated that they were reinforcements from the Empire. They found their opponents at a very fast speed. The two sides didn't say a word, and a melee broke out immediately, with all kinds of powerful skills thrown around. This was unlucky for the ordinary soldiers around, who were killed indiscriminately. Soon everyone was far away from the gods chosen. The rebels have no hope of winning. Our gods chosen will crush them in numbers alone. Field looked around. The coalition's chosen ones often fought one enemy with more than one, and there was no possibility of defeat. But the rebels still chose to take the initiative. I don't think that Shadow is a madman who is determined to die unless the rebels have other plans. Opening the small map, Field found that the green dot was still there and was slowly moving towards Nagaisk City. That's right, they are covering up their actions. Field immediately withdrew. All the soldiers of the Night Territory picked up his gun and jumped on his horse and quickly came to the vicinity of the green dot, but found that there was no human hair. With a frown on his brows, Field took out a cone-shaped artifact. If I guess correctly, it's the Eye of the Mist. I only felt a blur in my vision. A 200-man elite infantry, led by a chosen one, was transporting 20 large wooden boxes. Okay, they are actually repairing the plank road in the open, but secretly crossing Chenkang. Field sneered and almost got confused by the earth shaking battlefield. Fortunately, he reacted and realized that gaining benefits for himself was the top priority. Crossbowmen, shoot in the direction of my finger. The people in the Night Territory were confused, but the battles in recent days made them obey 100%. The sound of the mechanism was heard immediately. A blood flower burst out of thin air, and then 4 or 5 bodies pierced by crossbow arrows fell out. The invisibility potion will become ineffective when attacked or when actively attacking. Damn it, I've been discovered. The invisible god's chosen was shocked, knowing that his whereabouts had been exposed. He glared at Field hatefully and immediately led the army to charge. You die. With the enemy's charge, the entire escort convoy was completely exposed. The uncontracted chosen ones are hiding in those boxes. We have to snatch them. Field was not panicked at all. He took out the hickory crossbow from the right side of the warhorse, aimed at the other party's beautiful face, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The crossbow arrow passed through the space and shot out. Field didn't need to see if he shot it or not. He shouted, "There is another enemy chosen one here." As soon as he said this, 2 people from his own camp immediately flashed out, intercepted the enemy, and beat him up righteously. Great. Field was ecstatic, glanced around, and immediately urged the soldiers, "Snatch those boxes for me quickly." Charge. The people of the night leader shouted and went up to fight. Whoever sees it will get a share. Let's go up and rob it too. Seeing this, the surrounding coalition forces' eyes instantly turned red. Seeing that the other party was escorting the convoy in such a grand manner, they knew that there must be valuable things in the boxes, and they all became greedy. Robbery was the favorite thing for both nobles and soldiers. Everyone immediately gave up fighting the rebels and joined the snatch war. The poor 200 infantry, no matter how elite they were, could not resist the noble army that surrounded them from all directions. They fought desperately, but was still chopped into meat paste. Field took advantage of the small map and easily found the box containing the chosen one. The soldiers also took 3 large boxes. Why is it like playing cloud-top tactics? Field saw that many people ran away with the boxes and cursed twice in dissatisfaction. It was obviously he who discovered the enemy army, so he should take the lion's share of the spoils. Forget it, just take the most valuable things, otherwise, with the nature of the nobles, they will vomit as much as they eat. The battlefield was too chaotic, and it was impossible for him to eat all the spoils. In fact, he was also picking up leaks. All the spoils on the battlefield, in theory, could not be touched and had to be handed in. After the governor personally counted them, they could be distributed. However, in the time it took to drink a sip of water, the boxes were divided up. All of them are magic potions, ha. I'm going to make a fortune. A noble opened the box with his eyes wide open and saw that the box was filled with magic potions. Before he could be happy, someone next to him suddenly reached out and snatched 2 bottles. Quick, grab them for me, that's mine. I don't accept it. Why should I fight the rebels to death while you take the benefits? Everyone started to fight for it. The nobles who didn't get it were envious and crazy. When they saw that Field had taken 4 of them, they immediately became anxious and sent troops to grab them. How shameless! Field cursed, and seeing that the nobles had already turned their backs on him, he immediately gathered his troops and ran away. He would only be robbed if he stayed here. The balance of victory quickly tilted to the coalition side. The rebels were repelled and retreated back into the city. The greedy coalition had lost interest in fighting and began to rob the spoils. They not only looted the rebels' property, but also their own property. Even if the supervisors beheaded more than a dozen people, it would not help. Field retreated back to the camp. The Chevaux de Frise and the army blocked the greedy nobles. He hurriedly counted the spoils. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Field said happily, "It's like opening a blind box, so happy." Opening the first box, bottles of gorgeous magic potions were stacked together, with cotton in the middle. Take out a bottle at random. The bottle is marked with 3, in the language of this world. Fug take off. 3rd level fighting spirit magic potion. Field couldn't believe it, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. If these are all 3rd level magic potions, I will eat spicy strips in the future, and throw a bag for everyone I eat. After checking the box, Field was surprised to find that it was really all 3rd level magic potions, and the value was inestimable. After being happy, Field rubbed his chin, revealing a resentful expression. Those boxes that were robbed, could there be 4th level or 5th level potions? No, I'm suddenly unhappy. I have to take a small notebook to record this grudge. The other 2 boxes are magic cores. Because he has been in the night territory, Field has hardly come into contact with Warcraft. Magic cores come from Warcraft and are often used to make high-end equipment or for magicians. Although they are not used now, they are all valuable things. Save the good stuff for last. Field licked the corner of his mouth and used a long the halberd pry to open the last box. Girl was tied up and thrown inside, her mouth stuffed with silk cloth, gray hair and gray eyes, long hair like silk scattered to her waist, a slender body, ice like jade skin, tearful eyes staring at Field angrily, and immediately lowered her head pitifully. The chosen one? Haha. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall and then realized that he was very perverted. He immediately changed to a gentle attitude and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I am not in the same group with them. I will take the cloth from your mouth now, don't scream." The girl stared timidly for a moment and then nodded vigorously. Field took off the silk cloth. Ahem, the girl coughed twice, took a deep breath of fresh air, twisted her body twice, but failed to break free from the rope. She turned her head and looked at Field. "Please, don't kill me, I." The girl said "I" for a long time but couldn't find a reason to stop being killed. "I didn't say I was going to kill you." Field laughed. After a moment of silence, the girl asked, "Where is this?" "This is Nagaisk City in Irevan province." Seeing that the other party was still confused, Field immediately added, "The Holy Griffin Empire." "Ah, you actually came here." Field glanced at the rope on her body and said in confusion, "Hey, aren't you the chosen one? Why can't you even break free from the rope?" "What do you know? I'm paralyzed. Besides, I just woke up not long ago, so I'm not very powerful yet." The girl barely recovered from her fear. Hearing this, she was embarrassed and uneasy. "No, how do you know I'm the chosen one?" Field waved his hand. "You are being escorted alone, so it should be more important. I guessed randomly." "Then you guessed right. Untie me quickly." The girl was like a caterpillar, constantly wriggling and rolling on the ground. The purple long skirt was constantly pulled up by the rope, revealing her snow-white thighs, and the little white rabbit was also outlined with a high and raised range. She screamed, "Don't look around. This guy doesn't seem very smart." Field was ashamed. "Untie the rope quickly, it's making me uncomfortable." Seeing Field leaning down to untie the rope, she immediately blushed and warned loudly, "Don't look, turn your head away." "Are you sure?" Field laughed for a while. How could he untie the rope if he couldn't see? Isn't this a free benefit? Of course. Okay. Field immediately closed his eyes, tilted his head, and reached his hand up. The next second, it was like stretching his palm out of the window of a speeding car, and the warm resistance was immediately transmitted to the palm of his hand. "Hey, where are you touching, idiot? The rope is a little lower." The girl trembled all over, feeling her body getting hot, and her little heart was pounding. "Please be careful and don't do anything bad." Field went down from the place he just touched, but he didn't touch the rope. His fingertips passed over his abdomen and were about to reach his belly button. You did it on purpose. Turn your head quickly." The girl was crying. "I allow you to turn your head and look." "That's right, it's a simple thing, don't move." "Is this? The bar is warm as spring and the subway is full of dangers." Field has always been unable to understand this inexplicable thing, pulling the rope hard to let the dagger pick it open. As the rope fell to the ground, the girl jumped up quickly and tried to escape, but she fell flat on the ground after just 2 steps. My feet are numb." Field's mouth corners rose wildly. He was very sure that he had picked up a fool. "Why are you running? There's still a war outside." Playing with the dagger, Field approached with a funny face. Don't come over." As Field's shadow approached, the girl was shocked and trembling all over. "Am I scary?" Field touched his nose sadly and asked Rosaria. "Not scary, a little cute." Rosaria chuckled. "Forget about cute, this word doesn't suit me. It would be convenient if I had a mirror." She looked down at herself. She was wearing a black robe and ferocious heavy armor. Her body was splattered with blood. There were human tissues stuck in the gaps of the armor. From time to time, blood dripped onto the ground, smelling fishy. Behind her was a magic sword, emitting an evil aura. It seems a little probably. Not like a good person." "Take it." The girl suddenly jumped up and punched. Field's alarm bells rang. It was extremely scary to be attacked head-on by the chosen one. She immediately surged with fighting spirit and defended with all her strength. "Tie." Hearing the dull sound of limbs hitting steel, the girl covered her fist and squeezed out tears. It hurts. So weak." Field leaned back slightly and exposed her background mercilessly. This was the weakest chosen one he had ever seen, no one else. "Don't say that." The girl was furious and immediately raised her legs high, kicking, but Field grabbed her ankles lightly, showing her big white legs, dazzling the white light, and seeing the smooth lines, silky and smooth. This, the gangster's exciting punch. Field was originally very serious, but after being disturbed by her, he felt hot all over. She is not a combat-type chosen one, and she is weakened by control skills. In her prime, she can barely deal with a first-level fighting knight. As for now, a homeless person can deal with her. Rosaria answered in time. The chosen ones are also divided into categories, such as combat, life, assistance, scientific research, or other strange categories, and then divided into subcategories and professions. There are more categories. I see. Her weakness saved her. If she was really a threat to you, I would have torn her alive the moment she attacked just now. Rosaria's words were cold and obviously not joking. Field came to his senses and subdued her casually. After the girl calmed down completely, he said solemnly, "Okay, I don't want to play games with you. If you dare to move again, I will not be polite." "What's your name?" Seeing that the escape failed, the girl hesitated for a long time and stammered. "My name is Zia Luoe from the Purple Gold Empire." "The Purple Gold Empire has perished. Are you a refugee?" Looking at her hair color, Field guessed that she came from a country near the inland sea, but he didn't guess it was the Purple Gold Empire. "You are also a survivor of the Purple Gold Empire. But you don't feel like it." Zia Luoe observed carefully for a long time and shook her head regretfully. Except for hair and eye color, nothing else is like it. With a slight smile, Field was too lazy to talk nonsense. My name is Field, and I am from the Griffin Empire. Don't go off topic, please make a contract with me, this is also the purpose of my saving you. Hearing the word contract, Zia Luoe seemed to have eaten a Snickers bar and instantly became energetic. She was no longer afraid of Field and turned to see through everything. With a wise look, she raised her eyebrows, showing her little tiger teeth, and smiled. Hee. I know that you greedy and reckless men are full of God's chosen ones. Charlotte asked arrogantly, counting on her fingers. It's not impossible for you to make a contract with me. What is your title? How big is your fiefdom? How many troops do you have? Huh. Why does Field have a sense of déjà vu asking for a house, a car, and a gift? Field frowned. I come from the Ross family and now I am a baron. My fiefdom is in the Knight territory. As for the army, there are about 200 people. After listening carefully, Charlotte shook her head. Sorry, your title does not meet my minimum requirements, but you are a good person, and I am very grateful to you. After speaking, Charlotte casually shook her hand, said goodbye, and was about to go out. Field was confused. Coming to a different world. Can he get a good person card after so much effort? That must be impossible. Bang! The gluttony sword smashed straight in front of Charlotte, and the flying chains directly blocked the exit. The bandages that bound the sword fell, revealing the ferocious demon pupils of the gluttony sword. You are violating the spirit of chivalry. Charlotte immediately smelled a very strong smell of blood, and her hair stood up, trembling all over, staggering back 2 steps, and protested with courage. I believe you are a gentleman, please let me leave. Field took a pure iron lance and patiently roasted it on the stove in the center of the tent. Because he snatched the order of the chosen one, the Night Curtain leader had more than 10 casualties. Not to hear her useless thank you. If he didn't snatch her, Charlotte would be sent to the Shadow World sect, and 99% of her would die. It can be said that he saved her life, but Field was a man who was too lazy to be hypocritical, and he saved her completely out of consideration for his own interests. I'm sorry. I'm neither a chivalrous spirit nor a gentleman. Field stood up holding a fiery lance and moved closer to Charlotte's beautiful face. He stared into her tearful eyes and said coldly, either you are tortured to death by this thing, or I will break the contract and I will never let you go. I will be very unhappy if I do that. Do you understand? Of course, if Charlotte is contracted, she will join the maid group. I'm thinking of something weird. Field patted his head, cleared his mind, and exhaled a breath of foul air. The chosen ones he met recently all looked bitter and vengeful, as if contracting them would cost their lives. Charlotte clenched her fists and wanted to refuse, but the red-hot iron was right next to her, emitting a terrifying aura. Charlotte had a little imagination and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at Field's indifferent face, she struggled again and finally nodded softly. I agree. Charlotte gritted her teeth and agreed, but I also ask. Well, tell me. Seeing that the big thing was settled, Field was curious about the reason why she insisted on not being contracted. If possible, please help me to avenge and restore my country. Charlotte's mouth shrank, she sobbed, sat on the ground, then curled up with tears in her eyes, hugged her knees. My people were all killed by the pagans. She was full of hatred, so she hoped to find a powerful nobleman to help her avenge the pagans. So that's the case, that's understandable. The revenge of the country's destruction and the family's demise will make people give up everything. Seeing her crying so hard that her nose was full of snot bubbles, Field sympathetically handed her a handkerchief and sighed. Although I sympathize and understand your experience, I must point out that even the powerful empire could not stop the pagans. Which nobleman can help you avenge? Charlotte's crying stopped abruptly, blinking her eyes, thinking for a moment. Her eyes lost their brilliance. Why do you suddenly make me even sadder when you say that? The trend of history is not subject to personal will. Field shrugged. Besides, even if there is a powerful noble in front of you who can defeat the pagans, why would he want to contract you? The powerful nobles contract with the strongest in their families. If you ask them to abandon the 6th or 7th level gods chosen and accept you, they will be kicked out by their competitors the next day. People in this world can only contract with one god's chosen, and they must be of the same race. All the gods chosen contracted by those in high positions are also top level. After stuttering for a long time, Charlotte figured it out and stood there dumbly. It turns out that the revenge I have been thinking about is just a bubble. Nobles can be stupid, but the bloody reality will screen them. Those in high positions must have sufficient strength to support them. Although it is impossible that God's chosen will not be wanted by anyone, it is not enough to rely on the strength of the first level to enter the core circle of top nobles. To become the Daji who brings disaster to the country and the people, you must at least be a vixen. Don't be so sad. The Griffin Empire is close to the Purple Gold Empire. The Queen will have a battle with the pagans sooner or later. You still have a chance to take revenge. Field plunged his lance into the soil and drew a pie in the air with his right hand. If you contribute more to the Night Territory, the soldiers of the Night Territory may kill one more enemy in the future. Isn't it better to think this way? Yeah, it's really much better. Charlotte burst into laughter, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, blew her nose hard, and then handed the wet handkerchief to Field. Thank you, I'll give it back to you. No, you keep it. Field's mouth twitched and he silently took 2 steps back. Charlotte patted the dust on her body, stood up and cleared her throat with a proud face. Although you are only a baron and your strength is very weak, I recognize you. He said, I am the most promising lord in the northern province. You can go to the northern province to inquire. This is recognized. Field breathed a sigh of relief and raised his eyebrows. Really, that's the best. Charlotte was as happy as a lark, with dust and tears on her face. She looked like a fool when she smiled. Field silently complained. After all, I am the only lord in the northern province, and the other lords are dead, so they definitely don't mind. Lifting his hair, Field saw the new goddess mark. The goddess mark exuded a soft golden light, forming a gentle and kind goddess shadow. Then a divine power link flowed into Field's body. Name, Charlotte Balal level. First level chosen by the god of fertility, occupation. Natural sacrifice, divine skill. Song of fruit, singing praises to 1 acre of farmland, greatly increasing the yield and a small probability of producing golden crops. After eating, it will increase strength slightly, and the effect will gradually decrease with the number of times it is eaten. Artifact, seed bag full of hope. The plant seed stored in it will gradually improve the variety, legion skill. None territory gain. In the Lord's territory, the grain, the production of oats, wheat, and rice increased by 10%. Well, the agriculture of Night Territory has been settled. Field was overjoyed, his eyes shining. Although the territory gain only increased the production by 10%, with the combination of divine skills and artifacts, the production is absolutely terrifying, and the population that can be fed will be more. Some are happy and some are sad. The space was torn, and Shadow and Peril appeared at the same time, and neither of them got anything good. Peril was about to continue the attack without a word, but Shadow flashed back to the city. In the city of Nagaisk, in the Lord's Hall, the high-end combat power of the rebels was all gathered here. The atmosphere was extremely solemn, and the men and women tied to the altar cried loudly. Shadow flew back to the Lord's Hall, glanced at the injured people, did not speak, but waved violently at the altar. Puff! The men and women above were crushed into pieces by the invisible pressure. The blood gathered along the lines of the altar, and finally slowly flowed into the black gold holy cup in the center. However, the large amount of blood poured in, but only slightly increased the blood in the holy cup. This is the last batch. The priest in a gorgeous robe knelt on the ground. A pure person from half of the Irevan province can only refine this much. Shadow was very unhappy. She picked up the Holy Grail and drank it all. Her figure immediately solidified by 30%. She could barely see the figure of a human woman. She said in a trembling and excited voice, "It's only 70% left. It's almost there. It's not easy to be reborn. Otherwise, the resurrected would have been all over the streets." Eliza walked out of the darkness and smiled gently at Shadow. "I hope you don't forget our friendship. Whether it's lending the Nirvana Holy Grail or stealing the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes, we have spent an inestimable price. Of course, I will remember your selflessness and righteousness." Shadow took out the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes and watched it turn into dust. Unfortunately, nothing is eternal. The success of Irevan province is difficult to replicate. Relying on a Shadow, he was able to persist for so long under the 5th-level God-chosen peril, thanks to the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes. Where is the pure chosen one I want? Shadow turned his head and asked the priest who was kneeling beside him. Purity means that it has never been twisted. Due to the abnormal recovery ability of the chosen one, even if it has been twisted, it will return to the undeveloped state. Therefore, the chosen one will use purity to replace the undeveloped in the ordinary sense. Please forgive our incompetence. The convoy did not rush in, they just stepped on. Raising his hand to stop the priest's explanation, Shadow waved his hand. Okay, I know, this small failure is normal. After all, the coalition is not stupid. You have tried your best, I see it all. If the screaming fortress had held on a little longer, the road there would not have been blocked by the coalition. The priest said, staring at his competitors with dissatisfaction. The chosen ones are difficult to perceive. We have spent countless efforts to find the pure chosen ones who have not been contracted. In the end, they were ruined by the idiots of the screaming fortress. The high priest defending the screaming fortress, was furious, but couldn't speak. Enough plans and accidents are always entangled and difficult to separate. We need unity. Shadow gently eased the tension of the crowd and then asked, which chosen one present is still a pure person? Eliza chuckled, grabbed Cadolian, who wanted to raise his hand, and disappeared in the Lord's hall in a flash. Everyone was silent, lowering their heads and not daring to look directly at him. Is it you? Shadow walked up to a girl. I was in the tavern a month ago, and I drank too much, and then. The girl's eyes were evasive. In fact, alcohol could not make the chosen one drunk. She did it on purpose. Okay, is that you? Shadow asked another one. On a stormy night I lost my virginity. Shadow was annoyed then. Don't joke with me, I'm over 60 and my grandson has an extramarital affair. The chosen one in a wizard robe looked embarrassed. Although he was over 60, he looked like he was only 30 and he still had charm. No wonder he was mistaken. I am. Finally, one person raised his hand with a blank face. The believer who raised his hand and her contractor stay. And the others go to pack up the supplies. We will leave here soon. Everyone cast a sympathetic look and then ran away. The coalition rested for 2 hours and at the urging of the governor launched a full-scale general attack on Nogaisk. The extraordinary combat power and elite soldiers in the city had already evacuated through unknown means, leaving only ordinary believers and the elderly, the weak and the disabled, and the valuable materials were moved away. The coalition won the final battle without any effort. Who would have thought that the rebellion would end in such a ridiculous way? This battle is a great victory. I, Tacklin, have lived up to the expectations of the Queen. Tacklin tore off the rebel flag, and the guard immediately handed over a gorgeous box respectfully, which contained a griffin flag woven with gold thread. Kissing the flag affectionately, Tacklin personally raised the griffin flag of the Empire. Long live, victory! Countless soldiers waved flags and shouted. They survived, and the nobles gained glory and were qualified to share the cake. Ordinary soldiers got the opportunity to go home and reunite, and everyone has a bright future. Take all these extremely evil thugs to the capital of the Empire, and I will show my achievements to the dear Queen. Tacklin patted his belly and smiled. Maybe I can have a chance to have dinner with Her Majesty, and then it will be worth dying. This battle is all thanks to the governor's proper command. The governor is really the pillar of the Empire. The nobles on both sides immediately smiled and flattered. It's finally over, but the harvest is too little. Field glanced at the people around him and immediately pretended to be sociable and frustrated that he had gained nothing. Luo Lang looked nervous. I hope that our heroic actions of holding the rear and intercepting the enemy convoy will be recognized. I believe that the adults will see it. Field patted Laurent on the shoulder, glanced at the downtrodden nobles and rangers around him, and said generously, although I have almost no gains, I have some gifts for you to show my appreciation. These downtrodden nobles and rangers really helped him a lot. From the first battle, everyone huddled together for warmth, greatly reducing the losses of the Knight territory, and also provided him with a lot of useful information. Field shared the leather armor discarded by the Knight territory army, the cattle and sheep looted on the road, and about 350 gold coins. Privately, he gave Laurent 5 first-level magic cores and 2 war horses. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to give away precious good things. Otherwise, there would be a situation of gratitude for a small amount of rice and hatred for a big amount of rice. Even so, let everyone tears welled up in his eyes, which made Field gain a lot of prestige and favor. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Field said goodbye to the rangers. His mind was now full of returning to farm. The previous development effect was too poor because of the weak original accumulation. However, the opportunity to share the cake cannot be missed. Field licked the corner of his mouth, not wanting to miss a single bit of benefit. After regaining the lost land, everyone held a huge dance party in the rich land of Morning Wind, Lily City, to celebrate the victory. The nobles' dance party is not just singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball, but a game of internal affairs, diplomacy, and military. Diplomatic masters can form alliances and get close to the thighs of the great nobles. Internal affairs masters will use various information to understand the next direction of the empire. Of course, the master of picking up girls can meet countless beautiful noble ladies, and even noble old ladies. Field, can't I join? Charlotte puffed up her cheeks, her gray eyes began to tear up again. Making people sympathetic. I am your chosen one, I want to dance and eat cake. Alas, sorry, I owe you this, but not now, I will bring you a portion of delicious food. Field rubbed her head to comfort her. He was also very entangled in this, exposing that he was chosen by God had both good and bad things. The good thing was that he could immediately gain status, investment, and imperial aid. The bad thing was that it was easy to be targeted, especially when the rebel leader was not arrested. God knows why they kidnapped Charlotte. For safety reasons, I have to stay alive for a while. After Field patiently explained. Charlotte felt better and took the initiative to help Field take care of his clothes. My lord is still very charming. Charlotte chuckled secretly, but she suddenly thought of something and said in a serious tone, you are not allowed to hook up with other chosen ones. They are all bad women. Also, make friends with more nobles. I still have the cause of restoring my country. Field's mouth curled up, thinking, this little girl is silly and cute. Fortunately, she met me. If she met someone else, she would have sold her for money long ago. In the melodious music, men and women took elegant steps, various gorgeous long skirts fluttered. Accompanied by the giggles of women, this ball was very classy. The nobles from the imperial capital could easily crush other provinces in the arrangement of the banquet. Even though Field had seen big scenes, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, he had never participated in such a grand ball in his previous life. As soon as he entered the hall, a well-dressed male servant immediately handed over a wine glass. After pouring the wine, he bowed respectfully and left. It seemed that aesthetics and enjoyment always progress faster than science. Field held the wine glass and looked around the sapphire-themed ballroom. The nobles from big families were majestic. They were either beautiful women who attracted everyone's attention or handsome gentlemen. Of course, there were also freaks who married close relatives. They needed servants to take care of them all day long. Small nobles or those from poor places would be a step behind in skin color and clothing, which was easy to see. Finally, there are speculators who buy tickets at high prices. They are usually merchants. They spare no effort to promote their products despite the disgust or strange eyes of the nobles. Merchants are so annoying. The fresh air has become pungent. An ordinary-looking but gorgeously dressed lady took the initiative to come up, pretending to be careless, looking up and down at Field, and arrogantly quoted from the classics. It is harder for a merchant to go to heaven than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. Nowadays, the status of merchants is far below that of nobles. It is normal to be hated by others, but the person in front of him is just deliberately attracting his attention. If he doesn't give face, negative news may spread tomorrow, such as being a transvestite or something. After all, even beautiful noble ladies are not interested. Yes, noble lady, can I ask you to dance for a song? Field took the initiative to extend his hand. Since you said so then, no problem. The woman chuckled, pretended to think for a moment, and then elegantly handed over her hand. Field immediately smelled a strong smell of powder. Field danced very clumsily. Although the original owner had learned it when he was a child, it was a pity that he had no chance to practice, so he stepped on the other person 3 times. I heard that your last name is Ross. Such a romantic name, but you're so cute. The woman teased and then took the initiative to close the distance. Field immediately saw a hidden vertical line, and even the tiny hairs on it could be seen clearly. She giggled. Do you rarely dance? Then the honor should be mine. If it were a pure little boy, it would probably have fallen for him, blushing and fantasizing about having a few children in the future. Unfortunately, Field was spoiled by Ashina and Rosaria, and had a high resistance to appearance. Yes, my last name is Ross. But unfortunately the territory is in the northern province, which is full of rotten corpses. A's and death. Field told the truth without hesitation. His hands could clearly feel the other person trembling. She was obviously scared. Field watched the happiness on the other person's face disappear, and his eyes began to dodge. Someone's dream of becoming a rich woman is broken. The woman absent-mindedly let go of her hand, lowered her head and adjusted her skirt. I'm tired and want to rest. Please go ahead. By the way, I'll rest there often. If you want to chat with me or look at the stars, I'd be happy to do that. After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and left. It seems that I'm not bad. Field rubbed his chin. The last words meant, although you're a poor bastard, you look good and can spend a good night with her. It seems that someone will spend tonight in a sweet dream, which is enviable. A pleasant voice sounded, and Aisha, who was wearing an elegant long skirt, walked over with her snow-white lotus feet, holding up her blue long skirt with a cold face. A bunch of men followed her around, and their eyes all stayed in Aisha's direction. I really don't know how they could see the road clearly. As a gentleman, since Miss Aisha is envious, I'll give you the opportunity. Field tilted the scene of the two women wrestling. Elsa rolled her eyes. You are still so humorous. Dear sirs, can you please give us some private space? Elsa said to the crowd. Her impatience was well hidden. Although she wanted to twist the heads of the people around her, her upbringing made her speak like a spring breeze. Okay, dessert. I will wait for you, including in my dreams. You will dance with me later. The men left with earthy love words and glared at Field fiercely, wishing to challenge him on the spot. Field rubbed his temples and sighed silently in his heart. Oh, this guy is really troublesome, always making enemies for me. Although I am not afraid, it is annoying. The key is that Elsa has been contracted and Field has no money. I have no interest in money. If you use her family to gain some benefits, stay away from her. On the night of the decisive battle, we all witnessed your bravery and command. If you hadn't led the army to stop the rebels' charge, we would have been attacked from all sides. You also took Shanquin village, which was very heroic. After praising it seriously, Aisha naturally transitioned to the important question. Are you curious about what you can get from this battle? Can you get land? Field is most concerned about territory. Even a town is a huge wealth. Aisha's eyes became sharp, as if a sword pointed directly at people's hearts. It's hard to say, because you finally robbed those boxes. You know, the imperial law requires that all spoil should be uniformly distributed by the army leaders. Can you tell me what you got? Things that the small nobles are jealous of, and the big nobles disdain, such as some potions and magic potions, are all low level. No other important things? Aisha narrowed her eyes. What good things can be opened? A cute chosen one. Field was very calm and ate a piece of cake silently. Haha, that's really impossible. Aisha chuckled, leaned close to Field's ear and whispered, I think you misunderstood what I meant. You fill 4 large wooden boxes with gold and silver treasures, and give a divine weapon, and return it to the governor in the name of returning the spoils. Maybe you can get what you want. So that's what you said. Field wiped his sweat, thinking that his contract with the new chosen one was exposed. Of course he thought about it, but unfortunately he didn't want to do it because it was not cost-effective. He had so much money, and the key was to manage the night territory well. As for the territory of Idhaven, it was originally destroyed by the war and became a ruin, and it still had to be rebuilt from scratch. It would be more cost-effective to take down another piece of it. No, I don't have any money. Thanks for your reminder. You can use a divine weapon, such as the Eye of the Mist that Shirley gave you. You use it to discover invisible troops, right? Don't get me wrong. I didn't investigate you. Shirley and I are friends. She wrote to me about this. Seeing Field frowning, Aisha immediately realized that she had crossed the line and pushed him away with both hands. Forgive me for speaking bluntly before. I was thinking from your perspective. Do you understand? When a noble lady speaks to you and feels harsh, maybe that's what she really means. Oh, Field felt uncomfortable for some reason. You want to keep your title and stay away from the northern provinces, right? In fact, I don't want you to stay in a dangerous place. An excellent knight like you should contribute to the empire. A divine weapon in exchange for piece of land is definitely a sure win. It's right to contribute to the country. I am also contributing to the country by eliminating the corpses in the north. Field ended the conversation hastily, touched Aisha's cup lightly, and left. The empire seemed calm, but undercurrents were surging. There were intrigues with a bunch of experienced nobles. Although they could enjoy the fun of power struggles, they would capsize and be crushed to pieces if they were not careful. Relying on territory construction, crazy military expansion, and forming a God-chosen army to defeat everything attracted Field more. The banquet ended with laughter. Due to the unspoken rules of noble communication, Field still sent 1,000 gold coins to the governor that night. The next afternoon, the governor counted the military exploits of everyone. took one copy with him to the capital of the empire, and copied and announced one copy. But obviously, his judgment was very problematic. Field led the Knight army and assisted Sir Pat in occupying the dangerous village in the Battle of Shanquin Village. In the first battle of the border crossing, a total of 12 enemy soldiers were killed, 3 enemy soldiers were killed in the final decisive battle, and 6 enemy soldiers were killed along the way. The performance was relatively outstanding and was awarded the Blue Heart Griffin Medal. Charlotte took the battle report and tried to read it louder in a soft voice so that the soldiers of the Knight army could hear it more clearly. "Ah, that's not right this." Some soldiers were confused. "I killed more than this alone." "How did they see it?" "Did they see it with their buttocks?" Iron Hammer stared with his eyes and his anger was overflowing. Hey, we clearly climbed the wall of the Screaming Fortress and held on until the friendly army arrived. By the way, who is this Sir Pat?" The soldiers were confused, and Field himself had an expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Sir Pat, he is probably the illegitimate son of a noble. As a noble, Field understood them best. If there was no merit in the legal sense, there would be other illegitimate sons to take it. Field laughed. "It doesn't matter. This military merit book is wrong." "Damn it, I'm done. Sir, let's just kill the griffin and take it, Tai Chui just said 2 violent words and was covered by his comrades. "Don't worry, I will never forget your merits, including the deceased warriors. I will still reward them according to their merits when I return to the Knight territory." Field stood up, patted the shoulders of several warriors beside him, encouraged them, and moved the warriors to tears. Field clapped his hands and said loudly, "Okay, you guys organize the supplies first, and we will set off as soon as possible." The governor and several big families first divided up the most fertile land and mineral resources in the Iravan province. The contractors of the Chosen One divided up the better farmland and towns. The remaining rotten land was awarded to the bleeding small nobles or speculators. Field returned to the tent and carefully counted the rewards he had received. The military merit book clearly recorded them, the tax revenue of the No. 3 commercial street in Nogaisk for the next 3 years, as well as a first-level standard fighting lance, a blue griffin flag, and a Blue Heart medal. "That's it." Field sighed and shook his head. "It's really a beggar. The tax revenue of a street sounds a lot, but it will probably take a year to rebuild Nogaisk and invest in trade. The total income is only about 1,000 gold coins, and it will take 3 years to get it." Okay, this is how you play it, right? I'll grab you next. It's a huge loss. I should have known not to give gold coins to that old Biden. I'll record this grudge in my notebook." He was not just talking. He pulled his collar to make himself less upset. Field was already planning to give that old Biden a blessing. "I guess I'll be rewarded for the 1,000 gold coins." Seeing that Field was unhappy, Charlotte came over carefully and patted Field on the back. She clenched her fist with one hand and cheered him up. "Don't be sad. As long as we build the territory together, everything will be fine." Charlotte squatted on the ground delicately, her snow-white collarbone and shoulders half exposed. She looked up and showed Field a silly smile. "You are already very powerful, killing so many enemies. This guy probably has no idea about killing enemies Nyan. Obviously, he is more like a child, but he comforts himself with a child's tone. You are right, I expected it a long time ago. I am not unhappy, and this time the harvest is not small, such as the lovely Miss Charlotte. Field's mouth corner slightly raised, patting Charlotte's head. It's good that you know. Charlotte happily picked a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Go back to Knight territory quickly, I can't wait. I must let you see the power of the Chosen One. In addition to Charlotte, Field also obtained a heavy city defense crossbow, a large box of third-level fighting spirit potion, 2 boxes of magic cores, and about 30 war horses. It's already a blood profit, not to mention the harvest of Fulan territory. His original purpose was to plunder Fulan territory, and the harvest here was incidental. These days, Asuna and her own Black Crow have friendly visits to almost all places in Fulan territory, except the main city. Then pack up quickly. I have another place to go. I'm going to my brother's place to fight bandits, haha. Okay, wait until I finish the delicious food. Charlotte kept stuffing cakes into her mouth. I eat very fast. Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Field pinched Charlotte's face and ignored her fierce protest. Carrying the gluttony greatsword, he just walked out of the tent and immediately heard an annoying voice. Field. You actually came back from the battlefield safely. Adrian rode a warhorse and drove into Field's temporary camp. He laughed dryly and said unhappily, "Is it fun to hide in the back, coward?" Now that he has strength and a completely different state of mind, Field is calmer. He walked slowly to Adrian and looked at him with a teasing look. "My brother didn't even know about the territory. I thought he had returned home a long time ago. It is estimated that the messenger was killed by Ashna or the rebels." "Hey, isn't this my dear brother?" Field closed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he tried hard not to laugh out loud. He casually glanced at Allison, the chosen one who almost strangled him to death, and said, "Hello, charming lady." Allison had no expression on her face, and even turned away with a look of contempt. "Oh, you are quite arrogant. I will see how Brother Fay beats you up and makes you kneel down to sing Conquer." As for Adrian, Field just wanted to send him to hell as soon as possible. Talking more nonsense to him would be disrespectful to himself. Squeak, the space fluctuated, and the gorgeous space warp door was opened. 1.6-meter tall girl jumped out, wearing a classic black pointed hat of a wizard, looking lazy, and next to her was a strong man as strong as Schwarzenegger. "Hey, hello, my two brothers." The girl said hello with a long-tailed tone. Jianan, Field subconsciously called out her name. This is his half-sister. The 5 heirs of the Ross family are all half-sisters. The old Earl is definitely a wife-killing attribute in China. His wife basically died after giving birth. Only the current stepmother has lived the longest, and she has also defeated the old Earl and squeezed him dry. Jianan adjusted the brim of his hat, puffed out his barren chest, and tilted his head unexpectedly. "Brother Field, you actually participated in the war. You didn't even dare to kill a bug before. It seems that you have grown up a lot after becoming an adult. It's gratifying. Your old-fashioned tone is quite cute." Field was amused by the little girl. The sister is one of the few people in the family who treats him well. "Please don't describe me as cute." The girl stamped her feet, turned her head, and said to Adrian in an emotionless tone, "Let's not talk about this, Adrian. Your territory exploded." Huh? Adrian obviously didn't understand what she meant and sneered. "You are the one who exploded, annoying little thing. See, this is why I'm too lazy to communicate with you." Jianan rolled his eyes in anger and flipped through the magic book in his hand aimlessly. "Let the Knight Quillian of Fulan territory tell you himself." Field immediately remembered. Quillian, the 5th-level knight. Although the Ross family will give out fiefs, they will arrange some powerful forces to be stationed, one to defend the territory and the other to increase the old Earl's control over his offspring. Although Quillian's fiefdom is in Fulan territory, he is not under the command of Adrian, which is a very suffocating thing. "Good day, sir." Quillian's face was solemn. "When we were not in the territory was attacked by thugs." "Ah, bullshit, what did I hear? Fulan territory is burning. Except for Fulan City, the rest of the place is in flames." Adrian's eyes turned red instantly, as if filled with blood and anger, and he shouted immediately. "I came here because I was worried that the rebels would break through Irevan and flee to my territory, but this still happened. It's your fault. My hard work is ruined." Allison's pupils also trembled. The prosperity of the territory is closely related to the Chosen One. If the territory explodes, the Chosen One will be even more sad than the Lord. It's not just the rebels, but multiple forces, including rioting subhumans, prisoners, and unknown forces. You should go and see for yourself. Quillian's tone softened a little, but with the 5th-level strength, he was not afraid of Adrian. "I was recruited by the family to investigate the movements of the elves. The elves from the northwest are coveting the territory of the Empire. The Ross family's nemesis has always been the elves. Every generation will follow the Imperial army and actively fight the elves." Damn it, damn it. Adrian fell into a rage, his teeth clenched, and his chest kept rising and falling. "Okay. Use my teleportation magic to go back and defend. Won't take much time." Jianan showed her gray-purple magic book, which was written with countless mysterious runes. Field looked at this scene and sighed imperceptibly. Adrian's 5th-level knight returned to defend, and his sister was also there. His plan to permanently solve Adrian could only be delayed for a while. It's really annoying that plans can't keep up with changes. Originally, he planned to bring Rosario along and cooperate with Ashna to kill Adrian directly and then beat Allison. At this point, Field said helplessly, "I will come to help, and I will also go back to my territory." Adrian did not appreciate it at all and roared, "You are just here to laugh, you guessed it." "Ahem. I have received professional training and usually don't laugh." It's mainly because it's on the way. Field smiled jokingly. Brother Field, you are still so kind. If it weren't for the fact that we are a family, I wouldn't bother to teleport here. Jia Lan shook his head helplessly. You guys go and get ready, let's set off as soon as possible. Everyone was pushing down the tents and packing their luggage, but Field caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Laurent Ryder. Sir, you're so lost, what happened? Seeing that Laurent seemed to have lost his soul, Field had already guessed. It's about the military merit. Yes, I gave away the family artifact. The only one that my father passed on to me before he died. But the governor did not fulfill his promise. I just want a town with a better location. A first-level artifact is worth 1,000,000 gold coins. In theory, there is no problem buying a town. The reason why Field did not buy a small town is that the surrounding nobles are too powerful and his secrets cannot be kept. Secondly, the development potential of the Night territory is no worse than other places. At least it can catch corrupted gods chosen. Field was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. This is too shameless. Laurent was cheated, just like the version of Yang Zhai in another world. After all, he used the name of spoils to bribe, and he had no background, so he couldn't do anything if he was blackmailed. Come to the Night territory. There must be a place for you to use your skills. Thank you for your generosity, but I can't let the whole family take risks. Laurent was moved to tears, but he still shook his head. I'm going back to my hometown to make a living. Maybe in 3 years you will hear my name. Well, I look forward to that day. Field gave a thumbs up. After saying goodbye to Laurent, the army of Night Lord was also ready. Fortunately, Fulan City was not breached, and the teleportation anchor point is still there. Let's go. Jianan took out a magic core from his bag, and as he recited a complex spell, a huge sea-blue magic circle enveloped everyone. Magic teleportation. I felt my vision twisting. When I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at Fulan City. All I could hear were fierce quarrels, insults, and crying. Field led the soldiers of Night out of the teleportation array. The streets of Fulan City were already filled with refugees who had come to escape. The refugees had built huts on the streets, and excrement and domestic garbage piled up into mountains. There were people robbing in the distance, and the security team that rushed over dragged them away like dead dogs. Goddess, how did Fulan City become like this? Field showed a sympathetic expression and said with a funny face, what a terrible disaster, there are refugees everywhere. I heard someone say that Fulan City is a good place with beer, goats, and horses. Did we go to the wrong place? Today's Fulan City is already full of refugees and is full of smoke. You are right, Adrian, you should go to the construction territory to have some snacks. I have been to this place before, it was very rich, but now it is too disappointing. I am really afraid that a few robbers will come out and take away my magic book. Jianan put away the magic book with his head shaking. You damn it. Adrian's face flushed red and he almost fainted, and he could only be furious. I'm leaving. Field shrugged, admired his brother's angry and twisted face, and was in a very good mood. And he swaggered around the city twice. Fulan City itself is limited by the impact of the looting. Next time, it will be Fulan City and the City Lord's Hall's turn, Field added silently in his heart, and left Fulan City. This time the looting, my brother will be on guard for a while, and the Ross family will also have power to support. This is the benefit of having a family as a backing. It will be difficult to kill him with a trick, and the benefits will be much less. Field has already had a new idea. If he doesn't crush him head-on, it will be difficult to resolve his resentment. It's just right to let Fulan territory recover a wave of vitality, and then harvest it all at once. Let the bullet fly for a while. Field shook his head and sneered. Before leaving, Jianan pulled Field's sleeve. Night territory is very dangerous. Why don't you run away? When I come of age and have a fiefdom, you will be my knight. Fortunately, I like quietness, and rotten corpses are not that scary. It's rare for someone to care about him, and Field felt relieved. The corpses are not dangerous, but the corpse tide led by the corrupted chosen ones is scary. In addition, the situation in the Empire also makes people feel a sense of crisis. Those escaped members of the Shadow World sect will definitely appear again. You can brag. You are a guy who will piss your pants when you see a caterpillar. We'll go back to the academy first. After saying that, the girl made a face and ran away. Field led the army, turning around in Fulan territory, and finally arrived at a ravine on the border. Along the way, there were smoking villages everywhere, and all kinds of debris were thrown on the roadside. Fulan territory was already half abandoned. Field did not actually plunder the village because the harvest was too little. He plundered the manors of knights and rich people, as well as caravans. In this era, if there were no knights stationed in the village, it would be easy to be attacked and extorted by bandits. Therefore, all the people in the village rushed into Fulan City, filling Fulan City to the brim. Field, it's too dangerous outside. Charlotte poked her head out of the carriage and looked around nervously. She always felt that a bunch of guys wearing pointed hats and speaking different languages would rush out of the bushes. Charlotte shrank her neck and shouted weakly with a trembling voice, "It's too dangerous for you to stand on the warhorse. Come and get in the carriage with me. I can protect you." Field almost laughed out loud. "You are a God-chosen person of production, and you still protect me. Don't worry, the bandits are no match for my army. Don't worry, I'll take you to see my friends, there won't be any danger. I'm worried that a hostile chosen one will appear. The scale of rampant destruction is definitely not something that bandits can achieve." Seeing that Field was unmoved, Charlotte was very angry and swayed in the carriage. Come back soon, Lord Charlotte, just sit tight. The Baron is super strong, any chosen one he meets will be subdued if he looks at them for 3 seconds. An old soldier driving the car laughed. The soldiers were used to bragging. "Tusk, I don't believe it, I'm very smart." Charlotte glared at Field from a distance, shrank back into the carriage, still frightened. Occasionally opened the curtains to look out. The pagans broke into her home, and she and her family were hunted for a long time, and finally she was the only one left, so every time she was on the road, she felt extremely uneasy. When Field approached Ashina's hiding place, he heard the neighing of war horses from a distance. "Hey, let's meet up." Field did not approach, but let the iron hammer hit the flag and kept waving it. After a burst of wolf howls, a group of wolf-like people wearing fine armor rushed out of the forest, holding bows and arrows or spears, and surrounded them from all directions. Under the cover of bushes and trees, there were countless of them. "Fuck, are we ambushed?" An uninformed soldier immediately raised his shield, looking nervous. "Don't panic, we are our own people, but there are too many unfamiliar faces." The old soldier of the Night Corps was not surprised. "You said those wolf-like people are our own people. Look, the Baron is not panicking. Why are you panicking? The Lord must have made arrangements." The soldiers whispered, "Oh no, it's the subhumans." Charlotte was so scared that her soul almost flew away. She wanted to hide in the carriage, but she was worried that Field was not a match for the subhumans. She had to draw out the dagger for self-defense, got off the carriage, and ran to Field's side. Tears welled up in her eyes. "I told you it's dangerous. Don't rush into the crowd later. They are the army of the Night Lord. I didn't tell you before, because I was afraid that outsiders would hear it." Field hurried to comfort her. He had already experienced Charlotte's cowardice. "Just comfort me. The subhumans hate humans very much." As soon as the voice fell, Asuna, riding a giant wolf, appeared on the hillside. When she saw Field, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Finally here. Lord Asuna, do you want to fight?" Catgirl Lumi was also very scared. Her legs were shaking like sieves. Although Ashna always took the army out to plunder, there had never been a human army so close to their camp. Lumi thought that humans were coming to kill them. "Don't talk nonsense, that's the Lord." Silver Claw recognized Field at a glance and was very excited. Lumi was shocked, but he is a human. The black wolf jumped easily and arrived in front of Field, his wolf eyes full of blood. "It's over, it's a combat-type God's chosen." Charlotte's eyes seemed to lose their brilliance, and she was obviously frightened by the ferocious dragon wolf. She murmured, "I think we should run away." "Field, run quickly. Long time no see, I miss you so much." Field drove his horse over and stretched out his hand to rub Ashina's furry ears. Field, what are you doing?" Shalloway's pupils trembled. She could already imagine Field being torn into pieces after angering a chosen one. "Run, don't look back." However, Ashina smiled brightly, pounced into Field's arms like a cat, rubbed against him affectionately, and then scolded, "I thought you didn't want me anymore." "How could it be? I came to pick you up as soon as possible." The scene shocked Charlotte even more, and she fell into a completely petrified state. Who the hell can tell me what happened? Charlotte felt dizzy and suddenly remembered a sentence from the soldier. Any chosen one he meets will be subdued if he looks at them for 3 seconds. Really? No way. Charlotte's pupils trembled. What's wrong with this child? Ashina poked Charlotte's cheek. Right, I guess she's too happy. Field had no idea that Charlotte was down and introduced. This is Ashina, also the chosen one of Night Territory. Let's get along well in the future. Okay. Charlotte was dizzy. and didn't come back to her senses until she followed everyone into the simple mountain village. We found a group of bandits, and after we dealt with them, we occupied this place. Ashina introduced. Why are there gold coins everywhere here? Charlotte opened her mouth and looked around. Mountain Village was full of gold and silver treasures. Several little girls wearing ill-fitting clothes sat in the pile of gold coins, carefully stacking them into boxes. Various jewelry and gorgeous clothes were piled on the ground at random. The trees in the camp were hung with smoked bacon, and a large number of livestock gathered here. There were so many cattle, sheep, and horses that it seemed like they were in a pasture. The subhuman warriors were slaughtering pigs and sheep, and the weak subhumans were doing what they could, such as cleaning, wiping armor, and polishing weapons. Today you can eat as much meat as you want. Field announced to the soldiers of Night Territory that there were too many cattle and sheep looted. So Field could not take them all away. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Field immediately announced the exciting news. Great long life, praise our beloved Lord. Everyone cheered in unison and the demi-humans were confused, but Ashina, who was very prestigious, had mentioned her lord's human many times, so the demi-humans did not dare to object. It's like a paradise. Charlotte couldn't believe it. Did you really dig up the treasure? It's not a paradise, it's all an illusion. Ashina blinked at the girl in front of her. Although they were the same age, their experiences were completely different. But it's not wrong to say that we found the treasure. We have been digging for treasure these days, haha. You have grown a lot, Field sighed. Although many things were guided by Black Crow, Ashina not only did it well but also had her own ideas. He, I am your sword. Ashina put on a humble expression on her face, but her wolf tail turned like a propeller. Their relationship is very unusual. Wait, the subhuman chosen can only be contracted by subhumans. Charlotte was shocked. Could it be that the Lord is a minotaur? He kidnapped someone's wife. The rumor that the chosen was kidnapped in 3 seconds is actually true. Could it be that I was also tricked? Charlotte looked at her hands in disbelief. What are you thinking about? Help count the money and count the livestock. You will be rewarded with a roasted whole lamb tonight. Field patted Charlotte's head. Charlotte was born in a noble family. She could read and write and had good math skills. In this era, she was already a great intellectual. Okay, here I come. Charlotte shook her head and lifted her purple skirt. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that the inventory was completed. After removing the decimals, this trip of looting yielded a total of 86,000 gold coins, 183 war horses, 52 pack horses, and countless other supplies. Asuna has not rested these days. She is either robbing, hacking, or setting fires. She uprooted many night families and wealthy merchants. It can be said that she was satisfied with the confiscation of their homes. In one fell swoop, she obtained the total income of Fulan territory for nearly 1 or 2 years. The most precious thing is the war horses. There would have been more, but unfortunately, after hearing about the plunder, the rich and knights hid in Fulan city, and the bandits and robbers from all over the place also got a share of the pie. So many war horses. Field couldn't believe it. Then we can form a strong cavalry team. Ashina's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, we captured a horse farm, but unfortunately the other part of the horses were rescued. This time, I still need a cavalry formed by humans. Otherwise, I won't even have a face when I go out. During the war to suppress the rebellion, he was on the horse by himself, and he couldn't even chase and kill the fleeing soldiers. Asuna agreed very much. Perhaps forming a heavy cavalry would be a good choice. Heavy cavalry is an extremely powerful type of soldier. 5 heavy cavalry can deal with the first-level fighting knight. The first-level Dukai knight has extremely limited Dukai. When the Dukai is exhausted, he is just a stronger, of course. The comparison here is all about the quick-trained Dauki knights trained by the Imperial Army, the Dauki knights of the nobles or self-taught, who may be stronger or weaker, and there's no absolute statement. If you have anything to say, go home and talk. This is not the place to talk. After everyone packed up the supplies, they burned down the mountain stronghold. It was impossible to take root here. The high-end combat power of Fulan City would eventually search here, and the imperial law would not allow it. Everyone traveled day and night and arrived at the familiar Maple Leaf City. Field immediately asked the soldiers to buy the old 3 things: slaves, food, and purification potions. After buying 300 human slaves, he bought 3 months of food for 1,000 people, so that the entire caravan had no idle labor, and even the war horses were carrying food bags. Then he bought seeds of different plants and asked Charlotte to carry them with her artifact. Her artifact can optimize seed varieties. It looks like a cute purse-shaped small bag. She usually hangs it on her waist with a golden wheat ear pattern embroidered on it. Finally, there was the second-level fighting spirit potion. I bought 100 bottles and spent 50,000 gold coins. It's true that money is spent like water. Night Territory needs to produce its own magic potion. In addition, the population cannot be increased. We must wait until Night Territory has food production before considering increasing the population. While Field was doing statistics, Ashna came to report, "My lord, a messenger gave you 2 letters. Oh, I actually received letters too." After taking the envelope, Field checked the seal and made sure that it had not been opened by anyone. He picked up a delicate and simple one and took it out to read. "Bring the respect of the Gasna family to Field Ross. Shirley greets you here. I hope you are not reading my letter in that leaky winery. Aisha and I mentioned that you participated in the Iraven Rebellion campaign. She is my friend. If you encounter difficulties, you can ask her for help. I have told the respected queen about the threat of the rotten corpse. I believe that the Empire will strengthen its border defense and encourage adventurers to clear out the corrupted creatures soon. Unfortunately, the Elven War is about to start. Franvia is coveting the rich southern region of the Empire. The Imperial army cannot be dispatched. The Queen also knows that you are fighting alone in the Night Territory. She affirmed it and planned to allocate funds as support. Please write back and tell me the story of the Night Territory. Salute to our friendship, signed by Shirley Gasna and Valtteri. Hey, Your Excellency is very popular." Charlotte smiled brightly, shaking her head happily like a sunflower. "I have heard of the Gasna family, a very active military family. Yes, they once stayed at my manor." Field looked over and over for a while. "Adventurers? That's interesting. If there are more, the economy of the Night Territory can be boosted. Build guilds, taverns, and hotels. And you can make a fortune from adventurers. As for the Empire's funding, don't expect it." Another letter came from Simon, and the content was concise. The general idea was to invite him to participate in the underground dance in a month. This dance will not only have top beauties, but also various rare treasures for sale, including the giant wolf that Field has been thinking about. He reminded Field to bring more gold coins and a new batch of happy pills, which he urgently needs. It's happy beans, not happy pills. Field was very dissatisfied with these guys who changed the brand name privately. The patent awareness is too weak. In the future, the products of Night Collar will need exclusive labels. Otherwise, one day, piracy will be rampant, and the competitiveness of their genuine products will be gone. I need to form a giant wolf cavalry. It seems that I have to go to this underground dance. Field put the letter away and strolled around without stopping. The group arrived at the border that day and saw the endless gray fog, with corpses in the fog and terrifying wails everywhere. This is not right." Charlotte slapped her head and said in shock, "Could this be the northern province, the province in the death fog?" "Yeah." Seeing Charlotte's incredible face, Field comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid. I have walked this road many times and my territory is not bad." I thought Charlotte would be scared to tears or angry, but she shook her head. "It must have been very hard when you first opened up the wasteland. It would be best if I could help. I'm fine, but Ashna is really hard." Ashna has already rushed into the gray fog to slaughter the corpses, otherwise she would definitely fly happily. Although Charlotte was shaking with fear, she still cheered up. "I will also help with the construction. I won't lose to anyone." "Oh, it seems that you have a good attitude. You just need to rest in the carriage. Will be your turn to show your abilities when you reach the territory." Field raised his spear and waved it forward, and the army of Night Territory began to advance slowly. With the Chosen One and the army leading the way, everyone arrived at Starry Night Manor in the early morning of 5 days without any loss. After worrying about the destruction of the territory countless times, Field breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the territory entered the marked range on the small map. From the small map, only half of Starry Night Manor is now in the gray fog. Starry Night Castle is already connected to Fenki Town. Even without the fog lights, it is passable. The outermost part of the fog-free area even extends to the manor wall, 3 or 4 meters away. Arrived at the gate. In front of the heavy wooden door, wooden Shevox deer and antlers were placed, with dried intestines hanging on them. The holes in the wall have been filled with stone, but it is ugly. The mottled old stone wall and the newly built sections look very awkward. A wooden sentry tower stood at the back of the stone wall. The guards on it were obviously startled when they saw the crowd and immediately raised their crossbows to aim. Lord Field. After seeing that it was Field, the soldiers immediately put down their weapons, waved excitedly, and then shouted to the bottom of the sentry tower, "Lame scabby dogs, don't sit there stupidly, the Baron is back." "Ah, the Lord is back, open the door quickly." Squeak, the heavy wooden door was pushed open and Lynx and others ran out excitedly to greet him. "Is the territory okay? Has it been hit by the zombie tide? Is there any loss?" As soon as Field opened his mouth, he asked the most concerned question. "No problem, everything is fine in the territory. There are some scattered small groups of corpses, but—" Bobcat seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing Field nod, he added, "But there are fewer and fewer rotten corpses, which is very strange. They may be raising pigs, and they are going to have a big one." Since Rosaria advanced, Field has figured out a lot of things. That is, the rotten corpses are waiting for more people to gather in their territory and then eat them all in one go. Of course, they are not targeting themselves, but all the territories on the border. Snow Lie's intelligence is that the corpses will launch a general attack in 1 or 2 years. Therefore, Field's guess is likely to happen. Field was not afraid at all, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Let's see whether the corpses' heads are hard or our walls are hard." After entering the gate, the view in front of me suddenly became clear, and it was obvious that the top of my head was much brighter. A major change in the Starry Night manner is that the rotten trees have been cut down. Although it looks bare now, the air is much fresher. The wheat has already sprouted, and each plant looks like a weed, withered, but a touch of gray-green still gives people hope. Peas, cabbages, and onions have also grown up. These plants with a shorter growth cycle can be harvested in 1 or 2 months, even if the yield is a little less. As long as it can be produced, it is the best news. The primary industry is the foundation of the secondary and tertiary industries. Without agriculture, everything else is a castle in the air. Field walked along the farmland, slowly admiring the rare green in the gray fog, and slowly arrived at Fenky Town with the army. When the army led by Knight returned to the front of the winery, it immediately won cheers, and the villagers and slaves lined up to welcome it. "Long live the Lord. Finally back, woo-woo-woo." Recently, the food rations have been getting less and less. Fortunately. It's not because everyone is of high quality, but the army brought a large amount of food to replenish the territory's inventory. Field left for 2 months, and the territory only had about 1.5 months of food. Cow and Tate had to reduce the food supply, which made everyone anxious, and even the slaves missed the Lord. Now that Field is back with food, all worries have disappeared. Who would hate an army with a lot of food and wealth? Field laughed in his heart. The butler cow almost rolled and crawled over. He shouted as if he had seen his own father, "My lord, please don't go away from home anymore. We are so worried. In the past 2 months I couldn't sleep at night, even pooping. Cough, cough, I am glad that you are back." If Field died, without the protection of the Lord's domain, the Knight territory would be doomed, not to mention that the food was limited. Anyone who had experienced it knew the anxiety of watching the food gradually decrease. "Ahem, no problem, I won't leave the territory for too long unless it is necessary in the future." Field made an okay gesture and jumped off the warhorse. Field relaxed his shoulders. It was particularly tiring to ride a horse for a long time. He waved his hand and said, "This master has returned victorious. I will arrange for the villagers to cook for the army. In addition, let everyone taste meat, at least a small piece of meat for each person. The grass is limited, and the livestock that should be eaten should not be saved too much." "Yes, sir, I will arrange it now. Before that, I will arrange lunch first." Cow opened the door of the winery diligently. "Dishes, hurry up and use your utmost care to make the most exquisite dishes. The master is back." Cow shouted into the house. Maids quickly changed the new bedding and cleaned the master's room again, especially the table. Cow turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Charlotte, he was stunned. "Who is this lady?" "Hello, Mr. Butler, I am Charlotte, the chosen one of the goddess of abundance. Have you made a contract?" Cow's eyes widened, looking back and forth between Field and Charlotte, incredulous. Charlotte obviously didn't understand why everyone was surprised. She put her hands behind her back to make herself look more majestic. "Yes, the contract is with your Lord Baron." "Excuse me, are you human?" "Yes, I am a human, don't I look like one?" Charlotte didn't understand. Goddess, this is just a dream. The master is finally not perverted. Cal was overjoyed and trembling with excitement. He shouted to the room, "Stop the work at hand and clean up the best room for the Honorable Miss Charlotte. Hurry up." Field was speechless. This guy was too partial. Seeing that Charlotte was a human, he directly stood in line with his buttocks. He even stopped cleaning his own room and gave priority to Charlotte. Actually, it's better to help Miss Ashna clean it first. Charlotte was embarrassed, fearing that Ashna would be unhappy. Ashna smiled generously. She didn't care at all because she didn't plan to spend the night in her room. Field coughed lightly. "I'll arrange a task for you. Go and clean the room together." "Oh yes, Miss Ashna, let's go and clean it together." Charlotte understood Field's arrangement in seconds and hurriedly pulled Ashna to work. At noon, the chef's plate showed his lifelong skills. "I like that thing called egg tart. I have never eaten such a delicious dessert." Charlotte wiped her mouth happily. "Ashna is still a staunch carnivore. I still like to eat meat. After eating, you two come to my room." Field called the two. It's not dark yet." Charlotte suddenly thought of something evil. Her pretty face flushed, and her head shook like a rattle. No, too fast. I'm a good child." "Hey, we have to do it together." Ashna cast a teasing look and licked the corner of her mouth. "Can you bear it?" "You can't say a man can't do it." Field looked invincible, then reacted and gave each of them a head bang. "No, I'm here to discuss business with you, don't think about it." Even so, Charlotte still pinched the hem of her skirt, looking nervous, until they opened the door. "Fuck, who is this?" The queen version of Rosaria sat lazily at the desk, her golden hair draped over her shoulders and right chest, half covering her big rabbit. She lifted her long white legs, raised her right leg, and swung back and forth with her slippers between her toes. She drank her tea leisurely, and only put down her teacup when she saw everyone coming. Devil, and she's the chosen one." Charlotte was shocked. She saw the super small bone wings on Rosaria's abdomen, and she couldn't sense the life fluctuations even though it was right in front of her. It was obviously the chosen one. "Have you become the second-level God's chosen?" Such a strong sense of oppression. Even though Rosaria did not do anything, Asana subconsciously covered her chest and took 2 deep breaths, trying to keep herself calm. "It feels like being stared at by a monster." "Don't be afraid, I have no ill intentions, hello." Rosaria stood up gracefully and adjusted her long skirt. Rosaria, in her queenly state, was extremely mature and would hardly speak against the will of heaven. "Rosaria is my second God's chosen. We should get along well in the future." Field patted Charlotte's head and introduced her. Charlotte's pupils trembled and she blurted out, You are someone else's chosen one? No, it will be bad if you find out." "What is a minotaur? It's safe here. I'll tell you the real secret." Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. This idiot hadn't guessed it yet. He immediately explained, "I can make cross-race contracts and the number of contracts is more than one. Ashna and Rosaria are both my chosen ones." Field roughly recounted his own story. Charlotte was offline for a while and gradually understood everything. Her eyes lit up. "This is great. As long as the number of chosen ones increases, the Lord's strength will expand, and then she can take revenge." "Okay, let's discuss the territory and the next mission. I plan to fully recapture the Starry Night Manor and dispel the gray fog in the other half. The manor, before that I need to eliminate the corrupted creatures in the fog." Field looked back and forth on the small map. In fact, the number of enemies in the other half of the manor was not much. "Leave this task to Ashna and the guards will assist you." "Yes, sir." Ashna agreed without hesitation. "Rosaria, in 2 days, please take my Black Crow to explore the entire Night territory and learn about the products and resources. The adventurers of the Empire are coming soon, and I have to find the valuable things in the Night territory in advance. Who knew that the Sawmill would hide artifacts, so I searched the materials that should be searched first. Learn about the terrain and mineral veins, by the way. Finally, Charlotte, I'll trouble you to use your abilities on the crops in the territory. The amount of food in the Night territory in the future depends on you." "No problem." Everyone agreed to the task. After explaining the task, Field wanted to go out but was stopped by Rosaria. "I almost forgot something important." "What is it?" It was also the first time that Field saw Rosaria's queen form. She was full of the feeling of about to burst out. The plump figure and the large areas of shiny white light on her chest and legs emphasized the graceful posture of women. She stood on tiptoe and stretched straight. Her flat instep and smooth long legs formed a beautiful straight line. Her pearly round toes were also slightly red because of her tiptoeing. "I'm here to talk to you about the second-level fighting spirit. Let the maid prepare the bathtub." Rosaria's tone of voice changed. not slow but full of majesty, like a strong woman in the workplace. After the promotion, impurities will be discharged. Will be much more convenient to prepare a bathtub in advance. Leave it to me to prepare. Ashina's eyes lit up when she heard about the second-level fighting spirit. She knew that Rosaria could provide the Lord with fighting spirit advancement. She stopped arguing with Rosaria and went to work happily. Thank you for your trouble. No need to be polite to me. Rosaria shook her hair lightly and directly controlled the gluttony sword. Countless powerful life energy surged out of it and flowed into every cell of Field. Feeling the cells greedily devouring energy, Field's strength was increasing crazily. Half an hour later, Rosaria recovered her bloodline and clapped her hands with a little fatigue. Done. I feel like I can blow up an elephant with one punch. Field waved his fist casually, and the air immediately burst into a violent explosion. Don't forget to buy some Du-Kai secrets and techniques next time, otherwise you can't exert the power of Du-Kai. Rosaria kindly reminded. In addition, the same sentence, don't be stubborn, you are a lord and then a Du-Kai knight. No problem. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get the second-level Du-Kai. Field couldn't believe it. Ordinary people would go bankrupt or study hard to get the second-level Du-Kai. He got it easily, and the quality was even better than theirs. HMPH, I don't think it's easy. Rosaria crossed her arms over her chest and rolled her eyes coquettishly. I'll punish you to massage my shoulders for a month. I'm exhausted. Okay, but I just want to take a shower now. I'm sticky and uncomfortable. After taking a shower for a long time, Field, who was refreshed, felt that the power in his body was inexhaustible, and the 8 abdominal muscles on his abdomen were extremely satisfying. I really want to try the strength of the second level. Fighting spirit. Field's hands were itchy, but he didn't choose to find some rotten corpses to practice. Instead, he showed an evil expression and called Ashina to discuss some math problems in depth. After closing the door, the sound of doing problems came from the room soon. What is 1000 minus 7? Ah, don't ask me this question at this time. Ashina kept panting, her face was pale and she was sweating. She was driven crazy by the difficult math problems. Have you figured it out? Stop, it's so hard to think, my brain is going to break. You don't even know this. What about 20 plus 3? Field was very angry and slammed the white oval desk. Oh, don't do math problems, no, please don't slap me anymore. Ashina's chest was heaving, grabbing her hair and shouting, I surrender, I can't do it at all. Sorry, the knowledge you should learn must be learned to the top. Field smiled horribly. Till the next day, Field, who almost died suddenly, dragged his tired body, yawned and muttered, the second-level fighting spirit is so terrifying. It is not comparable to the first-level fighting spirit at all. He wrote office on a piece of paper and gave it to Cow to paste it at the door of the winery. Notify the subjects that those who can get rid of slavery can do it today. I am about to move to Starry Night Castle, and the winery will become a combination of the city hall and the fortress in the future. Okay, sir, you need to take care of yourself. Cow shrank his neck and advised. I know. Fielder scratched his head awkwardly. Alas, Lady Ashina is really a devil, and the Lord is still as perverted as ever. Cow muttered in a voice that only he could hear, and then took 2 guards to inform the people. Soon, a bunch of people lined up excitedly. Most of them were slave soldiers. Sister, what are they doing? Hai-Yu held a bag of seeds, and she needed to deliver the seeds from the warehouse to the newly opened farmland. Because Fielder brought back more purification potions, the scale of the farmland is still expanding. They are gaining freedom. Bai-Yu looked at them enviously for a long time, then snorted. It's unfair. They can easily earn a lot of money by killing corpses, but we can only earn a few copper coins by working. But their work is very dangerous. Hai-Yu scratched his head. These days in the night territory, they not only did not lose weight, but gained some meat, and their faces became more rosy. I am already very satisfied. I have food every day. The Lord must be a warlike bearded man, and he also likes to drink with soldiers, otherwise he would not treat the annoying soldiers so well. His knight is a very gentle person. Hai-Yu steadied the big bag in her hand, always thinking that her sister might have made a mistake, but she did not dare to disobey her sister. The 2 sisters chatted and walked towards the farmland. As the gold coins were deposited, Field destroyed the slave contracts one by one. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the business of 113 people was completed. Great, 113 more tax-paying citizens. And more than 100 gold coins were recovered. Field played with the gold coins in his hand, all of which were the wealth accumulated from the soldiers' rewards. In another month or two, it is estimated that the slaves who do farm work or mine stones will be free. With nothing to do, Field decided to inspect the territory. Walking out of the winery, it is Fenki town. The town has formed a certain scale. The mud houses of the free people have been built. Compared with the shabby wooden houses of the slaves, they are several dimensions more luxurious, which makes Fenki town look like a village. Xinghai Castle is still under repair, and the debris and decayed residues inside have been cleaned up. In addition, the biggest change is that the decayed trees near the lumberyard have been cut down and replaced by 5 earth kilns. A steady stream of decayed wood is thrown into the earth kiln and turned into charcoal of different qualities. My lord, charcoal is piled everywhere. But we can't use it. A charcoal-burning stonemason apprentice had a dark face. He pointed to the charcoal as high as a hill. We have successfully built a qualified earth kiln according to your instructions and drawings, and successfully burned a large amount of charcoal. This is simply a miracle, but we seem to have no place to use this charcoal. In this era, craftsmen need to be valuable to the Lord at all times. If what they make has no value, their good days will be over, so they are particularly worried. There is only too little fuel, not too much. Field snapped his fingers happily. I will give you new drawings in 2 days. I will make bricks. When the iron ore is mined in the future, charcoal can also be used to make pig iron. Sir, but we have a problem. A craftsman said timidly. Field nodded calmly. No problem is the biggest problem, you say. We don't have enough manpower if we go to make that. By the way, bricks, what about charcoal? You can teach some apprentices. Field said subconsciously, but seeing that everyone looked embarrassed. He immediately understood the crux of the problem. In this era, there are craftsmen guilds. The guilds will absorb children from poor families and then sign contracts with professional masters for mutual benefit. Generally, masters will not avoid the guilds and teach privately. Field thought for a moment and said mysteriously, "It's time to pay attention to the future of the territory. I will notify you in 2 days." After returning to the big winery, the first thing Field did was to call Cow and Tate. How many children are there in the territory? Do you know? Field's eyes passed over the bookshelf. The existing data did not even know the population. Fortunately, the Lord's panel had records. Sir, we have too few civil servants to do a detailed statistics, but we still know the general number. Tate replied, I plan to gather the children in the territory. Before Field finished speaking, Cow stumbled and almost fell. He immediately said tremblingly, Sir, this is not good. It is not good for your physical and mental health. I want to train some highly educated talents, not to play with them. Field's face was full of black lines. Is he a very strange uncle? Is that so? Cow smiled awkwardly. I suggest only teaching the children of freemen. Tate tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then added, if freemen and slaves receive the same treatment, the freemen will be dissatisfied, and the slaves will be content with the status quo. Field had already considered this, but he didn't want to say it himself. Letting his men use their brains is what the Lord should do. You are right. Leave this matter to Cow. Tate, you are doing very well now. Keep up the good work and I will reward you. As for the reclamation task of the other half of the manor, you are still responsible. Thank you, sir. I can experience my own value here. Tate said it seriously, but he meant it. At least there would be no complicated interpersonal relationships to deal with here, and he didn't have to worry about the threat of the gangs. He could participate in the construction every day. Very good. Does anyone have anything to add? Cow immediately raised his hand and said in a high-spirited tone, Sir, there are too few servants in the castle. This is not in line with your status. I suggest expanding the number of servants, especially maids. At least maids should be assigned to the chosen ones, especially Lady Charlotte. That's right, the servants should be expanded. He is a baron, and he has fewer servants than knights. The Starry Night Castle is much larger than the winery. If he moves there with the current number of servants, he can't even clean it once a day. Since Charlotte came, Cow and others have been very proud. With the support of the chosen ones of their own race, they can instantly become tough in front of the subhumans, and their backs are 3 points straighter than before. Although the two sides have never had a conflict, they do have confidence in their hearts, and Field can understand it very well. Don't forget to bring some animal-eared maids, subhumans, you know. What bunny girls, cat-eared girls, etc. It would be so exciting to keep 2 in the castle. Your will is up to you. Soon, the news that the castle was recruiting servants spread like wildfire. For a small territory, the Lord's business is the biggest thing. If the Lord falls one day, I'm afraid the children in the territory will not be able to sleep at night. Have you heard? The Baron is recruiting servants. The woman who was talking was loosening the soil while chatting, and she secretly glanced at the supervisors in the distance. Those supervisors were usually guards who took turns. Of course, the whole night territory knows about this. It would be great if I could become a maid, and I could stay in the castle happily in the future. Just like a lady. Do you know Scissors? She only needs to clean the room twice a day and wash and dry clothes, and she can get high pay, rest time, and eat good food. More importantly, the servants of the castle can also enjoy invisible benefits. A 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister will have his own aura wherever he goes in the future. It's a pity that only people aged 16 to 18 are eligible, otherwise I would also like to participate. An old woman who was stirring the fermented manure came over and whispered, "Don't even think about it. I guess that person is always surrounded by a bunch of stinky men. Only those who have turned into geraniums can be selected into the castle. Tusk, isn't it just that she is prettier? Impossible, she always looks unhappy, and the Lord will be in a bad mood when he sees her." The crowd chatted more and more excitedly, and finally disturbed the supervisor. After being scolded, everyone stopped chatting in dismay. On the day of the interview, all the women of the right age in the whole night came, and the interview took place in the open space at the entrance of the big winery. The scene was not a scene of beautiful women. Don't expect free people or slaves to be as gorgeous as noble ladies. Most of them were dirty, pale and thin, and very ugly. They excitedly made noises in the hall, just like a vegetable market. Field himself will not select them personally. He only needs to show up and examine them at the last stage. After all, it is not to select wives, and married women are also eligible to participate. The key to this job is to be diligent and have a good appearance. If you are good at cooking, you can also work in the kitchen that everyone yearns for. Be quiet, line up and follow me. I want to check your body and appearance one by one. Scissors put his hands on his hips and yelled at the crowd. Seeing that someone was still talking, Scissors just glared at him with a sharp look, and the person wilted. I will not allow anyone to bring dirty diseases into the castle. No one can get away with it. Scissors is so powerful. The clay pot was scared and took a step back. Sparrow said intentionally or unintentionally, she may become a housekeeper. And Cow was constantly reviewing. The quilt is too bad, eliminated. Oh my God, are you sweeping the floor? It's just tickling Mother Earth, eliminated. Woo woo woo, the failed interviewee ran out with tears in his eyes when the butler Cow showed his professional skills. He instantly became reliable and rejected one interviewee after another in a ruthless and old-fashioned way. He mainly examined their words. Personality and professional skills. The screening lasted for half a day. And only 4 people were selected in the end, one of whom was a dog-like person, and the rest were humans. Field's dream of a bunny girl did not come true. Rabbit people generally marry early, and even start to have 3 children at the age of 16. They can't let them work in the castle with a bunch of children on their backs. What a pity, this bad habit should be changed. They are more tortured than me. Field shook his head with a smile. Rabbit people are born serfs. They give birth quickly, eat poorly, and have a cowardly personality. However, because they get pregnant too early and lack nutrition, rabbit people don't live long and have very poor strength. There are too few cat people in the territory. The only one who has a chance, Lumi, is only 14 years old. Field plans to let her go to school. After Field asked a few questions about the family situation, he let all 4 girls pass. The maids will take them to wash and change into maid clothes, which is considered a formal establishment. After the maids finished washing, they got on the carriage to Starry Night Castle, accompanied by the maid Scissors. In another open carriage, there were 12 newly bought female slaves, guarded by 4 guards in leather armor. They were going to the open space of Starry Night Castle to spread grass seeds. Geranium sat upright in the carriage. The carriage under her was not the luxurious carriage that the masters sat in, but a simple wooden basket without a lid. The 2 wheels below were turning, and it was dragged by the horse. She saw her companions hugging their knees, curling up and lowering their heads as if they were all afraid, including the demi-human with dog ears drooping, still looking like a refugee. But Geranium didn't. Her slightly immature facial features could not capture a trace of immaturity. She straightened her back expressionlessly. She had heard that the Baron liked his men to straighten their chests and even required those fierce soldiers to do so. Zhu Qi glanced at the carriage full of slaves in front of her. The slaves in the carriage stared at her with envious eyes all the way, which made her feel a little happy, but she would not show it, and would not even look at them straight in the eye. She had her own pride. It was already late when they arrived at Starry Night Castle. "Wow, that's the castle," there was an exclamation from the carriage in front. Even the slaves could not help but be shocked by Starry Night Castle. It was like a 30-year-old great wizard who had not gone out for many years suddenly saw teacher Akira Miho and was deeply shocked by its magnificent scale. The maids covered their mouths and looked up. They could not describe the shock in their hearts for a while, and Zhu Qi was no exception. Starry Night Castle had experienced the baptism of corruption and war. In fact, it was not as majestic as it was in the past. But the decoration of carved beams and painted rafters and the magnificent scale of the building was simple and elegant, exquisite and incomparable, and still deeply shocked everyone. The huge building built with huge stones crushed all the buildings in Fengqi village, so that they felt deeply inferior when they thought of the huts they lived in. "Follow me closely. You are not allowed to go anywhere without my order. This is also the first and most important lesson I teach you. Don't act on your own and invade the privacy of adults. This is a fatal mistake." Everyone nodded hurriedly. Scissors nodded with satisfaction, signaled the guards to open the side door and said, "From now on, this is where you work. Servants are not qualified to go to the front, only to the side door, please remember." Entering the building, it is the hall, the expensive carpet, the crossed swords hanging on the wall, and the thick curtains that can cover the entire wall, which are all scenes they can't imagine. Starry Night Castle is still under repair and needs to be renovated in the future. Sisters are very satisfied with their surprised expressions. When she first went to work in the Ross family's castle, she was even trembling with fear when she entered the house. "Oh my God, such a luxurious place, does it still need to be renovated?" A girl with freckles on her face asked with wide eyes. "Of course, for the noble Baron, this place is very shabby." Scissors crossed his arms and told the girl who asked, "Little Spot, your cleaning area is on the first floor. Except for the rooms with signs and locked rooms, every other corner must be cleaned twice a day. The rest of the time, you need to go to the garden to water." "Yeah." Scissors led everyone to the second floor, which was full of rooms. "These are all bedrooms, gray fluff. The second floor is your area. In addition, you need to serve Lady Ashna. I think you know her. It was Lady Ashna who saved you, right?" "Yes, I will do my best." The female demi-human with black animal ears and tail nodded obediently, and her fluffy tail kept swinging. Demi-humans are not only classified by animals, but also by color. For example, the black wolf demi-humans have black tails and ears and green eyes. Of course, the skin color is not black, otherwise it will only appear in cotton fields, not castles. In addition to the bedrooms on the third floor, there are also exhibition rooms, private reception rooms and study rooms, each of which is filled with various collections and books, but now they are all empty. The Lord will often use the study room, so it is particularly important. Geranium is responsible for the hygiene of the third floor, and it must be spotless. Geranium's heart was pounding. She knew that field liked to stay in the study room, which meant that she could have long contact with the Baron. "Yes." The girl spoke with a tremor in her voice. She thought she would be calm. "Are you nervous?" Scissors tilted his head. "A little. It's normal to be nervous." "Finally, Marigold, you are responsible for serving Miss Charlotte. Do whatever she asks you to do. Don't worry about the rest. The maids are still very partial. After all, they are the chosen ones of mankind, so they are naturally closer. Next, I will take you to your own room. 2 people live in 1 room. As for going home to visit relatives, I will arrange the date. I'm already looking forward to the next life." "Me too, can we have a room together?" The maids were so excited that they whispered to each other. It was really an honor to have their own room in the castle. There are also 4 floors, a top floor and a basement in Starry Night Castle. Sisters will clean them up by themselves. In fact, the number of servants is still very short, but it is better to have less than less, so they can only make do with what they have. Field was in Fengqi town. Cao summoned children aged 12 to 15 in the territory, both boys and girls, all free people. Actually, there were not many of them, 11 in total. Field knew most of them, including Tate's daughter Alexia, cat girl Loli Lumi, the little girl Absinthe rescued by the bull leader, and some were also children of free people. Among them, Lumi was a slave, but the wolf subhuman warriors contributed the precious silver coins they got from killing the enemies, allowing Lumi to become a free person and get the opportunity to study. This really surprised Field. We can't let Lady Ashina lose face. The subhumans are also very smart. She will not disappoint the adults' expectations. Silverclaw said so. Healthy competition. Field's mouth corners rose. Field plans to take out an hour every day to teach them personally. Only high-level workers trained by himself can be used smoothly and safely in the future. Generally speaking, if you want to learn literacy in this era, you need to follow the knight as a squire and learn the 7 traditional knight skills: riding, swimming, javelin throwing, fencing, hunting, chess, poetry, and of course, serving the nobles. Field does not intend to let the children learn these. Poetry and composing are not very useful for the territory. He plans to use the future to cram education. In the afternoon, there are 2 hours of cultural learning, only learning to read and write, arithmetic, and loyalty. Among them, Field did not pretend to avoid the loyalty. The purpose of training them is to serve himself and the territory, not to train a bunch of guys who are ready to overthrow him, or to make wedding clothes for others. In addition, there is another hour to arrange for them to go to the army to learn formation, military posture, sword skills and horse riding, and cultivate martial arts and unity spirit. Riding a horse is extremely important. The territory may have cars in the future, but it is best not to think about it for at least 40 or 50 years. There are very few decent roads in the entire empire, so riding a horse is a must. Science, fighting spirit, and magic, you have to look at talent and loyalty before teaching. Field made a plan and started to implement it immediately. Tom, if you can't learn what the Baron teaches, don't even think about eating in the future. A free woman put her hands on her waist and pointed at her son's nose, warning him fiercely, as serious as going to war. I will, mother. The boy was so scared that he turned around and ran away. That afternoon, the children came to the big winery for class. The children were used to suffering and were extremely eager for knowledge from the upper class. Even if there were naughty guys, their parents would order them to study hard, otherwise they would be beaten up when they got home. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to jump to a higher class. Everyone is here, let's go to class. Field waved his hand and asked the guard to bring a blackboard with chalk. These 2 things are very simple to make. Just take a piece of wood and dye it with black paint. As for chalk, it is a block made by adding lime and water. Both are barely enough, but despite such simple things, they were really used in teaching after the Industrial Revolution. Before that, teachers taught themselves or occasionally gave a few pointers while doing their own things. What students learn depends entirely on their understanding. The teaching method has also experienced individual manual production, to industrial production, and finally mass production of intellectuals. At the same time, Field also brought in several captains, butlers, and Tate from the army. In the future, try to educate students according to my teaching method. Field wrote his name on the blackboard. Let me introduce myself. I am your Lord Field Ross. This string of names is the first text you need to learn. Next, I will teach you letters and numbers. It is completely opposite to the poverty of the Knight territory. At this time, in the Golden Wing Manor on the 2nd floor of the Griffin Province, the capital of the Empire. The Empress of the Empire, Letitia Golden Griffin, sat on an exquisite royal-style chair, which was inlaid with countless gems of various colors, and the velvet cushions were extremely comfortable. But the afterglow of the setting sun was blocked by the window, so only shadows fell on her. She looked at the beautiful garden outside the window, where 3 or 4 gardeners were mowing the lawn. Even though the lawn was perfect, the gardeners were still thinking about how to make it more pleasing to the eye. Your Majesty, Governor Tacklin hopes to have dinner with you. The close minister bowed and saluted. He did not dare to look up at the most powerful person in the empire. Oh, tell him to get out of here. Letitia didn't even raise her eyelids, use a tactful way. But he won the battle, so it's chilling. Maybe you can give him a chance to pursue you. The minister was stunned for a moment, thinking of the 3 carts of gold coins that Tacklin gave him, and still advised, with a husband and heirs, the empire will be more stable. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Yes, I respect your will. Your Majesty, you look depressed. Do you need to call the court jester? The jester is the king on the poker card. Letitia casually flipped through the battle report on the table. I'm not interested in clowns, you can leave. The minister had no choice but to leave the study. Miniature griffin the size of a cat jumped out of the shadows and jumped onto the table, almost knocking over the wine glass. It chased its tail around the table and then stretched its wings. "Why are you still depressed after the victory, my dear Majesty?" The griffin spoke in human language. "Look for yourself." The queen clicked on the battle report. The griffin came up and flipped through the pages with its sharp claws for a moment, and immediately showed an angry look. "What a miserable victory. I didn't even see any familiar enemies being killed." Milani died in the battle. If I remember correctly, she was a hidden chess piece for the marriage with the Nibelung family. That's right, this battle has corrupted half of the province, lost a chess piece that supervises the imperial nobles, and has to face a bunch of rubbish seeking credit. I really can't think of any happy points. Letitia snorted coldly. "I really want to kick them all out of the palace." "Haha, I want to too." The griffin laughed. However, both the man and the griffin knew that it was impossible, because every official of the empire represents the interests of major families, provinces, and classes. If she dares to touch them, she will be the only one in trouble, even if she is the queen. The griffin flipped out another piece of paper and said in surprise, "Someone has taken root in the northern province. Field Ross. Is the Ross family going to regain its former glory? It's probably a farce to attract attention. And it's unlikely." The empire had thought of many ways to recapture the northern province before, such as advancing inward little by little in the marginal areas, but they were soon overwhelmed by the overwhelming tide of corpses and could only retreat to the back of the major city walls. There seemed to be many core areas in the gray fog. If they don't occupy them, the number of corpses is unlimited. If they adopt a war of attrition, the empire will immediately be dragged into the quagmire of war. It seems that thousands of corpses are killed every day, but they will grow again like weeds. Recapturing the northern province is no different from finding a country to go to war with. Oh, it was written by Shirley. She is a person who is truly loyal to the empire. A family has shed blood for the empire. I guess it is true. Yes, the Gasna family is loyal to the empire, not me. Letitia's mouth corners slightly raised. As for this matter, it doesn't matter whether it is true or not. The northern province is worthless, and it is impossible to recover it by one family. "Ha, you are the embodiment of the empire." The griffin heard the footsteps coming from the corridor and slowly retreated into the shadows. "Is there no one in the entire empire that can make me worry less?" Letitia gently rubbed her eyebrows and fell into deep thought. In the western plains of Night Territory, Rosaria shuttled quickly in the gray fog. She returned to her girlish form, and it was unknown whether she was worried that her plump figure would affect the battle. In addition to the tentacles of Nanjiang, there were corpses and all kinds of dirty things everywhere. In the dark forest full of corruption, shrill screams came from time to time, which made Field shudder violently, and the goose bumps that had just subsided grew again, even though it was only controlling the black crow from a distance. The corpses here have only been dead for a short time. Someone killed them brutally. Rosaria suddenly stopped. She leaned down and took a closer look at the wounds of the dead corpses. "Oh, could it be that the adventurers have been here? They are so fast." "Not likely, more like the work of my kind." Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth. "It is very likely that they are the chosen ones. Just like me before, I will kill my kind when I am hungry, and they will also kill for various reasons." "The chosen ones? Let me look for them." Field controlled the black crow to hover and rise. After only 5 minutes of looking down, he saw traces of fierce fighting. "Found it, follow me." The two followed the traces of the fight, and soon arrived at a 2-story stone building. The stone building was covered with rotten plants and surrounded by a huge cemetery. The ground was full of various tombstones, some stone and some rotten wooden. The broken door of the stone building was ajar, and a conspicuous bloodstain, accompanied by traces of dragging, extended all the way into the house. "This is the big cemetery in the Night Territory. That house is for the gravekeeper, and the farewell ceremony will also be held here. The gravekeeper here is an old man. He is always willing to help others and actively helps people in the surrounding villages, but everyone hates him because his eyes are always red and surrounded by flies." Rosaria knows the Night Territory well. After all, according to the law, she is the one who inherits the Night Territory. Maybe the gravekeeper has red eye disease. Red eye disease. What is that? I heard that he was cursed by the devil, and his wife and daughter were also cursed to death. Rosaria shrank her neck and tightened the black ribbon around her neck with her hands. "It's a scary story. Anyway, when I was alive, I didn't even dare to pass by here." Haha, the word fear comes out of your mouth, full of strange disobedience. Field controlled the black crow to jump onto the branch. The memory ends here. Did you hear the disgusting movement in the house? Be careful. It's a pity that the black crow cannot inherit his own small map ability, and Field doesn't know if there is any danger here. I willed. Rosaria blinked her right eye vigorously, carrying the gluttony great sword tiptoed. Gracefully approached the stone building. Puff crack, a creepy chewing sound came from behind the door. The taste of fresh flesh and blood but not human. Rosaria sniffed greedily like a perverted gourmet and sneered, "It reminds me of a delicious old friend." The great sword hummed, and Rosaria smashed the door of the stone building to pieces. Black Crow's terrifying vision allowed Field to see the situation inside the house clearly. Fuck. Field shuddered all over, and his back suddenly felt cold. A fat monster like Bo Gang in The Adventures of Jackie Chan, covered with rotten meat and entangled with countless strange insects, was grabbing a beautiful figure and chewing it wildly. The scene was extremely horrifying. "Hey, isn't this Violet? Long time no see, why are you so late?" Rosaria was not afraid, but showed a surprised expression. "If you are not dead, just make a sound." Violet was the corrupted chosen one who chased Shirley. "Fellow, get out of here, this is my food." The fat monster turned his head twistedly, and the divine power bloomed all over his body, carrying a strong smell of blood, showing the strength of the second-level chosen one. Field realized its approximate combat power and suddenly felt something was wrong. He was shocked and said, "Can the chosen one be so ugly? Wait, why is the voicemail?" Rosaria shook her head. "The real chosen one should be on him, very strange. It is a fusion of a fourth-level corrupted creature, two second-level corrupted creatures, and the chosen one." The monster smiled and turned its back. A beautiful and terrifying face was sewn on the monster's back. It faced Rosaria and said in a pitiful voice, "Hello, my name is Acorn. Please don't disturb our family's meal." "Hee, your family seems to be a little delicious." Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth. "I'll give you a chance to choose. Surrender or be killed by me." Without even a second of thinking, the monster flashed and rushed at an incredible speed, carrying a terrifying gust of wind. "Oh, I almost forgot that I am already in the shape of the barren. Ah no, yes, it is the breath of the barren." Rosaria was not surprised. After she made a contract with Field, even ordinary corpses would be hostile to her, not to mention this kind of guy who would eat his own kind. Boom! A sharp sound of breaking wind came, and Rosaria let herself be smashed and flew out. She had plenty of opportunities to dodge, but she was too lazy to dodge. "You are so weak, I want to change food." Acorn looked at his twisted big hand in confusion. Didn't use all his strength, but he still hit the enemy, which means that the enemy is very weak. If he can eat the second level, he will never eat the first level. Acorn released the control of Violet and threw away the half-eaten Violet. Something that made Field's pupils tremble happened. Violet immediately turned into a pool of blood and ran away in the grass. Ah, he is still alive. The vitality of the corrupted god is really terrifying. Field's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to search for artifacts. Whether it is weak or not. You will soon experience it. Rosaria was not even covered with dust, and she bowed gracefully. Divine skill, blood-stained constellation. As the injury increases, the combat power increases exponentially. Anyway, fighting at the same level will definitely hurt, so I am too lazy to hide. Rosaria showed her white teeth, and a blazing black and red flame appeared around her body. The momentum began to rise steadily. "Miss Acorn, you can start to resist. The more you struggle, the more excited I am." Acorn's young face showed a trace of doubt. Suddenly, a terrifying loud noise exploded overhead. When Acorn immediately looked up, only to find Rosaria sneering at her with a sick look on her face. Following her figure came the shadows of the gluttonous greatsword. Roar! Acorn turned around immediately. As a corrupted creature, it was normal for her to merge with other creatures. She merged with all her family members, and all of them were sewn into one body. Her support is her father, who is a fourth-order creature. The male corpse's eyes were red. A roar accompanied by murderous intent and anger suddenly sounded. The big mouth was torn, and countless flying insects poured out of the male corpse. Rosaria did not have any emotional fluctuations, and the gluttony greatsword smashed down fiercely with a low sonic boom. Mixed divine power swept the flames brought by the blood-stained constellation and directly strangled the flying insects. Just after crushing the swarm of insects, Rosaria did not retreat but advanced, and the greatsword in her hand was accompanied by blood, and she slashed fiercely, and a violent explosion broke out in the air. Bang bang. The next moment, the 2-second order corrupted creatures stitched on the monster were directly crushed by the greatsword and annihilated on the spot. So disappointing. Resaria retreated violently to avoid the counterattack of Acorn, and then carried the greatsword, with a beautiful smile on her lips. The 4th order corrupted creatures that Acorn relied on could not pose a threat to her at all. The chosen ones of the combat type can basically defeat ordinary creatures by jumping 2 levels. For example, the 1st level can defeat the 3rd level fighting knight, and the 2nd level can defeat the 4th level. Of course, it is not necessarily a one-on-one fight, and it can even be a one-on-many fight. It depends on the individual's combat power. Kill you. Kill you, Acorn screamed shrilly because of the severe pain and anger. Divine skill, corrosive blood column. The next moment, the divine power surged, and a sky-high blood column gushed out of the mouth of the male corpse, accompanied by a strong smell of blood, rushing towards Resaria. What a disgusting skill. I'd better not take it with my face, just block it. Resaria frowned slightly. Although she wanted to see the limit of the blood-stained constellation, she couldn't stand being splashed with dirty blood on her face. With a thought, the gluttonous sword immediately gushed out a lot of blood, and the chain was even more rustling. The two together constructed an airtight defensive shield. Blood like a torrent hit the shield, divine power intertwined and collided, and the ripples of power continued to spread around, and the surrounding cemetery was instantly smashed to pieces. However, when the impact disappeared, Resaria dispersed the broken chains and bloodlines as if nothing had happened, except for the black and red flames burning more fiercely on her body, proving that the blood-stained constellation had been triggered. The bloodline was originally a part of her. When she used the bloodline to weave defense, her body would inevitably be injured, and the injury would trigger the divine skill. She actually withstood the 2nd-level divine skill so easily. The black crow had already flown to a tree in the distance and could only look at it. If she got too close, she would be blown up by the energy ripples. Field sucked in a breath of cold air and was particularly surprised to see Resaria resist the divine skill so easily. Damn it, Resaria is already a pure numerical freak. This defense ability is a bit abnormal. What? I can't understand. Acorn trembled all over, moving his bulky body, and actually chose to escape. Stop, the same kind can't hurt each other. Field's face was full of black lines. Double standard, right? The current strength and speed are probably increased to twice the previous ones, but it is far from reaching the limit. I just don't know if the endless slash will be strengthened. Resaria pierced the big sword into the ground and waved her slender white hands casually, which made the air explode. The breath she exuded now was much stronger than that of Acorn. No wonder she scared away the brutal, corrupted creatures. Let's test you. Looking at the enemy who had already fled into the forest, Resaria swung the sword neatly. Divine skill, endless slash. Holding the chain at the end of the big sword, it was like a towering mountain being uprooted. 3 black and red sword kai slashed out overwhelmingly, tearing a long-lasting crack in the space. Pure destruction, no overly gorgeous light effects. Wherever the sword kai went, all obstacles collapsed and disappeared, silently turning into particles that could not be captured by the naked eye. Wow, the fleeing Acorn was hit hard by the sword kai. Even if she tried her best to dodge, the sword kai seemed slow, but it actually arrived in an instant. Buzz, the ground cracked quickly, and the surrounding trees was swept away. In the blink of an eye, the cracked ground almost spread to the location of the black crow. Field had no choice but to let the black crow fly away in the opposite direction, otherwise his only drone would crash, and then he could only play a resurrection match with the boss. When Fielder returned with Black Crow, he saw only a huge pit. Half of the cemetery was destroyed. He almost didn't recognize it as a cemetery. "Are you okay?" Seeing Resaria standing there with her bright eyes wide open and a bad expression, Fielder hurriedly asked worriedly. "It's over." Resaria was sweating profusely. "I accidentally killed her. I didn't expect her to be so weak. She's so big, but she's not a tank, and she didn't even dissociate the artifact. I thought, hey, I have reason to suspect you're inversials." Fielder wiped his cold face. "It's okay as long as you're fine. Looking at her magic skills just now, I guess she's a long-range shooter. But after all, she was tied to a 4th-level creature as a meat shield, and she was killed in one move. It's surprising." Although it was a pity to catch one less corrupted god's chosen, Field was still very happy. The bonus of the bloodstained constellation is terrifyingly high, stronger than I expected. Yes, thanks to my dear lord. Rosaria lifted her skirt and turned around happily. I suspect that the skills provided by the Lord will be stronger than those obtained in the wild. Hey, but the chosen need to contract with the Lord and advance to obtain new skills, right? Field was confused. There are many situations, such as the corrupted God's chosen, contracted a small corpse and could obtain skills after advancing. But the small corpse has no brain and is easy to die, so she will continue to be wild in the second-level state. This state, even if it is advanced in the wild, will generally occur in the corrupted God's chosen. Normal God's chosen will only be bound to powerful people. Field rubbed his chin, and the corpses have no wisdom, and the wild corrupted gods are not very smart either. They may choose skills randomly, or the energy they obtain when they evolve is too poor. The skills of the chosen ones are also closely related to the development of the territory and the Lord himself. Wait, is it related to cognition? Just like the magic gods, they may already master magic. The healing gods are pharmacists. Living in a place without snow all year round, it should be impossible to have ice and snow skills. Field suddenly grasped something key. Then if our territory has nuclear bombs, will there be a skill to rub nuclear bombs by hand? Hardy, I don't want to eat human food. Rosaria pointed her index finger at her chin with a thoughtful expression. Forget it. Wait until the technology is improved in the future, and then we'll see. Thinking too much will make you lose sight of the big picture. Let's go. Let's go and see what artifacts have exploded. The conditions for obtaining the artifact are extremely strict. Only if the chosen one does not dissociate the artifact and the artifact is not damaged, there is a chance to obtain the weapon of the chosen one. Acorn obviously meets this condition. A beam of blood gushed out of her body, gathered and solidified in the air, and slowly formed an insect-like artifact. You are all from the same pantheon. This artifact is useful to you, right? I can use it. Rosaria shook her head subconsciously, but I am your chosen one, and the spoils should be distributed by you. There are two ways to use the artifact. One is for ordinary people to use it, which can obtain the ability of the castrated version. The second is for people from the same pantheon to use it, which can allow the chosen one to obtain a temporary skill or equipment. Since it can be used, there is nothing to worry about. Since you are cute and hardworking, this one belongs to you. Cute, I have reason to suspect that you are mocking me, but thank you anyway. Rosaria smiled shyly and fiddled with her skirt with her fingers. Field, you are really good. The process of conquering the artifact is very simple and does not require a contest of will. Rosaria gently touched it with the bloodline, and the acorn's artifact disintegrated by itself, turning into a stream of light and drilling into the gluttony greatsword. Field immediately saw Rosaria's panel, and a temporary skill was added. Second-level divine skill, temporary. Bone-eating rot worm consumes a small amount of divine power, parasitizes special divine power worms in the enemy's body. The worms will continuously absorb the enemy's vitality and cause deceleration, bleeding, and marking tracking effects. After taking back the worms, you will get the absorbed vitality. Auxiliary skills, not bad, but unfortunately it is temporary. Temporary skills cannot be improved as the level of the chosen one increases. When Rosaria reached the third level, this skill was still at the second level. In addition, after the artifact is taken out, the skill will disappear immediately. We eliminated a threat and gained a skill. This is a win-win situation. We won twice. Field happily controlled the black crow to circle and looked around. Can you still find the escaped chosen one? My perception is very ordinary. Ashna may be able to find her, but if Miss Ashna comes, the ball will be over. Field nodded helplessly, then let her go first. The first-level chosen one is not that threatening to the territory. After cutting off the sight of the black crow, Field came out of the winery and saw a group of people gathered together. It's really strange. There is such a scene in the night territory. It was the first time that Field saw the people gathered spontaneously. Normally, the people would only go to work or hide at home and shiver, worried that the rotten corpses running out of the gray fog would bite them to death. The shining light of the sun and the whisper of the wind. The goddess who spreads food for the world, please spread the brilliant golden seeds. Divine skills, songs of fruitfulness. Charlotte was like a kindergarten teacher, posing some cute and silly movements, chanting complicated spells, and then waved towards the wheat field in front of her, as if a golden rain had fallen. Countless golden stars scattered all over the sky and fell on the withered wheat seedlings in the rice field. The next moment, the wheat seedlings grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their state was better than that of normal wheat seedlings, and a few were directly dyed golden. What a good exercise, the effect is so good. Field was shocked. No wonder the old farmers at the time vowed that only magic and the chosen ones could increase food production. This immediate effect was confusing to everyone. Done. Charlotte happily wiped the sweat from her forehead. Wow, it's amazing. Sir, please perform miracles for our farmland. I'm willing to give everything. Please perform miracles for my farmland. The onlookers knelt down, exclaiming in amazement, and some even burst into tears, crawling towards Charlotte's feet while kneeling. But they were immediately expelled by the guards. As Field's earliest team, the territory guards immediately blocked their way with long spears without any hesitation. Get out, crawl away. The guards shouted and expelled them without any character. They were full supporters of the Lord's interests. Field only prohibited them from extorting or slaughtering the people. But in terms of quality and character, firstly, there was no time to educate them, and secondly, due to the limitations of the times, they played the red face, so they needed soldiers with strong intimidation ability and could play the white face. The people were immediately scared by the vicious soldiers and retreated outside the warning area. I will pray for all the farmlands in the territory, but I have to start with your farmland. Oh, please don't rush. Charlotte smiled apologetically at the people in the territory. When she saw Field out of the corner of her eyes lit up, and she raised the corners of her mouth, deliberately showing she made an expression that said, I am really amazing, very amazing. Field walked over slowly and patted Charlotte's head. That's right. Charlotte tilted her head and said regretfully, it's a pity that the soil fertility is too poor, otherwise I can increase the yield a little more. Maybe a plow can make up for it. Field drew out his long sword, penetrated into the soil, bent down and gestured. We need a heavy plow. The current farming technology is just scratching the ground and digging a little shallowly. Charlotte was confused and said, is there any particularity? Yes, I have observed the land of the empire. As long as it is cultivated, it is all shallowly cultivated fertile soil without exception. The only thing farmers need to pay attention to is the water source. Field turned his eyes to the simple farm tools on the side and shook his head. Demand determines supply. Intensive farming technology has not developed. It's too wasteful. After all, planting land casually is enough to feed oneself. Moreover, many lands are not planted for oneself. The yield is the Lord's business. There is no need to spend effort and brains to plow deeply. So we need a heavy plow. Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. Yes, when the territory extends to the iron mine, we will refine heavy plows. When the time comes, we will cultivate the land carefully, and with your ability, we may not need to import food directly. I will work hard. Charlotte waved her fist, cheered herself up, and ran and jumped into the construction of the territory. Next time I have to give her a sun hat to prevent her from getting tanned. Although it is difficult to see the sun in the night territory, plants can still grow. I guess the sunlight is not reduced at all. Seeing her working vigorously, Field inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. He suddenly felt like Zhu Paopi, so he had to try his best to find a way to compensate her. My lord, there is also the matter of the pool. Maybe we should dig a reservoir or pond. Cao had just assigned the work of the new slaves and came over to mention this matter. Okay, but we have to plan the area first. Field asked Cao to go to study the location of the water tank. Just as Field was thinking about the water tank, Rosaria encountered something strange. Thank you, alien. A soft and familiar female voice suddenly sounded behind Rosaria. You don't have to thank me, Violet. I saved you just to win a chosen one for my lord. Rosaria turned around, exuding a light and elegant temperament, which was completely different from her breath when she was slashing people, but she whispered, when did the elusive guy appear behind me? Her perception ability was very poor, but fortunately she had a lot of blood and was not afraid of sneak attacks. Violet was obviously seriously injured. She could still stand tremblingly, but soon she leaned on the boulder and gasped, Don't serve dirty humans, they will only use you. Stop talking nonsense. I have been a human longer than a corrupted creature. There's no need to shake me with ridiculous reasons. I am very satisfied with the present. Rosaria thought of the increasingly powerful Territorian lord and smiled secretly. Maybe I will be more satisfied in the future. Besides, you look like you have eaten a carrot with that little mouth. Rosaria, in the form of a girl, was obviously not very smart. Looking at the trembling Violet, she smiled evilly and immediately began to speak against the sky. "Shut up. I really don't want to chat with you. I came here to tell you something. The number of corrupted creatures has decreased recently just because I'm killing them." Violet spat out a mouthful of blood foam in disgust and moved her little mouth to tell the shocking news. "But now I'm seriously injured. You'd better take care of yourselves." I didn't expect that you, Violet with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray the corrupted creatures. Rosaria couldn't turn around for a while. She grabbed the gluttony greatsword directly, her eyes sharp. "You are deceiving me. It's obvious that the corrupted creatures are gathering outside the night territory. This is one reason, but you have to know that corrupted creatures have territories. Not all corrupted creatures obey the orders of Pure White, the guy who ordered me before. So don't be too comfortable. Even now, the territory will still be attacked." Violet coughed up a mouthful of blood and then said, "In Kato Village, there is a group of extremely weak humans. A month ago, they entered the gray fog and thought they had a foothold, but they didn't know that I killed all the nearby corpses. But a new corpse tide is coming and they will definitely die. Maybe you can save them." After that, Violet turned into a pool of blood and left. Why did she help me? Is she repaying a favor? And she doesn't look like she's surrendering to humans. Rosaria's mind was full of question marks. It's a pity that Field is not here. He will definitely be able to ask more useful information. Wait, why didn't I catch her directly? Rosaria suddenly reacted and stomped her feet in exasperation. Damn it, come back to me. On the other side, Field had already discussed the reservoir with Cow. He planned to let the first army of Nightfall start digging and dig 2 more wells. With the conditions of Nightfall, it was not enough to support such a large army. By the way, we have to go to the military camp. The army is in a mess now. Field called Ashna back from cleaning up the zombies and went directly to the military camp. The military forces of Nightfall needed to be slightly integrated. The subhumans had always been led by Ashna. Although they did not dare to rebel after Field took over, they could not be left alone. All the forces of Nightfall, except the corrupted Great Swordsman, were summoned, and a simple statistics and inspection were conducted. 220 people in the first army of Nightfall, 55 territory guards, 30 wolf subhuman thugs, led by Ashna before, 18 subhuman cavalry. Calling Shanmao and others, Field put forward the request. "I want to form an archer unit, formed by the wolf subhuman thugs I have taken in. Both longbows and shortbows need to be trained. Similarly, the looting cavalry also needs to learn horse archery. The captain will be Silver Claw, and he will manage all the subhuman troops. The monthly salary will be changed from the original 3 silver coins to 8 silver coins." "Yes, sir. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Silver Claw immediately knelt on one knee, shaking with excitement, and swore vigorously. "Select 30 people with outstanding performance and strong bodies from the first Army of Night territory, adopt an elimination system, and select them layer by layer. I need to build a 20-man heavy cavalry. Shanmao will be the captain of the first army, and Iron Hammer will be the captain of the territory guard. The captain's monthly salary is 8 silver coins. The first army and the subhuman archers only train half a day and work the other half a day. The first task is to dig a water reservoir. As for daily food and lodging, human and subhuman soldiers should be placed together, and everyone should not have any estrangement or form small groups." "Yes, Lord Baron." Everyone excitedly went to execute. After finishing everything, Field yawned and was about to catch up on his sleep. He habitually looked at the situation of Black Crow. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Rosaria staring at him, and the two sides were almost 0 distance. Fuck. Field was so scared that he almost fell down. It's like playing with your mobile phone in class and suddenly looking up to see the teacher staring at you with a deathly gaze. It's a beautiful teacher with a curvy figure. Anyone who sees her suddenly jumping into her face will be shocked. Rosaria laughed evilly. "Ha ha ha, you're scared. I didn't expect pranks to be so fun. Wait until you come back and I'll spank you." Field was speechless and almost scared to death by her. "Then I can look forward to it. I will play harder when the time comes, but the premise is that I can win the game of chess. As long as I win, I can do whatever you want." Rosaria giggled and licked the corner of her mouth without hesitation. "There is an important thing, the news about Kato Village. Don't talk nonsense, I really miss your queenly look." Field was made hot all over by this guy, but it was a pity that this guy was a king of talking nonsense. You can see but can't touch him. She hit it directly back in the greatsword. She couldn't wear out the steel plate during the day, right? What's more, the gluttony greatsword is a divine weapon. Tell me about Keiru village. Rosaria told the story of Violet in detail. Is it credible? After finishing her speech, Rosaria asked Field, it looks serious, it can't be a trap. It should be true. If the enemy is strong enough, there is no need to go to great lengths. If the enemy is weak enough, we don't have to be afraid. Field stretched comfortably. I'm curious who would come to the night territory. Humph, the night territory is ours. Without our permission, you can't build a village privately. This is illegal. We have to teach those ants the most basic rules. We should kill them all. Rosaria was upset when she heard about someone invading her territory. She waved her sword to vent her dissatisfaction. Keiru village seemed to be a bit urbanized. It's time to teach them the rules. You go there first, but don't act rashly. Wait for me to send troops to arrive before making the next move. Well, I can actually handle it alone. But you have the final say. Field was not afraid that she couldn't beat him, but was worried that if Rosaria was allowed to play, she would treat the villagers as deserts and kill them all. That night, Field ordered all the subhuman cavalry in the territory, took 2 carriages filled with infantry, and 10 spare war horses, and set off that night. With the assistance of his younger brother, the territory's war horses could even allow all soldiers to ride horses. Unfortunately, there were only a few who could ride horses. The next night, they arrived at the ruins far away from Keiru village. After a night of rest, Field led his troops to slowly march towards Keiru village. After passing through a sparse woodland filled with corrupted vines, Field saw Keiru village on the small map. Keiru village is also one of the villages directly under the jurisdiction of Night territory. It used to grow beetroot for the Starry Night family. It is not far from the Bull territory. Looking through the artifact telescope, due to the characteristics of eyes of mist, Field can not only gain long-sightedness, but also see through the gray fog. Like other villages in the gray fog, Beat village has become a ruin, with only modeled ruins left. The difference is that ugly shacks have been built in the village. Almost all of the shacks are built on the remains of the house. The outer walls are filled with waste wood and stones to fill the holes. Soon, 7 or 8 young men carrying large and small bags and holding a small fog-repelling lamp ran back to Keiru village in panic, with a group of rotten corpses chasing behind them. 2 guys with spears at the entrance of the village stood on the low wall and kept scolding them, not letting them enter the village. Only after the young people painfully threw their packages in and let the guards take away 90% of the harvest could they be let in with tears. Soon smoke rose from the territory. The villagers holding spears looked down and stabbed the rotten corpses below. Very good, they have established a basic system. So there must be something we need. Field's eyes lit up. It would be impossible for illiterate peasants to last that long, and judging from the amount of smoke from the territory, there was plenty of food. Infantry wear armor, hold up shield walls, and advance slowly. Cavalry are on both wings and ready to maneuver at any time. After fighting a war, Field was familiar with the basic battle formation command. Oh my God, it's a night. What should we do? We are dead. Mom, woo woo woo. As soon as the night army showed its head outside the Beat village, it immediately attracted a burst of ghosts and wolves howling. The entire Beat village was like a hornet's nest, which was directly poured with boiling water and exploded instantly. Ding ding ding, as the alarm bells rang. The entire territory was filled with people running, not to defend, but to flee in panic. The men were so anxious that they accidentally knocked over shacks or other people. The women cried loudly or fell to the ground holding their packages, at a loss. Meow, I'm not a bandit. The villagers looked like they had seen a ghost, and they felt more scared than seeing a rotten corpse. Field gently pulled the reins to stop the warhorse that was running faster and faster. The warhorse under him was obviously flowing with the blood of a warlike monster. Hearing the helpless cries of the villagers, it was excited and ready to sprint. We are obviously the army of justice. Field frowned and turned his head to look at his own army. Everyone's eyes were red, and they were grinning with greedy and ferocious expressions. The cavalrymen were already swinging lassos or stringing light crossbows. Field slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot that they are used to robbing and they don't look like good people. Sir, let's split up into cavalry and shoot the guards on the city wall first. Silverclaw punched his chest with a fierce look. Make sure there are no creatures standing higher than you in your sight. They haven't learned to shoot on horseback yet, but they can also shoot with crossbows, but they are not as easy to control as bows. Don't do it for now, let the cavalry stay alert. Field ordered the infantry to advance to a distance of 50 meters outside the village. He led 6 cavalrymen to shout from a distance, "I am the Baron of Night, you have invaded my territory. Give an explanation immediately, give up resistance and submit to me." As soon as these words came out, Kado village immediately caused a commotion. "Isn't it Baron Monkey's army?" "It's the same. The nobles want to kill us, so why would they ask for your address?" The old villager cried. "What should we do? We must not surrender." After a period of chaos, Kado village calmed down. Field waited patiently for a while, but no one answered, and his patience gradually disappeared. Just as he was about to launch an attack, the wooden gate blocking the road in Kado village was moved open by the villagers. 12 or 13 villagers in tattered clothes and holding simple weapons walked out. They were all sharpened wooden sticks or rusty iron tools. The formation was messy, and it was obvious that they had never been tested in battle. Oh, with such weak fighting power, not only did they not surrender, but they dared to go out of the village to fight head-on. The villagers tried their best to put on fierce expressions, and after forming a battle array at the entrance of the village, they stopped moving forward. Clang, the subhuman cavalry, drew out their cavalry. Swords and the shining swords burst into a cold light. Silver Claw led the cavalry to jog in small steps, ready to rush up at any time, chop off the heads of the villagers in front of them, and pile them into a jingyuan to set an example. Please don't be impulsive." 2 men and 1 woman walked out from behind the villagers, pushing with both hands, trying to calm the rumbling sound of horse hooves with trembling voices. When they saw the well-equipped army and the cavalry, they all felt their bladders relax. They didn't dare to act rashly or fight in the village. The earthen wall of less than 2 meters could not protect anything. Field held the reins in one hand and the lance in the other, looking at the group in front of him with interest. Originally, he thought that other nobles came here to open up, but they were all villagers dressed as refugees, and only the 3 in front of him were dressed like human beings. However, he admired the courage of the villagers to go out of the city to fight, and it must be good to recruit them as soldiers. "Who of you can explain to me?" "I am a kind person, as long as you obey my orders." Field glanced at the faces of the 3 people. They looked at each other for a long time, and finally the strongest man stepped forward, lowered his head as much as possible, and said with an ugly smile, "Sir, we didn't know that the night territory had an owner." "Well, now you know it, put down your weapons and then surrender to me." "Ah, this." Speaking of surrender, the man lowered his head and looked at his shoes awkwardly. "These shoes are really 2 shoes." The night army soldiers burst into laughter. "This guy, is he trying to assassinate me?" Field was very calm and was not affected by his funny words and deeds. He had seen the man's left hand shaking very little and hiding it by his side. He probably hid a weapon, but he was already a 2nd-level fighting knight and was not panicked at all. "Sir, we are willing to compensate for your losses, and we will move away in just a little time." Do you have something to hide that requires you to act on your own?" "I'll tell you straight, the zombie tide is coming soon. If you don't follow me, you will only be fed to the rotten corpses if you stay here." Field snorted angrily. "This." The sturdy man was silent for a while, gritted his teeth as if he had made a difficult decision, laughed awkwardly twice, turned around and waved. 2 villagers dragged a woman by her hair, dragging her over like a dead dog. Seeing that Field did not move, the sturdy man immediately squatted down, pinched the woman's chin, and forced her to look up. "Look, this woman is very beautiful. We are offering her to you. Let us go." The villager spat on his hand, wiped it on the woman's face twice, wiped off a lot of mud, and squeezed out a flattering smile. The woman struggled hard. She was not good-looking, but she had never done farm work, wore a beautiful skirt, and had better skin. Perhaps in the eyes of the villagers, this was already stunning, but for Field, who was used to seeing beautiful women, it was just a passerby. "Sir, help! They are all crazy and thugs." When the woman saw the knight in front of her, the spirit in her eyes immediately recovered. She wanted to get up from the ground in a hurry, but because she was tied up, she fell to the ground head first and fell flat on her face. "Who do you think I am? A bandit. I just came to recruit you." Field frowned. He hated the behavior of betraying his own people. He immediately glanced around impatiently and shook his lance gently. "I hate this the most. I will give you a second chance. Tell me your identity and then surrender or die." Many villagers trembled and peed directly, but no one ran away. The villagers hesitated. "My lord, my name is Grova, the daughter of Baron Mountain Monkey." They are a group of rebellious thugs. Kill them quickly. The woman stumbled and rolled under Field's horse's hoof, almost disturbing the warhorse. Fortunately, Field stabilized the warhorse, otherwise she would have been trampled to death. Ha ha ha, brothers, our kidnapping of nobles has been exposed. If you don't resist, you will die. Fight them? The sturdy man's face was pale and he laughed loudly. He seemed to have made up his mind. With a howl, he pulled out a dagger from his pants and stabbed straight at him. This man was going to burn his boats. My lord, be careful. Before Field made a move, the subhuman knight beside him quickly thrust out a spear. The cold light was instantly emitted and arrived. Used the long to attack the short and the high to attack the low. Puff! Without any suspense, the spear pierced directly into the man's left arm holding the dagger and then came out from the back of his chest, piercing his heart directly. Da Peng's heart gushed blood, soaking the villagers behind him. The warhorse took advantage of inertia and rushed forward 2 steps. The knight on the horse casually threw the body of the strong man on the ground like a rag, twitching twice, and then motionless. The whole process was as easy and comfortable as drinking water. Oh my God! The villagers had never seen such a scene before. The bloodiness that had just been aroused disappeared. They were scared and ran away crying loudly. The knights drew their swords and prepared to go to the city. Field waved his hand, and Silverclaw immediately understood Field's thoughts and yelled at the villagers. Drop your weapons, kneel down, and don't kill. The villagers seemed to have received a royal order, and they rolled on the ground impatiently, sticking their buttocks high and trembling. The soldiers of the Night Territory immediately pounced on them, kicked off their weapons, and then caught them all like chickens. They will not cooperate unless they see blood. Field held a spear in his hand and stabbed a flower in the air. Being a lord is easy. There are too many subordinates and he has no chance to make a move. However, Field felt very comfortable. The Night Territory has always been in a weak position. When encountering any force, you have to be careful. This is the first time you have encountered such a weak enemy. Okay, you should kill all the damned untouchables. You did a good job. Grova stood up excitedly, her face full of joy, spitting hard and kicked the villagers on the ground fiercely. Damn animals, dare to touch me with your dirty hands. Enough. Field glanced at her. Rav raised her head. Kill them all and I will let my father reward you. Okay, take this lady to a safe place. Field waved his hand and said to Grova smiled, please cooperate with my soldiers. Grova pouted, looking unhappy, but she didn't dare to say much, so she had to reluctantly follow the soldiers to leave. Now, you can tell me your origins. I came here to avoid the high taxes of Barren Mountain Monkey. A villager dodged his eyes and said tremblingly, Sir, I really can't live anymore, not that I don't want to pay taxes. Humph, I'm not afraid of death. I'll tell you straight, it was Barren Mountain Monkey's bitch wife who kidnapped our daughter. It's fair for us to kidnap her daughter. Another villager stood up. Oh, who else? Field nodded, and a confused look gradually appeared on his face. The situation seems to have been heard somewhere. Seeing that Field did not run away, but listened, the villagers immediately talked about the reasons and experiences of fleeing to the Night Territory. It turned out that this group of people was complex and consisted of 3 types of people. The villagers of Bull Territory, the villagers of Mountain Monkey Territory who kidnapped the daughter of Barren Mountain Monkey, and some criminals. The one who was killed by the cavalry just now was the boss of the criminals and the leader of this group of people. But they all have one thing in common, that is, their daughters were taken away by Barren Mountain Monkey. No wonder they dared to resist. Catching the daughter of a noble is enough to hang her 100 times. Although they did not hurt her, Field tilted his head and thought for a moment and asked, catching a daughter, how come I heard about this in Bull Territory? Field remembered, it was from Bull Territory. Since Baron Bull visited Barren Mountain Monkey, the damn nightmare began. The man who told the truth first waved his fists angrily, and he became more and more excited as he spoke, and he began to roar directly, I will fight back. What are you arguing about? Don't be rude to the adults. The soldiers of Night Territory saw him yelling at the Lord, and they were furious. They rushed up and slapped the man, slapping him around and falling to the ground. Field looked at the man who had calmed down and asked, Did you get any information from that lady? No, that noble lady knows nothing. The man covered his swollen cheeks and said incoherently, Later. Barren Mountain Monkey led his troops to attack us. In a hurry, we were forced to flee to the northern province. Why didn't you say it earlier? I'm not Barren Mountain Monkey and I'm not interested in your children. You are my slaves now. Just work honestly for me. I won't starve you to death. Congratulations on saving your life. Only our masters are so kind." Silverclaw snorted at the villagers, and many villagers reacted and fell to the ground in ecstasy to thank him. Remembering the disappearance of the child in his heart, Field asked the guards to string the captives together with ropes, so that even if someone wanted to escape, they would be tripped by others immediately. Field jumped off the horse and walked into Kadu village. The ground was full of debris and excrement, and it smelled terrible. Walking to a small standpot, Field took a look inside. There was a mass of something similar to paste in the pot, grayish-white, full of earthy smell. "What have you been eating these days?" Picking up a small wooden stick, Field stirred it twice, but couldn't recognize what it was. "Why does it look like Oli J? Hey, no worries about 3 meals a day, just eat the special small mushrooms of Shanhuling. This is a special product of our territory, square mushrooms. After eating one crop, fill it with water and another crop will grow in half a month. Just don't eat too much, people will get thinner and thinner, and it has no taste." Good stuff. Field's eyes lit up, and he found the special plants in this world. The villagers led the way and showed the carts filled with square mushrooms. These mushrooms all grew in hollowed-out tree trunks and were filled with water. "Take all the mushrooms away." Field nodded with satisfaction. Just these mushrooms were worth the trip. "By the way, I saw that you have a lot of fog lights. Where did they come from?" "A fog light costs 25 gold coins. I made it. I am the worker responsible for mixing potions." The woman among the 3 people spoke up. "When I was mixing potions for the church, I heard that my daughter was captured by the mountain monkey Barren, and there was no news. So I stole the precious raw materials and planned to make them myself, and then sell them for money to find my daughter. But, obviously, there is no place to collect them." The woman took out a luxurious crystal bottle from her arms, which contained a pale white liquid. "Fug? Really? Can you make it?" The woman was startled by Field's reaction and took 2 steps back in panic. "I can only follow the operating steps they gave and make it step by step. I don't understand what it is or the principle." Field's pupils trembled. The raw materials for fog lights that he had been thinking about were actually right in front of him. As long as the raw material formula is deciphered, he can produce and sell it himself in the future. "Okay, this belongs to me. You are responsible for making fog lights for me." After looting all the valuable things in Kadu village, Field returned to the night territory. Rosaria, who didn't kill anyone, could only continue her mission with regret. "Ashina, can you smell what this is?" The first thing to do when she arrived at the territory was to call Ashina and ask her to figure out the raw materials for fog lights. Sniff, Ashina's nose moved slightly, and her jade-like cold skin was stained with a blush. She smiled with a funny face. "This is milk. What's wrong, little Field? You are not hungry, but I can't produce this." Puff Field, who was drinking tea, saw Ashina's expression of only can be understood, not expressed in words, and luckily he didn't choke to death. "This is the first time I see you so playful." Field wiped his mouth. "Haha, I guess it's from the Chosen One. Because I can't smell the scent of people or animals. Combined with the ability to dispel fog, it should be from the Chosen One of Holy Light." After teasing Field, Asna explained seriously. Field felt that this world was a bit outrageous. It's the world of H-games, right? Squeezed out from the milky white snow, otherwise. Asna blinked and added, "It could also be other skin colors. Do nuns have this thing?" Thinking of those nuns with holy faces, Field felt itchy in the head. "I don't know about that. Other magic potions are added to it, but the most important material must be milk." Asana laughed. "Many products made by the Chosen One are related to the Chosen One. I have heard that the Chosen One of the Fox tribe will use hair to weave lucky bracelets to bring good luck to the wearer. Of course, it is the hair that falls off the tail, not from a strange place. It's amazing." After thinking for a long time, Field put the hot water on his hands. Crystal bottle, there is always an urge to taste it in his mind. Finally, he straightened his collar and said calmly, "Leave a small amount of samples and let the woman continue to make fog lights." "Okay." As soon as Ashna left, the maid reported that the guards wanted to see her. "My lord, Miss Grova wants to see you. She asks you to execute all those who kidnapped her in the most cruel way. This is the matter of the night territory. Outsiders cannot interfere. In addition, I can't confirm her identity yet." Field put the feather pen back into the pen holder and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Supervise her and the villagers. They just came and their hearts are impetuous. Don't let them cause trouble." "Yes, my lord." The guards who received the order set off immediately. Field did not let the daughter of Baron Shanhu enter Fenki town, but arranged a side room in Xingai Castle for her. She only took care of 2 daily meals and was supervised by 4 guards. She was not allowed to leave the room. In fact, there's no need for guards to guard the territory. There are corrupted swordsmen hidden in the entire territory. Anyone who dares to make trouble will only end up dead. A tyrannical noble lady may bring some benefits. Field's calculations were clacking. Wow, I'm so tired. Charlotte walked in listlessly, closed the door casually, and then fell into the bed like an ostrich. Thank you for your hard work. He. Charlotte smiled tiredly. I blessed a lot of land today. Don't be so anxious, just take your time. Field called the maid Sparrow. Make a portion of egg tarts for Miss Charlotte. By the way, make a portion of dry pot beef for Miss Ashna in the evening. She will be back in the evening. Yes, sir. Sparrow was very surprised and muttered in his heart. Miss Ashna's favor has not diminished. It seems that both sides cannot be ignored. The maids thought that Field would be like them, focusing only on the chosen ones. Charlotte waved her hand. We can't be slow, we must develop quickly. I will never allow the enemy to continue to destroy our home. When talking about the enemy, Charlotte immediately got excited, rolling around and protesting. I also want to learn powerful sword and gun skills. You went to the war yesterday, right? Damn it, you didn't take me with you. Learning martial arts is no problem, but the logistics you are in charge of are no lighter than those of the frontline soldiers. As the saying goes, the food and grass must come before the troops move. Abba, what grass, what horse? When it comes to military thought, Charlotte's brain immediately crashed, her mouth slightly opened, revealing a clear ignorance. Field covered his face. It's okay. Oh. Charlotte scratched her head. Her delicate feet in white stockings swayed slightly. Her toes slightly opened, so that each toe maintained a small gap that was just enough to hold something, and the white silk was stretched out and became thinner and more transparent. Hee. Charlotte giggled and fiddled with her feet. She actually enjoyed it. Field thought about going to Maple Leaf Territory to attend an underground dance party, and by the way, he had to return the unruly noble Lady Grova. Before that, finish writing Shirley's reply, and then return the relics of the Survey Corps. To Miss Shirley Gassana, respect from Field. The gorgeous sun sinks into the sea, and the stars are also hidden in the gray fog. The hope you left behind has become the light of the night in Night Territory. When you take a bath, your wet hair falls on your shoulders, and you feel the gentle breeze caressing you. Have you ever thought that it is difficult for me to smell the fragrance of flowers in Night Territory, and you need to bring a hint of fragrance here? When you are free, please come to my Starry Night Manor as a guest, signed Field Ross. Right after finishing, Field smiled darkly. Heh, don't forget to bring a lot of gold coins and supplies. It's written. So corny, is she your beloved? Charlotte was inexplicably unhappy, with a face full of resentment, but she said stubbornly, I want to see how beautiful she is and check it for you. This is just a style, I'm not interested in her at all. Field patted Charlotte's head. It's rare to have a friendly noble, this is a necessary diplomatic means. It's difficult for nobles to fall in love with each other. Basically, it's all about interests, rights, and power. Don't believe me, I'm very smart, don't try to deceive me. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, her eyebrows relaxed, and she obviously believed it. Haha, it's meaningful to know more noble ladies. In the future, Yimu will make various products, many of which are for women. Thinking of gold coins, Field's eyes lit up, and he drew a big pie in the air with his hands. Don't underestimate women's purchasing power. Soap, perfume, or luxury goods will all depend on them in the future. Okay, just like you saved Miss Grova. Almost if you can get benefits, you will earn money. Speaking of this, I have to visit her, otherwise it will be too rude. Field cleaned up the desk, put away important documents, and then smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. Of course, it would be best to ask for some valuable information. I thought that the bull baron plundered girls just to satisfy his hobby, but now it seems that this is not the case. Seeing Field tidying himself up in an orderly manner, Charlotte nodded in appreciation. You are really a true noble. When I first met you, I thought you only knew how to fight and kill. I didn't expect you to be so careful and kind. Well, actually, I used to be a homebody, and I didn't care about my appearance. I was even shy to communicate with women. Field blinked and sighed. Money, power, and influence are really catalysts for people. Many times a person looks bad just because he doesn't even have a stage to show himself. Humph, you lied to me again, and you are shy to talk to women, but I don't feel it. Charlotte crossed her hands, not believing it at all. Pinching Charlotte's face, Field smiled and said, "Okay, please eat your egg tarts and then let's go for a ride." "Go for a ride? I can't ride a horse, I'm afraid." "How can a noble not learn to ride a horse?" Field was surprised. "It's okay, I'll take you for a ride once and you won't be afraid." "Okay." The gravel road leading to Starry Night Castle has been completed long ago, and it is very flat and beautiful, with wooden railings on both sides of the road. Going to both sides, it is a paved dirt road. The gravel road is for the people, and riding a horse takes the dirt road on both sides, otherwise the horse's hooves will be injured. The two came to the stable. "Come on, get on the horse." "No, I dare not." Charlotte's legs trembled. "It's too high, this horse is taller than me, and I will be flattened if I fall down." Field's warhorse is a warhorse of the blood of the Warcraft obtained when suppressing the rebellion. Although it has not reached the level of a first-order life form, it is magnificent and runs much faster than a motorcycle. "Come on up." Charlotte cried out in surprise, and found that Field had directly grabbed her legs and carried her directly onto the horse. "Wow, no." Feeling weightless, the girl panicked and grabbed Field's head with both hands. "Don't grab my head." Field was stunned and felt a black in front of his eyes. Two soft and sticky feelings with female fragrance pressed hard on his head, followed by a heavy feeling of suffocation. Loosen, open. "It's too high, I'm scared." Charlotte hugged Field's head tightly and didn't let go, like a giant face hugger, holding his head tightly. Feeling dizzy. Field knew that he couldn't hesitate and opened his mouth immediately. "Wow, why are you biting me there?" Suddenly, her heart hurt and Charlotte let go suddenly. Fortunately, Field, who had recovered his breath, lifted her up with one hand, otherwise she would have fallen down with her legs spread out. Although it won't break, if a chosen one falls to death from such a high distance, it will become a joke for the whole world. It was close, I almost suffocated to death. Field took a deep breath of fresh air and wiped the cold sweat. This little girl is really strong, worthy of being a farmer. I didn't expect that she can not only do the gangster excitement punch, but also kill her sister in her arms. Look at Charlotte again. She covered her chest with a look of grievance. Her pitiful smile was stained with a touch of blush. Her lips and teeth opened and closed slightly, and she exhaled a charming orchid breath. Looking around nervously, seeing that there was no one around, Field breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the original plan was for two people to go for a ride, without guards and servants. If the people saw it, the Lord's career would be over. He didn't want to be spread. Shocked, the Baron of Night almost died from chest killing. It hurts. Charlotte wanted to cry, but had no tears. She knew it was her problem. "This guy, wouldn't he do it on purpose?" Field muttered, his face full of black lines. "What can I do? I will rub it for you." "No, no need." The girl wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Hey, you should take the carriage." After arriving at Starry Night Castle, Field let the heartbroken Charlotte go to rest. He took the maid and guards to see Grova. "Hello, noble lady, please forgive the shabby here. The conditions in the Night Territory are limited. I have tried my best to give the best treatment." "Well, hello." Grova put on a ladylike look with her hands placed in front of her. "I was really scared by the thugs. Can you understand? At the beginning, I gave bread to the poor and was about to go to the church to pray. Suddenly, a dozen thugs broke in and took me away rudely, as if recalling a bad memory. God has mercy on me. I dare not even kill a small insect." Groves covered her face and cried. "Well, I feel deeply sorry for your tragic experience." Field said softly, "Why did those bastards kidnap you? Can you tell me? I will use this as a charge and sentence them." "Oh, poor me, how can I know what the thugs are thinking? Maybe they are greedy for beauty or they may extort gold coins. You have to know that the lower-class people can do anything for gold coins, unlike us, who are just for noble virtues." Field almost laughed out loud. "Okay." She must have known about the girl being captured in the mountain monkey territory. But the villagers did not master the means of torture and forced confession, and they had the fantasy of returning to normal life, so they did not hurt her, so they did not ask. Field laughed secretly. The villagers did not pout at her, otherwise she would not be able to stand and talk to herself with 30 or 40 thugs taking turns. Not to mention that there are many female villagers among the thugs. It is impossible for them to be greedy for beauty, unless they are villagers from Lily Village. As for gold coins, it is unlikely. If they really want gold coins, they will not hide in the Night Territory with no other choice. If it weren't for the protection of Violet, the corrupt traitor, they would have become food for the corpses. Field wanted to ask more questions, but seeing her slightly playful and complacent expression, he knew that he would get no results, so he smiled and said, "Miss, please stay at night territory for a few days and wait for me to gather the army and escort you out." When she heard that she had to stay for a few more days, her face was very ugly. "How long will it take?" "The end of this month soon." "Oh, that's great, thank you, kind knight. In addition, I sincerely hope that you can execute those thugs. They will only bring you trouble." "Well, no problem." Field verbally agreed and closed the door with his servants. Hearing the footsteps gradually fading away, Grover's face immediately fell. She paced back and forth in the room quickly. "Damn bastard, you actually disobeyed me and restricted my personal freedom. This place is so shabby, I want to go home immediately." The woman punched the bed and cursed in a small and vicious voice. "HMPH, dog, I'll tolerate you for 2 days. Wait for me to go home and see how I will kill you. The normal man should kneel down in front of me immediately and escort me in a gilded carriage." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she even cursed in a low voice. However, what she didn't know was that everything she said, even in a low voice, was heard clearly by the corrupted swordsman hiding in the dark. These special monsters, as first-order life forms, have amazing hearing. At night, the swordsman told Field, who was designing a brick kiln, the news. Fuck, when Field knew that he was being abused, he immediately cursed a national quintessence. What the hell, if I hadn't saved her, she would have died. And she turned around and was ready to bite me. Not only did she not know how to repay the favor, she even scolded me. Field was very unhappy, pacing back and forth in the study, drawing out the long sword and thinking for a moment, and then calmly put the long sword back into the scabbard. "No, just kill her like this, it's too cheap for her. She has eaten several meals of mine." Or, after torture, give her directly to the villagers, and then make her pregnant for 24 hours, increase the population of the territory. So perverted. Field was so angry that he had wild thoughts, but he immediately denied this perverted idea. "No, I can't learn from those perverts, and besides, the children born by that woman are all bad." Dong dong, the study door was knocked. "My lord, the tea you asked for is here." The voice of the maid came from outside the house. "Wait a minute." Waving at the corrupted great swordsman who was kneeling on one knee, the great swordsman stood up and jumped out of the window. But if you look closely, you can see the black corrupted fighting spirit on his palm, sticking to the wall. The whole person is like a big spider crawling along the wall. If the people in the territory saw this scene, they would definitely be scared to death. Field cleared his throat. "Come in." The maid who came in was the new geranium. She took a plate, took a deep breath, walked slowly to the table, put down the teacup, and carefully adjusted it. The position of the cup mouth. "My lord, do you have any other instructions?" Geranium rubbed her knees together and asked, in a slightly expectant voice. "No, if I need anything else, I will call you." Field took out a feather pen, dipped it in ink, and planned to write down the steps and precautions for firing bricks. Suddenly, he thought of something and waved to the maid who left disappointedly. "Wait, what should I do?" Geranium was very surprised and was about to take off her clothes if she didn't agree. "I suddenly remembered the recipe of a drink. You tell the chef about this recipe and ask him to help me study it." "Ugh. Okay." The maid was embarrassed. "First, boil some tea leaves and water together. Pour the boiled tea into milk and sugar and continue to boil, and finally add a little cheese and salt." "Well, that's it. You let Mr. Plate try a few times. I never force people to do it all at once." "Hiss, my lord, this milk tea is too expensive." Geranium was shocked. "Sugar and salt are expensive enough, not to mention tea. There's almost no tea plantation in the Griffin Empire, and the few tea trees are only used as treasures in the royal gardens, so the price of tea is measured in gold coins." "Yes, it's expensive. Tell the chef to take it easy." After the maid left, Field wrote cultivating tea trees in his night territory development plan. "The cost is very high, but I have to master this technology first, just in case it is useful one day. I can have it when I get it. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise, and it is impossible for me to fill my head with the achievements of various industries in my previous life. It is enough to know the general direction, and the practice can be left to the people of the territory. It is exhausting to use your hands and brains, and it will be bad to arouse the suspicion of those with bad intentions. After all, there is magic here. Speaking of this, it's time to issue some reward measures." Field continued to supplement the development plan. "If you find strange stones and plants and submit them to the Lord, you can get rewards of coins and food after they are identified as valuable." Late at night, Rosaria held Black Crow and randomly found a big tree. She curled up on a tree trunk, and the chain of the gluttony great sword was woven into a nest that looked like a bird's nest. Even corrupted creatures need to rest and empty their brains. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't control herself and began to speak against the will of heaven. Corruption, my fellow creatures. A cold female voice echoed in her ears. Viseria suddenly opened her eyes, took the gluttony great sword, flashed, quickly moved her position and looked around with alert eyes. What sound? Is it an auditory hallucination? Viseria patted her head. However, the voice ordered again. Fellow creatures of the night curtain, gather towards the starry night city. Whose public channel microphone is not turned off. Fellows of the night territory, gather at starry night city. Viseria frowned and looked around. The rotten corpses that were wandering aimlessly seemed to suddenly turn on, roaring and running towards the location of starry night city. Oh no, there are corrupted chosen ones controlling them. And they must be heading for the territory. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to control the rotten corpses. Viseria gritted her teeth. Even before she was contracted, she couldn't control the rotten corpses. Crushed the rotten corpses casually and shook Black Crow twice. Field, wake up, the situation has changed. Seeing that Black Crow didn't respond, Viseria directly injected divine power and forcibly opened the empathy magic. Viseria said in a very low voice, "If you don't reply in 3 seconds, you will be my foot slave." Viseria was very proud, ha 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 ha. He definitely can't hear it. Wait until 3 seconds are over. And then call him loudly. Why are you looking for me? Field was startled and opened his eyes sleepily, but still muttered back, "If you don't rest, you will really become an idiot." I am very awake now. There are corrupted gods summoning corpses. You should prepare in advance. Viseria pouted, "I will come back to defend the territory now. The enemy should be a commander-type guy, and the level should be about the same as mine." Hearing this news, Field was completely awake and sat up from the bed. What's the situation? This is too sudden. It is estimated that the ecological niche of the night territory is vacant. After Acorn was killed, the corrupted gods from other places occupied the night territory and conquered the corrupt creatures here. The good news is that her control is limited. Viseria clearly saw that a first-level corrupt creature just shook its head and left on its own. Okay, I know, you be careful. The accumulation of corpses is the most fatal damage to the territory. A life is unpredictable. It came so suddenly. I finally had a few days of peace of mind to farm. The plan to conquer Starry Night City must be put on the agenda. This city is simply a time bomb. Field shook his head, put on his coat casually, and shouted, "Ashna, gather the army." The next day, Field mobilized the combat readiness of the night territory. Ding, the dull bell echoed in the Starry Night manor. Field put on 2 layers of armor and walked out of the gate. The combat readiness of the night territory had already been assembled. The old guards had long been accustomed to fighting with the corpses. They were all eager to try, and their sharp eyes focused on Field, waiting for the Lord's order. "Sir, there are about 3,000 rotten corpses gathering at the post station outside Xingai City, aiming at the main gate of Xingai Manor, probably to attack Fengqi town. 1,000 rotten corpses are passing through the eastern forest area and attacking from the direction of the logging camp. Report to the Lord. A large number of rotten corpses were found in the direction of Xingai Fort, and the number is difficult to determine." The cavalry went back and forth, constantly passing the information to Field. It seems that our new friends have a unique way of greeting, and they are so impatient." Field was furious. "I haven't found you yet, but you came to my door first. If you don't let me farm, then I will be beat." How can there be so many rotten corpses? We came here smoothly. It's over, or let's run away." The newly captured villagers trembled. They were well protected by Violet before, and this was the first time they saw such a scene. "Hey, you want to escape? Lightning whirlwind, no." Field cleared his throat. 2 guards take the new slaves to dig trenches. Anyone who is lazy will be beaten, and anyone who escapes will be killed. It is wisest to send all these guys with extremely low loyalty and no experience to dig trenches. Leaving them in the territory will be a bomb. Field slapped his warhorse and shouted to all the remaining soldiers and the young and strong men who were temporarily recruited, "Do you know what those rotten corpses are here for? Eat people. If you don't fight hard, they will eat you, your family, and destroy everything we have built." 5 villagers pulled a cart of tools. "Young men, go dig trenches and build temporary wooden walls. Soldiers, listen to my command and hold on to the death. Hold on to the death." The soldiers raised their arms and shouted, raising their swords and guns. Hold on to the death. The people were also ignited by the fighting spirit, and the shouts of hundreds of people were soaring into the sky. Ashina's eyes were sharp, and she casually swung her spear, stabbing out dozens of gun flowers. I have to let those dead people die again. Very good, Ashina. You lead the guards to eliminate the rotten corpses in the logging yard. Today's soldiers are no longer a burden to the chosen ones, and they can greatly share the pressure. Yes, sir. Ashina didn't waste any words and led the troops to the direction of the logging site. The rest of you, follow me to Fenki town to fight the enemies coming from the post station. Sir, there are many enemies coming from Xinghai Fort, is our main force. Mountain Cat stepped forward and asked carefully, I have other arrangements. The corpses of Starry Night Castle are more than enough. For the great swordsman, not to mention that Starry Night Castle has strong defense capabilities. There are no people and no products, so there is no need to worry about any losses. The key is Fenki town. Led by the leaders at all levels, the soldiers of night marched in all directions in a relatively orderly pace. In the open space in front of the outer wall of Starry Night Manor, nearly 100 young and strong men worked hard to dig pits, including slaves and free people. They rarely gathered together, waving shovels, digging up piles of soil and piling them on the open space. There were also young and strong men in the open space, who would push the soil into a wall. Although the defense power was almost zero, as long as they could block the corpses for even 1 minute, it would be a success. Rosaria still chose to hide in the greatsword and carried it behind Field. Although she could quickly clean up the small fish, it was better not to use the trump card before knowing the exact strength of the enemy. After all, the opponent seems to have intelligence, so it's better to be cautious. It's a good time to try the effect of the trench. A hiding spot somewhere in the gray fog. Surrounded by several twisted monsters, a beautiful figure hid among them. She fiddled with the sky-blue magic ball in her hand, and a 3-dimensional map of the entire territory of Night Territory emerged in it. Where did the second-level chosen of humanity go? Why didn't he come? Sir, could they have killed Acorn with soldiers? The answer was from a wizard in a black robe with dry fingers like branches. He had a severe hunchback and looked like an old witch in a fairy tale. As long as there are enough soldiers, it is not impossible to kill the chosen, especially since they have city defense crossbows. In the magic ball, the crossbow being set up at the gate of the territory can be clearly seen. No, I have observed the battlefield where Acorn fell. The traces of the battle are clean and neat. The other side has warriors or assassins. We can't act rashly. Let's observe their performance against the zombies first. The woman hiding in the dark reached out her hand like stroking her cheek and stroked the magic ball, saying coldly, the more power you can force out of the enemy, the better. Food no. One hold the fog lights farther away. The power of holy light makes me feel sick. Yes, master. Hearing this, the mage shuddered and slowly took 2 steps back. The fear and despair in his eyes became even worse. Who would have thought that he, a human mage, could only obey the orders of corrupted creatures? The next food is you. You'd better be mentally prepared. The mage shuddered with fear and almost dropped his staff. He turned around and ran away. Fortunately, the woman said gently, if you take this territory, they will be ahead of you and you may become food. No, 1000. Yes, I will do my best. The mage knelt deeply on the ground. The temporary fortifications in front of the Starry Night Manor were being built in full swing. Field was standing on the sentry tower behind the stone wall, looking into the distance. After a moment, he saw a crowd of rotten corpses coming. Then, one of the lonely figures ran forward. Is this the rotten corpse messenger? Field was confused. After the rotten corpse entered the range of the fog lights, it raised its hands in a very humane way and walked slowly. The subhuman archer standing on the stone wall immediately bent his bow and put an arrow. Wait, it seems to have something to say. Field crossed his arms in front of his chest, very curious about what the other party was going to say. Hello, humans. Sure enough, it's an enemy with wisdom, and it can control corpses. Field's eyes lit up, and he immediately mobilized his fighting spirit. His voice, under the blessing of fighting spirit, made the air buzz. Hello, lady who controls corpses. Please explain your purpose. I'm here to get food, the corpse responded, just like humans kill cattle and sheep. Sorry, I don't agree. Your behavior is a leopard trying to sneak attack a lion. Field folded his hands in front of his chest. Don't take killing humans for granted. Corrupted creatures can still live without killing people. Haha, interesting idea, but I have wisdom. I would rather make a deal with you. Oh, This is the first time Field has seen such an interesting guy. Feed 20 people every month and donate a village for me to harvest every year. Not only will I not launch a corpse tide, I will also provide you with protection and help you transport supplies. The corpse stretched out its rotten tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. There's no doubt that the guy who controls it also made the same move at this moment. His Field was shocked, his scalp tingling, thinking, this guy actually knows scientific breeding, must be captured, if not, kill him. If this guy grows up, he will definitely set off a corruption disaster. A good suggestion, right? The corpse asked expectantly. Not bad, your mother Aminos. If I don't kill you today, you don't know what a black hand is. Field took the bow and arrow beside him. The bow is like a crescent moon and the arrow is like a meteor. Swoosh, it missed. The arrow was far from the target, but fortunately there was a large group of corpses in the distance, and the arrow directly shot a poor guy to death, barely not considered embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed. I forgot that my archery is average. Field was speechless. I was hurt by alcohol and sex. From now on I will quit drinking. Okay, my lord, you're a great shooter. You can hit the target even from such a distance. Great. The soldiers on the side were alert and started to flatter him with their eyes closed. You will regret it. The power of the corpse legion will crush you into pieces. After the corpse finished speaking, it paused, and then there was only a fierce light in its eyes, and it rushed forward fiercely. A sound of machine amplifier sounded, and the corpse that rushed forward was shot and killed by crossbow arrows. Aha, you can't even strengthen the corpse legion. You can tell at a glance that you are not a third level. I'm afraid you are a puppy. Field patted the crossbow in his hand. This thing is still simple. According to the known information, when the Chosen One reaches the third level, the mark of the Chosen One will be changed once. During the battle, the mark of the Commander type Chosen will strengthen the Legion he leads, and the Legion will also feed back the power to the Chosen, which is handsome. And the Combat type Chosen, who specializes in a type of troops, such as Ashna, will only give bonuses to cavalry and can only receive feedback from cavalry. However, they generally have good single-player ability, which is a general. The Chosen with the triple blessing of army, territory, and lord is the complete state. It's too far to think about these. Now everyone is a rookie who is afraid of whom. Field no longer thinks about those things. He didn't even see the first-level corpse, so he was really not afraid. The battle flag was fluttering in the fishy wind, and the black and gray corpses all over the mountains began to rush to the outer wall of the manor. The dense footsteps and the strange roars from the corpses gave people a strong sense of oppression. The young and strong retreat behind the stone wall and divide into two teams. One team will string the crossbows, and the other team will continue to dig trenches. The army will advance and form a battle array behind the trenches. The cavalry will go around the back of the corpses and use the cutting tactics or attack from behind. Field commanded boldly. The first army led by Yi Mu finished forming a battle array behind the trenches, and the long spears were like a reed. Each of the 10-man leaders kept giving orders and ordered the soldiers to hold their ground. Only more than 300 people. The corrupted god who was hiding in the distance sneered, 3,000 against 300, the advantage is mine. Just as he finished speaking, Field waved the long spear in his hand, crossbow shoot. Boom! The city defense crossbows fired first, and 5 crossbows fired straight out side by side, digging into the corpses and instantly plowing out 5 straight bloody roads. That's awesome. I've abandoned a bunch of loot and brought it back. Field raised his fist excitedly. Archers, get ready. The wolf-like archer immediately drew an arrow from the quiver beside him and drew his bow. Shoot! As soon as the corpses entered the range of the bows and arrows, the crisp sound of bowstrings bursting immediately exploded, followed by the sound of arrows breaking through the air. The unarmored corpses were, after all, just a bunch of scary-looking mobs. A rain of arrows fell, and the dense formation of corpses instantly exploded into a large cloud of blood mist. There were countless unlucky people who were tripped by their companions and trampled to death. The Night Lords were all strong bows and heavy arrows, not weak hunting bows. Before the corpse tide reached the defense line, it was hit by 3 consecutive waves of dense arrows. Roar! The corpses braved the endless long-range firepower and quickly approached the temporary defense line. Cavalry charge! Charge! A hoarse and fanatical roar broke out from behind the corpses, followed by the rumbling of horse hooves. The subhuman cavalry and the newly formed cavalry, although there were not even 50 people, could overshadow thousands of corpses. The distance of dozens of meters passed in an instant, and the galloping war horses slammed into the back of the corpse group. The corpses didn't even turn their heads, and their backs made a tooth-grinding crisp sound. A large number of corpses were knocked down or poked by spears, and they were greeted by only heavy horse hooves. The corpses reacted and wanted to counterattack, but the cavalry turned their horses around and retreated early, reformed to prepare for the next back charge. In the previous campaign to suppress the rebellion, it was incredible that the governor asked the cavalry to attack the infantry square head-on. Field would not make such a mistake. Hateful cavalry, but corrupt creatures. Not bugs that can be easily controlled. After seeing everything through the magic ball, the woman said coldly, "Corrupted dogs, drive away the human cavalry." The corpses of the corpses paved a bloody road. Silverclaw held a long sword and led the cavalry to dig into the back of the corpses for the third time. The long sword in his hand opened and closed and instantly cut off 2 tall corpses. The surrounding corpses immediately rushed over from all directions. What a quick reaction speed! A trace of doubt flashed in Silverclaw's eyes. They seemed to have eyes on their backs. However, such a siege did not scare him away at all. Silverclaw clamped his horse's belly, pulled out the iron spear at his side, glanced at it quickly, and then quickly shot in different directions. After stabbing several corpses cleanly and neatly, he burst out, "Woof woof!" Before he could take a breath, a small group of black and gray corrupt dogs, drooling disgustingly, appeared from nowhere and chased after the knights. Once the war horses stopped, the corrupt dogs would jump up and bite. Helplessly, the cavalry had to deal with the dogs first. Without the cavalry to hold them back, the main force of the corpses quickly rushed to the trench, howling and charging. Hold the spears, do not retreat without permission. Field came down from the city wall, rode on the war horse, and drove the horse from the gate to the side of the army. "I will fight with you." The soldiers who received the order raised their spears horizontally in unison, staring at the terrifying face that was magnified in front of them. Puff, puff, there was no need to make assassination moves at all. The corpses lined up and rushed towards him, just like the little bugs on the road in summer, flying towards his face crazily. In an instant, a bunch of corpses like candied haws were freshly baked. More corpses jumped into the dug trenches. Although they were not deep, they could greatly hinder the pace of the corpses. The soldiers standing on top could easily poke the heads of the corpses. Buzz, the city defense crossbows fired again, and the archers were also shooting wantonly, with dirty blood blooming everywhere. A sturdy corpse grabbed the spear and dragged a soldier down, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "Haha, be afraid, run away." The corrupted god of choice, Ophaly, saw this scene and smiled confidently. "They are finished." The human mage at the side shook his head regretfully. "Only the knights and the guards have high morale among humans. The militia of the sign is nothing but cannon fodder that collapses at the first touch." In his opinion, the next step is for the terrified soldiers to drop their weapons and run away. He has seen this situation in his previous companions. Being attacked by enemies several times more is a huge test for the mentality. However, they obviously underestimated the power of college student military training. The most basic military quality training in modern times has trained soldiers with a terrifyingly high degree of obedience. Even if they hold a spear, their combat power is much stronger than that of soldiers with the same training time, not to mention that their diet is far better than that of civilians. As soon as the soldier in front died, the soldier in the back immediately stepped forward firmly and stabbed the rotten corpse that crawled out of the pit again. The number of rotten corpses disappeared like snowflakes, but it was difficult to move forward. The human army formation exerted the power of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. The spears covered each other and formed a high wall that was difficult to cross. "Haha, that's it, you can't even touch the city wall." Field gathered his fighting spirit on the heavy cavalry spear. With a whistling sound of breaking wind, he smashed it hard into the group of rotten corpses, instantly blowing up 7 or 8 heads. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Just the spear alone can't stand it. Change to an iron rod. No, change to a musket, you will die on the spot." This Field said, but he did not mean to underestimate the enemy. 10 minutes at most. We have to retreat behind the wall. Unfortunately, this wall is too short and too long. It is better to block it layer by layer. It is good to defend the city wall, but the wall of the manor is too long. Once the troops are divided, there is not enough anywhere. With a flash of golden light, Field drew out the iris long sword with his left hand. With a long sword in one hand and a long spear in the other, Field relied on the second-level fighting spirit and rushed into the corpse tide to slaughter crazily. Before the fighting spirit was exhausted, killing the rotten corpses was like playing Dynasty Warriors. The fierce battle situation was clearly seen by Ophelia threw the magic ball. Her originally indifferent expression gradually solidified with doubts. The mage said in a daze, "It shouldn't be. The soldiers of the sign should not have such a strong fighting will. Interesting, no wonder they can survive in the corrupt world." Ophelia turned the magic ball again and looked at the other two battlefields. Ashina and the corrupted swordsman both relied on the terrain advantage to firmly block the attack of the zombies. "Perhaps we should send a stronger force to attack," the mage said flatteringly. "As long as you release a buff to the zombies, everything will be fine." "No, I am at the same level as the enemy's chosen one. Every piece of information and divine power must be just right." Ophelia directly rejected the mage's proposal. As she was speaking, she glanced at it from the corner of her eye, and her slender claws suddenly popped out from her fingertips, and she shouted, "Who is there?" "Hello, powerful fellow. I was inspired by you last night, and I also want to capture the human city." She turned on the microphone of the Night Leader's full channel, and every corrupt creature heard it. Violet walked out of the corrupted woods, put her hands behind her back with an innocent look, and her youthful face looked pitiful and sincere, but her face was pale, and the hideous wounds on her body were still wriggling. She stretched her neck to see Ophelia hiding in a pile of corrupted creatures, but was blocked by a second-level corrupted creature. "That's great. Your joining has greatly balanced the balance of power." Ophelia smiled happily. "You can just deal with that subhuman chosen. I didn't expect that there is a smart person like you who knows how to judge the situation among corrupt creatures. I am deeply relieved. I am honored." Violet's mouth drew a beautiful arc, her long skirt fluttering, and she tilted her head to ask, "Go now?" "Yes, kill the soldiers first. Don't get too entangled with the enemy chosen. We have plenty of time to grind slowly. After the soldiers are exhausted, we will use the corpse tide to wear down the enemy chosen's physical strength." Ophelia showed a confident smile, like a big devil. "I firmly believe that this is the most correct decision." "It's amazing." Violet leaned back slightly. "I am honored to fight for you." "A wise decision you take this thing." A scroll was thrown out from the shadow. "This is a third-level defensive magic. Use it when you are in danger." Ophelia was very generous. "Fight for me, I will not treat you unfairly." "Yes, I will be loyal." Violet folded her fingers on her chest, tears flashing in her eyes, nodded firmly and set off. In a blink of an eye, Violet arrived at the lumberyard. It is difficult to see corpses in the lumberyard. There is a thick layer of ashes on the ground, which makes people feel soft when they step on it. Second-level corpse, following dozens of ordinary corpses, passed through the obstacles set by the guards, grinning excitedly, as if they saw countless flesh and blood waiting for them to eat. Then, they were greeted by the dark blue dragon flame. The second-level corpse that was still running was identified by Ashna and shot with 2 arrows. The corpse fell heavily to the ground and rolled 7 or 8 meters before stopping. The brutality in his eyes gradually dissipated. "Long live." The corpses in the direction of the lumberyard were completely disintegrated. The exhausted guards burst into thunderous shouts. The defensive battle is so tiring. After all, we can't let the corpses rush into the territory. Fortunately, it's over. We have to support Lord Field." Ashna wiped the sweat from her head, and her wolf ears drooped without spirit. She was more suitable for attack and guerrilla warfare. The endless stream of corpses made her constantly consume her divine power, prompting the black wolf to spit out flames to kill them. "Damn it, subhuman." Violet's cold voice suddenly sounded. Ashna heard the voice and identified the position, raised her hand and shot an arrow. She frowned slightly. Although she had been prepared to encounter a strong enemy, she was still unwilling to retreat easily and let the territory suffer losses. Violet twisted her body and turned into a pool of dirty blood. After easily dodging it, she came to Asna in a few flashes. "Die!" Violet shouted, and the bloody sickle in her hand fell. Clang, a silver light flashed, and the spear in Ashna's hand firmly pressed against Violet's sickle. "Is it you?" Ashna was confused. She had heard about Violet's betrayal before, and now she met her again, which made her very surprised. "Listen to me, subhuman. I have important news to tell you." Violet still maintained a fierce look, but said in a very subtle voice, "Your opponent, the corrupted god Ophelia, is hiding in the border area between the night territory and the morning territory. Huh. Ashina was confused for 3 seconds. She could feel that Violet had no intention of fighting, and her attack was weak. In addition, that guy seems to have a bunch of human subordinates, which is really interesting. Okay, but why do you want to help us? And mysterious. Ashina also subconsciously responded in a low voice. Violet had no awareness of being corrupted, and she said everything. Because Ophelia has excellent ability to detect and control the situation, she can see what we are doing. I understand. The two fought against each other for dozens of rounds in tacit understanding. I'll eat you another day. Violet suddenly clenched her hand, and the bloody sickle in her hand suddenly turned into blood. With a flip of her palm, the blood was taken back. After that, Violet disappeared from Ashina's sight. Strange guy, forget it. Corrupt creatures are unreasonable. Ashina shook her head and curled her lips in disdain. I hate traitors the most, but this news is very important to you, sir. On the front battlefield, the Night Army had retreated behind the city wall and began to rest for a short time. The Night Army suffered very few losses, but human power is not infinite. After fighting until now, every soldier was like a drowned chicken, soaked all over. I hope this low wall can hold them back for a while. Field panted. He had already used up a lot of his second-level fighting spirit, but he had killed 200 or 300 corpses. If that doesn't work, I can only use the Gluttony Greatsword. If we fight in this state, the casualty rate will be extremely high. Field had already guessed from the cavalry being targeted that there were invisible eyes watching the battlefield. Therefore, he would not attack unless it was absolutely necessary. Want to reveal the bottom card. Fortunately, the patched manor wall blocked the advance of the zombies. Even though they lost nearly 2,000 companions, the rotten corpses could still maintain 100% morale and rushed forward crazily. Soon, outside the manor wall, the rotten corpses began to pile up with their bodies, climbing up the wall with the help of their companions. Prepare the crossbows. Field had no expression on his face, and his face was still calm. Don't shoot those who climb the wall, wait until they land and then attack. One of the advantages of the crossbow is that it is effortless. Even if the soldiers are exhausted, it is no problem to pull the trigger. As for stringing, leave it to the young and strong. Ready, release. Before he finished speaking, a straight blue dragon smoke swept across. The small hill outside the wall was instantly ignited, and countless figures struggled and twisted in the flames until they turned into a pile of ashes. It's Lady Ashina. The soldiers shouted like a tsunami. Ashina immediately controlled the black wolf and crashed into the remaining corpses like a cannonball, rushing left and right, like a wolf into a flock of sheep, killing people in an instant. Field smiled slightly and shouted, "Do you have strength now?" Yes, the soldiers were excited. Take back the city wall and kill all the rotten corpses. Field rushed out straight. Kill. After killing the rotten corpses that crawled in, they climbed up the wall and supported Ashina with crossbows. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone rushed out of the manor again. At this time, there were only scattered rotten corpses outside the manor. They were divided into pieces, and it was difficult to gather into a scale. Instead, the bodies of the rotten corpses were everywhere, blocking the gullies outside the wall. The battle was coming to an end. We are here to help. 2 people suddenly ran out from the gray fog. One was a wizard in a black robe, and the other was a handsome young man dressed as a warrior. First-level magic missile. First-level fighting skill, sword flash. The 2 immediately joined the battle and ruthlessly killed the few corpses left. Oh, there is actually a force outside the territory helping. Could it be an adventurer? Field's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the map subconsciously. The original surprise disappeared immediately, and then his brows furrowed. He looked back and forth between the small map and the 2 people in front of him and couldn't help rubbing his eyes in confusion. Why is it a red exclamation mark? It seems that they are hostile to me. Strange, when did I offend them? After the 2 killed a large number of rotten corpses neatly, the corpse tide attacking the night territory was completely disintegrated. The piled-up corpses gathered gurgling blood, and the black and purple blood flowed into a stream. Hello, we are adventurers, and we have no hostility. The handsome young man stabbed the broadsword in his hand into the pile of corpses. And his resolute face bloomed with a sunny smile. I saw that there were rotten corpses attacking you, and I couldn't help but take action. Humans should help each other. Thank you very much. Field nodded and smiled, and before he could say anything else, his clothes were pulled by Ashina. Ashina blinked at him and then carefully came over and told him the information about Violet. Oh, there are actually human subordinates. The appearance of these two people is too coincidental. Ashina's red eyes flashed with bloody light. Just in case, I will kill them. No hurry. Field thought for a moment, smiled confidently, looked at Ashina's wet hair. Said distressedly, you rest first, I have other arrangements. The two people outside the manor were already anxious when they saw that Field was reluctant to open the door. Please open the door, we want to buy some food. Well, this is a small matter. Field jumped onto the wall, you throw the money in and I will throw the food out. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. You are too timid, aren't you? We worked so hard for nothing. The wizard shook his head with a wry smile and then shouted in a slightly angry and aggrieved tone, we want to come in and rest for 2 days. Sir, please let us in for the sake of humanity. It's not impossible, but I'm not sure if you are good people. Go straight from here to the Starry Night City full of monsters. Bring me 200 ordinary corpses and 10 first-level corpses, and I will let you in immediately. Don't try to deceive me, I only want freshly killed corpses. Field took out a handkerchief, wiped the sticky blood on his hands, and began to wipe the long sword at his waist. He was very sure that the hostility of the two people in front of him had not changed. Damn, this evil ghost who eats people without spitting out bones. The handsome young man almost vomited blood in anger. He wanted to draw his sword and rush up several times, but when he saw the strong bows and crossbows in the hands of the soldiers, he gave up immediately. I am just a first-level warrior, and I can't withstand a few crossbow arrows, and I will be shot into a sieve. Calm down, Leszek. The mage looked at Leszek, who was gritting his teeth, and grinned. Nobles are all like this. Would be strange if they let us in easily. But the masters will. Hush, the mage was so scared that his back was cold. Don't mention any key words. She has put a ban on us. Once we say certain words, our brains will bang, explode like a rotten watermelon. The mage clenched and stretched his 5 fingers, showing Leszek what it meant to explode. Okay, then we really attack the corpses. What if she gets angry, Mr. Jada? No, based on my experience of surviving for so long. The wizard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, propped up his waist with his staff, and tried his best to make his voice louder. He shouted to Field on the wall, we will do it. Don't forget to fulfill your promise. Field spread his hands. Of course, my nickname is the first truth, goodness, and beauty in the north. The two had no choice but to hunt the corpses. Looking at the disappearing backs of the two, Field touched his nose. It feels really interesting to issue tasks. I pretended to be a game NPC. When they come back, should I kill them? Ashina shook her wolf ears. You don't have to do it. I want to squeeze out their surplus value. However, I have another important task for you. I will talk about it later. Field set his sights on the army. Lynx Cat. I'm here, sir. The lynx ran over immediately. Arrange soldiers to patrol here and the rest of the people take turns to rest. Call Tate and organize the people to burn all the bodies outside the manor. The disgusting smell makes people want to vomit. Yes, Yanmao immediately carried out the task neatly. At night, the territory was still brightly lit, with torches everywhere. The burning flames dispelled the fear of the people. Sister, you seem a little different from before. Bai Yu rubbed his dirty chin and looked at his sister back and forth. She used a long wooden stick to keep the pile of burning firewood was loosened a little, and above the flames was steaming oatmeal with diced bacon in it. Hoo-hoo, Hai Yu puffed his cheeks and blew air into the fire. I found something very interesting. Blowing air into the fire will actually make it burn more vigorously. Hai Yu smiled softly at his sister and then asked in confusion, different? What's different? It's true that you've grown a little taller, but not as tall as your sister. I know. Bai Yu looked up and down at her sister. This moment she was completely different from her usual timid image. She snapped her fingers. You are particularly excited when you encounter war. Don't you notice it yourself? Oh, because there will be delicious food. Hai Yu scratched his head and stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. She said, I can't eat meat at ordinary times. I can only eat some when I'm fighting. Would be great if I could join the army of Night Lord. I would have delicious food every day. Besides, I also want to repay the Lord. Don't have such bad ideas. Her sister mercilessly gave her a brain explosion. She lowered her voice and said, the nobles are all bad people, and the nobles' army is even worse. Everything now is a scam. When it's all over us, life will only get worse and worse. Okay. Hai Yu covered his head with tears in his eyes. Wei, what are you two little brats doing? Is the porridge ready? A middle-aged woman in an apron came hurriedly. Don't be lazy, the men are building wooden forts. If they don't have dinner, they won't have the energy to work. The Lord said that there will be more than one wave of zombies, and we need to strengthen the defense line. The woman put her hands on her waist and said angrily, "Curse those damn rotten corpses." "Auntie Sheeptail, we have cooked the porridge." The two little girls answered immediately. "Well done, kids, I'll serve you more later." The woman pinched their little faces, then carefully poured the porridge in the pot into the rice bucket with a wooden stick. "I'm going to deliver the food first, don't run around." Dawn Territory, once known as the place where the sun rises in the Empire. It's located in the westernmost part of the Empire next to the mysterious sea. Countless inland sea warships were built for the Empire's navy. The soldiers here are good at water battles, and countless mermaids, sea creatures, and sea elves have been killed. Of course, it is already a thing of the past. The junction of Dawn Territory and Night Territory is a pass, which has now become a ruin, and corpses wander aimlessly in it. These two rubbish, they are really ruthless when killing my kind. Ophelie looked at the two people in the magic ball with disgust. They were killing corpses with all their strength. The scene of the corpses exploding made her tremble with anger. "HMPH, I'll forgive you for now. When I take over this territory, you two will be the first to be killed." The veins on her snow-white hands were bulging because she was clenched too tightly. Ophelie stopped watching this scene and boredly put her head into the pile of gold coins on the table. "Huh, the gold coins are really great, gorillas, hard. Hey, why hasn't Violet come back yet? That kind and loyal little guy was obviously not defeated. It's a pity that my eyes can't monitor the entire Night Territory." Ophelie supported her chin. She was very worried about her own kind. Suddenly, a palpitation came to her heart, as if an invisible big hand was pinching her heart. The alarm has been triggered, and the enemy is approaching. Ophelie carefully put the gold coins into the treasure chest, then took out the magic ball. She frowned and opened her eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? The Lord actually came to me on his own initiative. Wait, how did he know I was here? Field sat on Ashina's giant wolf wearing a black robe and shuttled quickly in the dark. Got it. Violet is right, the enemy is hiding nearby. A red dot suddenly appeared on the edge of the map, indicating that Ophelie had entered the detection range of the small map. As long as they are the chosen ones who have not been contracted, they will be detected by the small map. It's never my style to passively take a beating. If you dare to attack my territory, don't let me catch you. Sister, go forward to the left. The enemy is hiding in the ruins. Field pointed out the road and drew out the iris sword. Ashina, prepare for battle. I want her to give up the defeat animation. Yes, my lord. Ashina's power surged, and the black wolf immediately shot out to the ruins at an astonishing speed. The opponent used the corpse tied to test and spies, which shows that he is a cautious guy. Field doesn't want to fight a monster every day. The red dot on the small map did not move significantly, but she was mobilizing the rotten corpses. It seems that the enemy has realized my plan. But it doesn't matter. It's better to cut the Gordian knot when dealing with guys who can summon corpses. Field was not panicked at all. Move in the direction of my finger. Don't waste too much energy on the miscellaneous soldiers before fighting with the opponent. When Asuna led Field and plunged into the ruins of the pass, Ophelie could no longer sit still. A stream of light flashed by, and a sneer came. "Originally, you wiped out my kind, which made me feel a little pressure, and I wanted to continue to test you. I didn't expect that your wisdom is like a firefly, weak and pitiful. You actually dared to run directly to my territory. There are no soldiers to share the pressure. Only death awaits you." Looking in the direction of the voice. A royal sister with an upright figure, shaking a chubby silver-blue dragon tail behind her. Of course, it could also be the tail of an anaconda or a lizard. After all, there are no dragon wings. Her waist is soft and slender, but her waist is round and full upwards, and the curves are outlined downwards, giving people a plump and round feeling. The expression revealed by anger and teasing is even more charming. The only drawback is that she wears tattered slave clothes, without even shoes, and iron rings on her feet and neck, although she looks burned. Very smooth, but it would be better if she changed into a maid outfit, and it would definitely be nice with leg rings and ribbons. Field said subconsciously, "What kind of look is that? Dig out your eyes. You dare to provoke me with a first-level chosen one." Ophelie was furious and waved his hand. "Listen, fellows, kill them." The next moment, a large number of corpses emerged from the ruins, roaring loudly and rushed towards Field like a tide, including first-level and second-level corpses. "Rosaria, you have to deal with the enemy's chosen one. We will hold the corpses back." Field tilted his head and said to the gluttonous great sword. Rosaria was hiding in it. Without Ashina's high-speed mobility, it might take Rosaria a week or two to run over. Leave it to me. I will control the degree this time. Rosaria's response came to his ears after that. Field's fighting spirit surged, and he would be strong. The fighting spirit attached to the greatsword and shot out fiercely. What did you throw at me? Do you think it can hurt me? Ophelie chuckled disdainfully, and the magic ball drilled into her body. At the same time, two sapphire-like claws stretched out from her left and right hands, trying to slap the gluttonous greatsword lightly. However, it was this indifferent attitude that immediately made her bleed. Puff, 3 or 4 chains suddenly sprang out from the gluttonous greatsword, directly piercing Ophelie's delicate body, leaving hideous through wounds on her snow-white skin. Oops, I was careless. The phoenix eyes opened slightly, and the pupils quickly enlarged. Ophelie retreated quickly, but she immediately felt something strange which slowed her perception. Something drilled in through the wound. Ophelie found it difficult to repair the wound. Under the thin skin there were several small bulges that were moving slowly. Every movement would cause heart-wrenching pain. Damn, what a thing. Ophelie had to use a lot of divine power to forcibly block the movement of the insects. This is the legacy left by the acorn, the bone-eating rot worm. The graceful figure landed on the ground. Rosaria carried the gluttony greatsword on her back, showed her white teeth to Ophelie, leaned forward and smiled. You have been looking for the chosen one who killed the acorn, that's me. Food with a corrupt taste is also delicious. You? Why, we're obviously the same kind. No, your breath has changed. Ophelie's pupils shook, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief. You actually helped humans deal with corruption. You deserve to die. Haha, don't acorns eat their own kind? Rosaria spread her hands indifferently, not caring at all. That's a matter between corrupt creatures. Rosaria raised her eyelids and thought, if she told Violet that she was also a corrupt traitor, would she explode? How about this, if you are willing to be a mother? A chosen one for my lord, I will gladly spare your life. Bang bang, the dull and disgusting sound of the body bursting echoed over the ruins. Asuna and Field cooperated with each other, and frantically guerrilla attacked the corpses in the ruins. The iris-long sword cut the corpses as easily as cutting tofu. Every time the Black Wolf's dragon flame was sprayed, a large number of corpses would be turned into ashes. When the wind blew, the powder flew everywhere. Perhaps for the corpses, this was nothing. But for the wise Ophelie, this scene was simply a horror movie. Damn human. Ophelie's eyes were wide open, and his heart was bleeding. Every extraordinary corpse was cultivated by him with great effort, but now it was killed by people. The big fleshy tail swung randomly because of anger, leaving a burst of sound in the air. Don't be distracted. The strong wind whistled, and the gluttonous sword slashed fiercely on Ophelie's back. With a crisp crackling sound, Ophelie vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell like a kite with a broken string. As soon as Ophelie landed, Rosaria took advantage of the victory and swept out with a fierce momentum. With the distortion of space, the gluttony great sword went towards Ophelie's slender waist. If this attack hits, it will definitely be a cut in half. Don't think about it, I will avenge my kind. A tyrannical force surged out of Ophelie, second-level magic skill. Sapphire Dragonization. The power that swept across the sky surged out, and gorgeous sapphire wings quickly solidified behind Ophelie, and a pair of cute dragon horns appeared on his forehead. There was a loud clang, and the greatsword and the gem wings intertwined fiercely. The wings that had just condensed were immediately cracked and then exploded directly. Fortunately, the shattering of the wings bought Ophelie a lot of time, so she was able to catch the greatsword with her claws. Oh, finally I forced out a magical skill. Don't underestimate me. Ophelie shouted, raising his left hand high. It's not over yet. A blue ring surged out like a wave, covering the corpses in the ruins. The corpses immediately glowed blue, and sapphire-like scales gradually grew on their vulnerable parts, such as their necks. Fuck, the corpses are actually strengthened. Field was incredible. When he used his long sword to chop the corpses, he could clearly feel the blockage. Ashina, be careful, they have been strengthened more than a little bit. Roar, a huge corrupted bull rushed out, covered with blue crystals. It was originally a monster of the 3rd-level creature, and now its aura has reached the peak of the 3rd level. Leave it to me, sir. Sit tight if you fall. It will be very dangerous. After feeling Field holding her waist tightly, Asuna was relieved to let the Black Wolf move at full speed, dodging the trampling of the corrupted bull while constantly inflicting wounds on it. A more amazing battle broke out in the distance. I'm going to beat you into a snow, hee. Come on, let's play VAN games. The two sides kept colliding and fighting fiercely. Offaly forced Rosaria back and suddenly took out a scroll from behind and tore it open. Countless fireballs hit Rosaria like a meteor shower. Divine skill, endless slash. Rosaria was about to swing her sword. Two rotten corpses buried underground suddenly broke out of the ground and grabbed Rosaria's bony ankles with both hands. Caught off guard, Rosaria was briefly controlled and saw the fireball coming. Rosaria had no choice but to use chains for defense. Boom, boom, boom. Rosaria's figure was directly enveloped by flames. You actually hit a trap, you're such a cunning fox. That's right, this attack is to avenge our kind, go to hell. Offaly sneered, and his momentum burst out instantly, and he stretched out his claws at an astonishing speed, passing through the dense fireballs. Rosaria no longer defended and slashed down with the sword vertically. In the bloody light, Offaly's claws pierced straight into Rosaria's heart, and red blood mist burst out immediately. Rosaria's sword almost cut off half of Offaly's chest. Wow, puff, both of them vomited a large mouthful of blood. Battle between the corrupted, the bloody and straightforward horror. I avoided the vital point, but I crushed your heart, you will die. Offaly endured the severe pain while using divine power to repair the wound while struggling to stand up, but she saw an extremely horrifying scene. Countless blood lines flowed out of the gluttony great sword. With the repair of the blood lines, Rosaria's wounds had recovered. She was blinking her big eyes and looking at herself with compassion. Who said you avoided the vital points? I clearly didn't hit you in the vital points. One sword after another, she killed the rotten corpses hiding in the ground. Rosaria carried the gluttony great sword and lifted her skirt elegantly. I'm sorry, that attack just now cost me a lot of vitality, but I won the resurrection match easily. I don't know if you can we win. The next moment, Rosaria's body surged with more fierce and violent murderous aura, and the black and red flames ignited by the blood-stained constellation rose high. Offaly's pupils suddenly shrank, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She felt that the enemy was not seriously injured, but his combat power was still rising. She sneered unwillingly. Ha ha, as expected there is still too little information. I am so unwilling. Don't be sad. You are not suitable for single combat. Rosaria rarely encouraged the other party. You are suitable for nursing children. Ah no, you are suitable for commanding the army. Damn it, I would rather die in battle than be humiliated by you. After that, Offaly took out the magic ball and roared, Dissociation, Gixu magic ball. Without a trace of hesitation, Rosaria immediately jumped back to Field's side and held up the big sword for defense. Most of the artifacts are self-destructed when they dissociate. Ah, why do you always self-destruct when you disagree? Field was also startled and pulled out the shield he had brought with him, holding it above his head. However, the imagined shining light or explosion did not appear. Offaly's artifact shattered and turned into an ice-blue liquid, which wrapped itself in it, then slowly solidified, gradually became smaller, and finally turned into a blue crystal, only the size of a figurine. Roar! The surrounding corpses suddenly seemed to have lost their network cables. Without the blessing of the Sapphire Dragonization and the unified command, they all became brainless guys, flying around like flies. After easily defeating the remaining corpses, the three of them came to the blue crystal and stared at each other. What's going on? She's hiding in there. Rosaria knocked on the crystal. Field looked at the miniature girl curled up in it, took it and shook it twice. She seemed to be in a dormant state. Field rubbed his chin. This situation is just like the Lich King. Is this a miniature version of the frozen throne? It would be nice to put it on the table as a figurine. Slurp, Ashna licked it and said, it has no taste. Let me lick it too. Slurp, Rosaria also licked it and said, it really has no taste. Try chewing it. Seeing the two people biting the crystal with great effort, Field's face was full of black lines. You two are really enough. Why is the chosen one led by Knight so wise from top to bottom? Now the question is how to get her out. Field was confused. If we don't care about her, she will run away as soon as we leave, and then we will fight in vain. But if we guard her, we don't know when she will come out by herself. Ashina raised her weapon and said mercilessly, just blow her into slag, it's best to reduce a potential threat. It should have been a long time ago. Her artifact has been dissociated. If you kill her, you won't even get equipment. Rosaria fanned herself with her hands. I'm tired for a long time, I can't get nothing. Besides, no power is eternal, her defense state will inevitably collapse with the passage of time. We can wait. Field nodded slightly. Compared with the potential risks, a royal sister maid wearing a collar is more attractive. The three discussed for a long time and finally decided to take her back and let Rosaria carry her with her for easy care. Search nearby to see if there are any supplies. She uses this place as a base, so it must be unique. After a while of searching, the three found Ophelia's secret room. On the first floor of the ruins of the pass, there is a relatively intact room. The room is very clean, and there are several decayed plants with strange beauty. There is a treasure chest. I smell the smell of money. Wait, there is more than one. Ashina's eyes sparkled, her nose moved, and she found the treasure chest hidden in the secret passage by smelling it. It's you. Field immediately gave a thumbs up. Pull out the terrifyingly heavy treasure chest and open it. Wow, golden legend. Everyone was almost blinded by the golden light. There was a box full of gold coins, mixed with various jewelry, magic scrolls, and graded weapons. Fuck, I'm rich now, let me count them. Not counting the gold coins and jewelry, there are 5 third-level magic scrolls, 23 second-level magic scrolls, and 1 third-level longsword. Even the well-informed Rosaria couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly, complaining, third-level items are extremely rare. Even when the Xingai family was at its peak, third-level weapons were only available to the top fighters. I didn't have any at the time. Take out the long sword for observation. The sword body is slender, and the material has never been seen before. It seems to be the mithril recorded in the book. Weapons made of mithril can cause terrible damage to creatures such as ghosts, monsters, and demons. Look carefully at the handguard, and there are words engraved on it. Silver secret key, the sword body is engraved with complex and dazzling patterns, which looks extremely gorgeous. Well, it's a pity that we don't have a forging master, otherwise we would know the power of this weapon. Field waved it twice lightly, and a crisp cutting sound immediately sounded in the air. Very good, store it in the warehouse first. There are 2 boxes inside, but they are very small. Ashina went straight into the secret passage and tried hard to reach the treasure chest inside, leaving only half of her body outside. The huge peach-shaped body swayed back and forth, and the snow-white tail swayed with it. Because the hind legs swayed too much, there was a faint fluctuation of leg meat, which made people want to fall in and smell it. She did not hesitate to show the vitality of the wolf subhuman. Someone can't take his eyes off. Rosaria teased. Yes, I'm honest, Field admired generously, perverted lord. Asna came out dragging 2 treasure chests, her pretty face flushed. Next time I will never do treasure hunting again. Field was not panicked at all and touched her head. Don't be angry, we won't argue with bad women. Okay, Asna nodded obediently. You. Rosaria was very angry. It's obviously Field who did the bad thing, you lick dog. It's a wolf. Asna was not at all inferior. Opening one of the treasure chests, a gorgeous pink gem lay in it. It's a divine weapon, Asna said in surprise and then lost interest. It's not the winter goddess. No one in the night territory can use it. Only the same goddess, the chosen one, can use the corresponding divine weapon, so neither of them can use it. Then it belongs to me. Field was not polite and immediately dripped a drop of blood. His ability immediately emerged in his mind. God's gift, life orb, first-class artifact, one-time use source, goddess of life effect, eliminate all injuries, restore the body to peak condition, and increase lifespan by 100 years, one-time use, breaks after use. Special effect, only available to the chosen ones of the goddess of life. Fuck, this is awesome. This world has many treasures that increase lifespan, but they are hard to find. He said he was still young, but as an evil feudal noble, who would think he was too old? Field said with satisfaction. It can also recover from injuries, and when you get injured in the future, it will maximize the benefits. With me here, you will never get hurt. Rosaria shook her hair proudly, deliberately letting the golden hair stick to Field's face. Don't set a flag. Field pulled his hair apart speechlessly and immediately said a bunch of weird words. I will retire after this battle. The last treasure chest, everyone opened it with great interest, and it was empty with only a map. It's a treasure map. Field looked at it from all angles and complained, who is so bored that he draws these treasure maps all day long. Is it interesting? I don't know what they are. But it's interesting, isn't it? Look, it says, it contains the technology of the underground high elves. Wait, underground high elves? The 2 chosen ones looked at each other and said, burn it, it must be something from the devil. The word devil, when spoken by you, Rosaria, is inexplicably funny. Field laughed and then asked in confusion, why do you have this reaction when you mention the underground high elves? Ashna shook her head. My inheritance as a chosen one tells me that the underground high elves are blasphemous existences. They have suffered an unimaginable curse, the farther away the better. Yes, they are a group of beings who pursue technology to the extreme. They use the chosen ones of their own tribe as human experiments, trying to cultivate invincible machines that kill gods, and even magic is absolutely prohibited. 750 years ago, they all died. Overnight, all the underground high elves disappeared completely. This can only be the work of gods. The ancestors of mankind even explored the city they left behind. Even the food was hot, but the owner was gone. They disappeared out of thin air. Just like evaporation, the two talked at the same time. Ah, this is too scary, but it's too long to talk about this now. I'll save the map first. Field was shocked, but he was not scared. Instead, he rolled up the map. By the way, what about their territories and cities? Have they been demolished? They live underground, and humans don't like underground cities. Rosaria shook her head and covered her mouth with a smile. Now those cities have been occupied by monsters and insect monsters. Those insect monsters like to catch females to lay eggs the most. Well, it's still the H-game world, so there's nothing to worry about. Field wiped his cold sweat, and he was serious for a while. The three of them carried large and small bags and took a lot of effort to return to the manor. Not long after entering the manor, someone came to knock on the door. "We killed enough people you asked for, and you can let us in this time." Ophelie's human subordinates shouted breathlessly, with round, rotten corpse heads under their feet. They obviously didn't know that Ophelie had been defeated. "I almost forgot about this. They are very efficient, which is great." Field pondered for a moment and said bluntly to the two people outside, "Enough, gentlemen. I know you are spies sent by corrupted creatures." Mage Jada was so scared that his hands trembled. "What are you talking about?" Field scolded. "I think you don't understand at all. You are spies sent by corrupted creatures. Don't think that you can deceive me with this little trick. I will give you a chance to get rid of the control of corrupted creatures." "Damn it." Leszek was furious and drew his sword angrily. He already knew our identity. But he still played tricks on us. "Just kill him. I don't believe those damned rubbish are the master's opponents. Don't be impulsive. Do you think you can defeat the army, reckless man?" Jada said calmly. "Why not take advantage of their tricks and sneak into the territory first, and then mix toxins into their food and water? Aha, then contribute them all to the corpses for food. Yes, I will make the bastard pay the price." The two hit it off and slowly approached. "We surrender. We admit that the corrupted creatures sent us, but please give us a chance. We are also forced to do so." Field glanced at the small map. The two were still full of hostility, marked with a red exclamation mark. "Tell me, what does your master look like, and what kind of abilities does he have?" Field lowered his eyes. "Hey, he is a male monster wearing heavy armor, with..." Before he finished speaking, Field waved his hand in disappointment. "Shoot, send these two idiots who are determined to die on their way." Although he was eager to get a mage, the potential threat to the territory from a guy with bad intentions was hard to estimate. As the rapid sound of the machine amplifier sounded, the two people's abuse and curses disappeared completely after a moment. In the next few days, the night territory resumed operations. Organizing armaments, cleaning up corpses, and resuming production, it was busy until the end of the month. The other half of the manor has been recovered. And the people are busy planting crops, planting trees, and repairing damaged walls there. Field has moved to the Starry Night Castle. The furniture on the first floor of the winery has been removed and replaced by wooden tables of the same style, arranged in two neat rows, serving as the territory's internal affairs department, as well as the finance and statistics department. Field was very satisfied. Finally, it has a bit of modern atmosphere. I dreamed of returning to the office building. Cow was taking a group of little kids to learn to count the materials in the territory. After this period of study, there were only 9 children left in school. The other 2 children couldn't even write their names and couldn't count from 1 to 10. Helplessly, Field had to let them find stonemasons and carpenters to learn skills. This made the people in the territory envious. After all, craftsmen were the highest paid people in the night territory. They didn't have to worry about eating and finding wives. "Little Lumi, why do you look so sad?" Field approached the little cat girl, who was scratching her cat ears with a crying cat head expression of pain. "Lumi, I feel dizzy. Statistics are really difficult." The cat girl pointed to the messy words, data, and even graphics on the paper and pointed to the abacus next to her. "You can't complain like this. These are the gifts of the goddess of wisdom. You need to be pious." Statistics have always been taught by Cow, so complaining about the difficulty of statistics made him stand up sensitively and sternly said, "Did you wash your hands and pray before doing statistics?" "Yes, yes. I'll do it again." Seeing Cao so serious, Lumi resolutely decided to do it again. "Is it so mysterious? Let me see." Field doesn't like to attribute problems to gods at every turn. After just 2 glances, Field also fainted. The statistics in this world are not in the form of clear and concise tables, but there are 30 arrows and other words mixed with number. When encountering unfamiliar words, they will replace them with pictures of objects. Once there are more items, it is like reading advanced mathematics. Pointing at the scribbles on the table, Field was shocked and said, "Do you usually do statistics like this?" "Yes, like a beautiful area." Cao stroked his mustache proudly. "This is the talent given to me by the goddess of wisdom. Even in Rose territory, no one can do better than me. Even the good man damn can't do it." "I don't doubt this. This old guy is really meticulous in his work. Then I say I can come up with a better way of statistics." Cao was anxious and said without hesitation, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although you are full of novel ideas as if you were kissed by the goddess of wisdom, there is absolutely no better way of statistics. I really have one." Field raised his eyelids and picked up the feather pen to dip it in ink. Everyone gathered around to watch. "Haha, you are really humorous." Cao was not convinced. "If you can come up with a better one, I will eat all the shit from Yimu." Without saying anything, Field took another piece of parchment as a ruler and drew a straight horizontal line and a vertical line on the paper. "My lord, do you want to draw?" Cao looked amused. In his opinion, the adults were just having fun and teasing the children. Field wrote down the words category, name, number out of warehouse, in of warehouse at the top of the form. "Isn't this right?" Cao was confused. Then Field silently recorded the information of each line of items neatly. "This is how we will count materials in the future." Field threw the feather pen. "My lord, are you, the chosen one of the goddess of wisdom?" The housekeeper was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "If it weren't for the fact that the chosen ones could only be women, I would definitely think you were one. That's just the beginning. I'll write a multiplication table which will definitely help you with your math." When Field finished writing the multiplication table, Cao was confused, shocked, and finally looked at Field with suspicion. He muttered in his heart, "Lord, have you slept with the goddess of wisdom? Don't look at me like that, it's just some tricks." Field patted Cao on the shoulder and smiled. "Memorize these. Will be much more convenient in the future. Of course, you have to teach the children to memorize them." The current Griffin Empire still uses a counting method that combines wooden sticks and arithmetic boards, similar to an abacus. The long wooden stick represents 10, the short wooden stick represents 1, and the arithmetic board looks like playing chess. In later generations, there are still many countries that cannot use multiplication formulas. When encountering arithmetic, they will use the line method, which looks similar to Gobang. Cao held it in for a long time, and then he was forced to admit his admiration. "My lord, you are one of the few people I admire. You can attribute it to the miracle. I dreamed of a goddess, and she told me all this." Field comforted him. "After all, it was very painful to be defeated in the field you are good at. I just copied the wisdom of my predecessors, and there is nothing to be proud of. Yes, this must be the blessing of the goddess. I will definitely pass on the knowledge of God." Cao's eyes lit up. "Children, memorize it all for me. If you can't recite it, you will be spanked." The children wanted to cry but had no tears. "Okay, I'm very satisfied to see that the Internal Affairs Department is on the right track." Field was full of energy and stretched his shoulders. "Prepare a carriage for me. I'm going to Maple Leaf Territory." "Yes, sir, I prepared the goods for this trade last night." Cao immediately reported seriously, "Please go and come back early. The Night Territory can't do without you." "What's wrong with this old guy's eunuch tone?" Field was amused. "Haha, I will be back after sending Barren Mountain Monkey's daughter." For this trip, Field only selected 50 infantrymen, 10 subhuman cavalrymen, Resaria, and 2 personal maids will also go with him. "I don't want to leave the manor anymore." Field glanced at the Starry Night Manor. "The grass seeds sown have begun to grow. I believe that it will return to the normal world soon. After a while, when the other half of the manor is recovered, we will build another village. What should we call it? Hurry up, I can't wait to go home. Every second I stay in this broken place is torture." Jirova, the daughter of Baron Shanhu, was already furious and frantically urged the soldiers, "You lowly guys, be quick." Field rode his horse and walked forward. "Miss, please don't make loud noises. The corpses are very sensitive to sound." Jirova wanted to refute, but seeing Field's expressionless face, she was a little scared and shrank her neck and stopped talking. The soldiers secretly cast grateful eyes at Field. Everyone in the territory knew that Field was very protective of his shortcomings. "Let's go." The process of rushing was monotonous and boring. Resisting the corpses became one of the fun of everyone. On the fourth day of going to Maple Leaf territory, everyone camped in a ruin. This place was affectionately called the Comfort Zone by the soldiers. Almost every time they went to Maple Leaf territory, they would rest here. This place is very close to the wall defense line of Maple Leaf territory, and there are fewer rotten corpses. When I passed by before, I built a temporary shed and dug a bonfire pit, which can be used today. Soon, the flames rose, the broth in the clay pot made a gurgling sound, and the aroma of meat spread wantonly. If you don't know, you might think this is a camping site. "My lord, I have fried bread for you." Sparrow handed over the shiny plate, and the golden bread smelled fragrant. Buttered bread is a luxury in this era. "It is fried very well. You are the best among the maids in the castle." Field nodded with satisfaction. "Great." Sparrow lifted her skirt excitedly and saluted, for the maids getting the recognition of the lord is happier than anything else. "Huh, someone is coming, it's rare." Field, who always pays attention to the small map, saw a team of 5 people, slowly moving towards his direction. It is not a red sign, usually a passerby. Therefore, Field did not warn in advance but patiently ate the bread. In the gray fog, a group of people walked aimlessly. "That, Mr. Yappy, is it really okay for us to walk like this?" The blonde girl holding the priest's staff looked around at the hellish scene and couldn't help but protect the staff in front of her chest. "I think we should be prepared and come here again. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question after walking here?" The female wizard in the team hugged the girl's neck and said in a nonchalant tone, "It's okay anyway. Complete the commission tasks and get the Adventure Guild points." "Don't worry, Miss Lydia. The corpses are not even monsters, they are just some living dead." The leading warrior was wearing simple equipment, with a piece of iron hanging on his chest, bandages wrapped around his wrists, and holding a broad iron sword. He took off a bronze plate from his waist and said proudly, "Don't worry, Miss Priest, I am a bronze-level adventurer. No matter how many corpses there are, I can kill them. I am a man who can fight a first-level fighting knight for 10 rounds. Tusk, don't be arrogant." The martial artist on the side waved his fist, but the corpses are indeed the most rubbish monsters. Even villagers can kill them with farm tools. You see, I didn't encounter many corpses along the way. I guess they were all killed by the army of Barren Knight. "Don't worry, I will protect you after all." "You are the team's nurse," a red-haired young man holding a knife, who looked like a second-rate guy, glanced at Lydia's chest with a naughty look. "Please don't do this." Lydia blushed. Although she said so, she was encouraged by everyone's indifferent look. "I will try my best to treat everyone beep." As soon as the adventure team entered the alert range of the night army, they were immediately startled by the whistle. An army wearing armor and holding long spears lined up to block everyone. At the same time, a team of cavalry in black robes quickly went around and tried to cut off their retreat. "Fuck, are you kidding?" I actually ran into the noble army. It was the first time for everyone to encounter such a scene, and they immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. The timid Lydia was so scared that she almost dropped her staff. Yappy was shocked, but when he thought of 2 cute girls watching him, he immediately put on a cool expression and pretended to be calm. You are blocking our way, who are you? Get out of the way." However, he was responded by the sound of a crossbow being strung. "However, you're so unreasonable." Yappy was sweating profusely. "Please don't get excited. We are an adventure team from the Adventure Association." The martial artist with a resolute face rolled his eyes at Yappy. "We have received a commission to find a rich man's old house from 10 years ago and bring out his family's relics." "Well, that's what people say. Don't move, I'll report to the master." The leading soldier immediately reported the matter to Field. "So arrogant," Yappy muttered unhappily. "Okay, stop talking." The martial artist shook his head. "The master said he wanted to see you. Come with me." After a while, the soldier came over and waved at them. "Hey, you're not going to do anything weird, are you?" The 2 girls were inevitably scared. Everyone looked at each other, angry and nervous. After all, the group of people in front of them didn't look like good people. Lydia was dragged and taken to a warm camp. Lydia noticed the noble young man in the luxurious robe at first sight. He had a faint smile on his face and was wiping a long sword, which made him look unpredictable. He seemed to be about the same age as her, right? "Hello, sir." Everyone in the adventure team greeted Field. "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking some questions." Field motioned them to sit down and said bluntly, "Is there any big news recently?" "No, if there is big news. The Queen encourages adventurers to clear out the rotten corpses, which should be one of them. By the way, I heard that an organization called the Night Owl Sisters has suddenly become active." The martial artist said and timidly glanced at Field. Seeing that he had no reaction, he boldly said, "They keep attacking and killing nobles, saying that they want to overthrow the tyranny of the Griffin Empire." "Oh, interesting." Field raised his eyelids. "Do you have any specific information?" "Not yet, they are very mysterious. I only know that they are extremely powerful." After thinking for a moment, Field secretly thought, could it be that the Griffin Queen is holding the script of Changzhen in the late Ming dynasty? Why is the internal and external trouble so serious? She may also have a defeat animation. Field made a decision. "I have to strengthen security forces in the future and then learn more combat skills. I don't want to be knocked down. Thank you for your help. You can rest here for one night. I will provide food and water." Nodding kindly to everyone, Field reminded, "The rotten corpses are very dangerous. I advise you to make full preparations or come with more people before exploring." "Yeah." As soon as they left Field's sight, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I always feel like I'm being targeted by a monster and I feel like I'm going to be eaten." "Yeah, he must have killed a lot of people. I think he's a good guy." Lydia lowered the brim of her hat. "Our little Lydia, don't you fantasize about being a noble lady?" the female wizard teased. No, after saying goodbye to the adventure team, Field spent 2 days to arrive at Maple Leaf City. After sending the letter to Shirley and the relics of the Survey Corps, Field came to Simon's manor. His idea was to buy a batch of giant wolves to form Ashna's god-chosen guards, and then to find some treasures. But now he looked at a striking green dot mark on the ground floor of Maple Leaf Manor, and fell into deep thought. Will uncontracted chosen ones attend the ball, or, as commodities? Unlike in the past, Maple Leaf Manor is now very low-key. Field did not meet the maids in cool clothes, but was greeted by the butler. It was the first time that Field met the butler of Maple Leaf Manor, a gentle but elegant elderly gentleman. "Dear Mr. Field, I think this is your first time to attend the unique ball in Maple Leaf territory. Yes, the opportunity to broaden your horizons. Any noble with wisdom and ambition will not miss it." Field did not shy away. Now he was accustomed to the communication with the nobles. "Take me to meet my old friend." In short, one of the polite exchanges of the nobles is to show their nobility in a roundabout way and avoid the problem itself. For high-end food that you have never eaten, just say, "It is not made by the royal chef, it is not authentic, and I disdain to eat it." For the imperial nobles, it is easier to gain mutual respect by pretending than being honest. Oh, Maple Leaf territory will not disappoint you. I believe that after playing, you will not only broaden your horizons, but also some beauty. Humph, that beauty may be someone's fiancé, mother-in-law, or even the chosen one. Everything here is full of fantasy and unknown. The butler blinked his left eye at Field, and everything was self-explanatory. "I'm already looking forward to it." Field had a soft smile on his lips, but he didn't care in his heart. The tone of their conversation, the scene, and the poem are just like a graceful poet, but the content is full of sin. Beast. When Field passed by a gardener sweeping the floor, he clearly heard the gardener curse. "Huh?" Feeling moved, Field carefully looked at the gardener. He was ordinary, and the only eye-catching thing was the headscarf on his head. Pink cat head. This guy won't come to die again, I hope it's an illusion. He immediately thought of an old friend who owed him 3 million gold coins. Field shook his head and prayed silently in his heart, "Don't let her be so stupid, otherwise it would be in vain to save her." Follow the butler to find Simon, he is counting the accounts. "Look who's here, my savior." Simon threw away the account book eagerly, laughed exaggeratedly, and greeted Field. "Did you bring the joy pills? I can't wait, I swear those cute beans will shine tonight." "Of course I did. I'm still counting on them to exchange for giant wolves." "Yes, yes." After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Simon mysteriously took out a letter, a set of black clothes, and a mask. "This outfit is a one-time enchanted prop, produced by the Chosen One. Please rest assured of the quality. After wearing it, others will not be able to sense your identity. Of course, you can only wear a mask and attend without clothes. Many people do so. To be wilder, you can attend without reservation, which can also win everyone's favor, and the wildest person will be selected every year." Field took the clothes nervously. Attending the underground dance party was a bit beyond his bottom line. After taking 2 deep breaths, Field calmed down. He was very curious about what the most rotten side of Maple Leaf territory looked like. This magic letter records the specific address of the ball. It also represents the qualification for admission. The ball is not only fun, but also has auctions and black markets. You can buy and sell anything, including the giant wolf you want. Please cherish this opportunity and enjoy it. Not all nobles are eligible to participate. I will. Since the time was not up, Field returned to the post station first and was about to enter the room. Wait, someone has been here, maybe he is hiding in the house. Rosaria and the big sword immediately warned, and Field paused to open the door. The red thin line I clamped in the door gap fell to the ground. You ordered in advance not to let others in. Well, Field took a step back calmly and slowly drew out the iris sword. Who is it? There is no mark on the small map. If there is someone in the house, it must be the chosen one who has been contracted. Now that the Empire is undercurrent, we must be vigilant everywhere. Field took 2 deep breaths, prepared himself, suddenly jumped up, and kicked the door directly in. Wow, who is it? A pink figure flew out in fear, and his head hit the roof heavily and then fell down again. It hurts. Woody rubbed her head, tears rolling in her eyes. It turned out to be the guy who owed me money. No wonder the soldiers didn't notice it. Putting away his weapons, Field took a long breath of relief. It was normal for Woody to turn into a shadow and run around without being discovered. Then he looked up and was stunned. Fuck, my ceiling. Field looked at the cat girl's head that was smashed out of the ceiling and was almost fainted with anger. He shouted angrily, "This will cost money, and my gold coins are not even warm yet." You scared me first. Cat girls are very sensitive creatures. Woody kept patting her chest and glanced at Field guiltily. Okay, you're still stubborn, right? Closing the door casually, Field walked forward unceremoniously, ran his fingers through Woody's hair, grasped her delicate neck, and directly pressed her over. His left hand swept over her silky calves and went straight up. I know you don't have money, so just pay it back verbally. Including the cost of the damaged wall, you need to pay back 3,100,000 times. Don't call me a beast, I admit I am. Hey, 3,000,000 times how many kittens will I give birth to? The cat girl's pink pupils shook wildly. Woo, don't touch me. A strange feeling quickly surged into her heart. Woody's heart beat rapidly at an abnormal frequency, and even her breathing became rapid. Don't touch there. This is a place that only the husband can touch. I have a way to pay back the money. At the critical moment, Woody turned into a shadow and escaped from Field's control. Field wiped his fragrant left hand, folded his hands across his chest, and sneered. See if you dare to break into my room next time. This is a lesson, remember it. Remember, but what else can I do if I don't sneak in? Woody was frightened, wiped the sweat and apologized quickly, but suddenly reacted. Wait, I am the chosen one, why should I be afraid of you? After that, the cat girl put her hands on her waist with a proud face and said confidently, Tear up the debt agreement for me, otherwise I will beat you. No one here can threaten me. You try it, I'm not a man if I take a step back. Field spread his hands indifferently. He still had the gluttony great sword. And he didn't bring it with him. If she dared to make a move, she would experience the fun of being chained and walking like a dog. Since you want to be beaten, I won't be polite. The cat girl circled Field several times, raised her fists several times, and finally struggled, helplessly lowering her hands. Forget it, I'm not as mean as you humans, I will repay on time. Mean is the passport of the mean, noble is the epitaph of the noble. Field couldn't help but say the famous saying. Woody pondered for a moment and said in agreement, I didn't expect you to say such philosophical words, which is refreshing. No, this does not apply to you. If you had been mean just now, you would definitely be lying in the grave. Woody turned her head away with disdain. Arrogant bastard. Field poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip leisurely and said, You are here to repay the debt this time, right? You are smart. Sorry, I can't do it for now. Seeing Field's eyes getting weird again, Woody quickly clamped her legs together, hiding the cat's tail, and said timidly, But please rest assured, I have found the target, and I promise to repay you next time. This time I came here purely to tell you. Okay, you are still hanging around in Maple Leaf Manor. Are you planning to continue assassinating? This is a secret of our cat people. After Woody finished speaking, she made a playful face and turned into a shadow and left. You deserve a beating. Field sighed. I hope I won't be at the ball watching her defeat animation. Rosaria also chuckled. The The situation of the cat Asians is very bad. I believe they are not far from extinction. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Field put on the clothes Simon gave him. Wearing a special dress and a mask, he came to the agreed place. Simon said this outfit can hide his identity. At least when he looked in the mirror, he saw another man, which was very strange. It's dark here, there's nothing. Following the information in the magic letter, Field came to a meadow. Looking around, he could only see the quiet meadow. As soon as the voice fell, the magic letter shone with black light and constructed a miniature magic circle on the grass. So that's it. After stepping into the magic circle, his vision was distorted. As if out of nothing, the voices suddenly became noisy. The melodious sound of the Sartari came to his ears, and then the surrounding light made Field's eyes narrow slightly. As soon as he opened his eyes, Field saw the screen full of coded pictures. Large number of naked figures, chatting, laughing, or breeding directly in public. What shocked him even more was that the people around him had no intention of making a fuss, as if they were watching a common thing. The characteristics of the maple leaf collar appeared in front of him again. I seem to be an alien. Field adjusted his clothes and wore a full set of clothes, which attracted a lot of attention. Haha, where did this little cutie come from? Come, let me collect it. A charming woman holding a strange device walked up with difficulty, breathing hot air with a silly smile on her face. No, I'm not interested. Field turned his head quickly and said to himself, I can't look around. Being sanctioned by the Avenue is not a joke. It's true that he is not interested. Although there are a lot of very impactful pictures on the scene, you can browse the entire H category with a casual glance, but Field really doesn't want to share the fun with a bunch of men, animals, or monsters. Boring. The woman rolled her eyes and left. Is this the real maple leaf collar? There's always a feeling that if you touch it casually, you will be infected with tens of thousands of diseases and die. Sir, your magic envelope will show your chips. Whether it is shopping or playing games, you can swipe your card to use. A maid said respectfully. Field opened the envelope. And it showed an amount of 80,000. It came from the goods brought this time and the deposit. Have fun, but please don't use violence, it will be life-threatening. Here, no one has a real identity. After that, the maid took the wine glass from the silver plate and handed it to Field. Before the voice fell, there was a noise in the hall. An old man forcibly grabbed a beautiful woman, spitting out dirty words, and the snake head was like a snake tongue probing around. The woman showed a disgusted look and snorted coldly. Let go of me, otherwise I will twist your head off. What can you do to me, bitch? You don't even wear a piece of cloth, and you are still pretending. That you try the power of the imprisonment magic. The old man was obviously a wizard. After chanting a spell, a series of purple-red magic chains directly imprisoned the woman. What a scum! Field's eyebrows jumped. No wonder the empire was so corrupt due to internal and external troubles. How can we build a good empire with such insects? Heh, you bastard is looking for death. The woman waved her hand casually, and the chains burst open and turned into countless stars and disappeared. A terrifying scene appeared. The woman's delicate white fingers easily pierced into the old man's head. The old man didn't even scream, and his head and spine were pulled off. The woman's face was full of pleasure, and blood splashed all over her body. She was so happy that she rolled her eyes. Okay, kill 2 more. That's great, this scene is worth drawing. Miss, I reward you with 10,000 gold coins, please accept it. A group of men surrounded her, praising her endlessly, and the servants came quickly to clean up the scene. The maid smiled. Look, please don't use violence first. Everyone here is unpredictable. In addition, if it's too much, there will be a strong man sitting there who will take action personally. An impressive warning. Shrugging his shoulders, Field walked into the ballroom calmly, thinking to himself, many of the people participating in the ball are still God's chosen. The ability to break the magic just now is definitely not something that ordinary people can easily do. But the most noteworthy thing is that uncontracted God's chosen. The small map clearly shows that the uncontracted God's chosen is nearby. Without staying on the dance floor for a long time and rejecting many people's invitations, Field walked through the gorgeous music hall and came to the black market. Leaving the hall, the eye-catching scenes decreased sharply. Except for seeing a fat woman walking around with 3 young men, there was nothing worth noting. Crying and laughter intertwined, Field saw a large number of slaves at first glance, all of whom were fair-skinned and beautiful, or handsome and unrestrained. Field approached curiously, and after scanning the slaves one by one, he asked in confusion, What is the difference between the slaves here and the slaves outside? Slave trading is not prohibited in the empire, but slave hunting is strongly supported. For example, the pink cat subhumans have suffered from slave hunting. Some minority subhumans have been uprooted. There is no reason to sell slaves here secretly. The merchant is a man who is also hiding in a black robe. He didn't say anything nonsense, but tapped the wooden board next to the cage with a wooden stick. The youngest daughter of Count Girardi of the Silver Wing Empire, 13 years old, virgin, has 1/16 of the blood of a four-winged angel. Her IQ has been erased, and she can only obey. His field took a breath of cold air. No wonder they have to sell slaves secretly. This guy is actually a noble. After a moment, Field asked, "How much is the offspring of a foreign noble?" "Not expensive, only 300,000 gold coins." The slave trader stretched out 3 fingers. "Her grandmother is a 6th-level God's chosen four-winged angel. Her blood must carry the noble factors of the chosen and holy light." 300,000. It is already half a year's income for Golden Eagle City. Field shook his head. Besides, the chosen one has nothing to do with bloodline. Otherwise, this world would have been a matriarchal society or a theocratic society. You dare to catch this? The Silver Wing Empire is as powerful as the Griffin Empire, right? The full name of the Silver Wing Empire is the Silver Wing and Poly Federation Empire. It is 1.5 times the size of the Griffin Empire. It is located in the northeast of the empire. It has the chosen ones of the 2 major pantheons of Holy Light and Primitive, and has a strong combat power. Ashina's winter goddess belongs to the category of primitive pantheons, which generally includes natural climate, animals, and totems. Basically, only combat chosen ones will appear. The Holy Light pantheon is the belief preached by the church. Various types will appear, and it is very restrained against the evil pantheon. The mainstream of the empire is only the god of war pantheon. Of course, these don't need to be considered for the time being. Generally, nobles can find a chosen one and be happy. There is no need to pick and choose. There is room for maneuver. The black-robed man was silent, like a piece of wood, not saying a word. He. I can tell at a glance that this is your first time here. Merchants will not tell you their secrets to making money. A woman's gentle voice came from my ear. Seeing that it's my first time here, they are more interested in me. Field shook his head. He had been approached by several girls along the way. He had never been approached by so many girls in his 2 lifetimes. Field turned his head and was about to refuse, but found that the woman in front of him did not have any intention of inviting him to breed. She gently swung a fan in her hand, wearing a complete outfit, elegant and calm. The woman smiled and said, "Let me guess, are you here to buy something?" "Yes." Field said bluntly, "I want to buy." As if expected, the woman had put her index finger on her lips and made a gesture of silence. "If you say it out, people with ulterior motives will know who you are, and your life will be in danger in the future." "But," Field frowned slightly, "after buying something, you don't have to take it away on the spot. Simon will send it to you in the normal world in his name. Although that beast is vicious, he still has some integrity in running the black market." "I see, thank you for your help." The woman waved her fan lazily. "I admire your rationality. It's best not to break your bottom line, because after you break through, you will find that people have no bottom line at all." "That's right." Field nodded in approval. "So do you want to buy magic props? I have artifacts too." The woman put one hand around her chest and supported her chin with the other hand. Then, like a magic trick, she took out a mummy-like lizard wood carving, a first-level artifact. A wooden carved mud lizard can turn into a ferocious earth element lizard and kill people who threaten you. "I can't afford it." Field shook his head directly. "I need a lot of magic materials. If you have them, it would be the best." I'm a businessman. Just tell me what magic materials you want." Rosaria is already at level 2, and the god's chosen guard she provides can also be upgraded to level 2. But unlike before, the god's chosen guards need not only level 2 potions, but also a large number of rare medicinal materials to be upgraded to level 2. Field took out a list. "I need blood snake grass, disaster flowers." "No problem, but the price will be very high, a total of 1,400 gold coins." The businesswoman nodded frequently. "Many of them are magical plants, and it takes time to gather them, but I don't have the disaster flower. Maybe you can ask around." "It's beyond my expectation that I can find so many." "Materials?" Field nodded happily. After all, in theory, no one can contract to corrupt the God's chosen, and naturally there is no need to upgrade the God's chosen guards, so the relevant materials are very difficult to find. The two agreed on the price, and Field generously paid the money. The price was very real. You are rich and powerful. You must be the lord of a certain place. If you are an adventurer or a wizard, you will not take out so much money, nor will you need such a large amount. Having been a lord for a long time, Field did not even regard gold coins as gold coins. He always thought that 1,400 gold coins were not worth mentioning. In fact, 50 gold coins were enough for ordinary people to have enough food and drink. Field blinked. Like you said before, don't ask about my little secrets. Of course. The two clinked glasses and took 2 sips of wine, each with his own thoughts. Selling a batch of rare subhumans at a low price. I guarantee that there are no subhumans on the market. Gentlemen who are interested, please look over here. Another businessman came to the black market. He seemed to have just finished his business and his steps were weak. He walked with a long string of subhumans tied with chains. The subhumans looked desperate and numb. The youngest was estimated to be only 5 or 6 years old. His tearful eyes made people love him. Oh, pink cat subhumans, yes, and blue weasel subhumans, they are really rare. I thought they were extinct. The businesswoman casually handed the wine glass to the servant beside her, shaking her beautiful waist, and asked, "You are the famous hunter, right?" "I didn't expect that I am so famous." "Yes, I am a hunter, specializing in catching rare slaves." "Let me see, they don't seem to be healthy. It feels like they are going to die at any time. How much anesthetic did you use?" The businesswoman touched here and there, grabbing a cat girl and rubbing it non-stop. "Don't touch it if you don't want to buy it. Take your hand away from me." The hunter pulled out a sharp, long knife and smiled sinisterly. "If you want to buy subhumans, 1,000 gold coins for adults, 500 gold coins for minors. You are really crazy, just like a skinning demon. I can't afford such an expensive price." The businesswoman rolled her eyes, shook her hand, turned her head and left. "A stinky dog that needs to be disciplined. It smells like a subhuman." The hunter licked the tip of the knife, put the long knife into the scabbard, turned around and smiled coldly. "Do you need it, sir? These subhuman species are almost extinct. If you don't enjoy them, you will regret it in the future. They are extremely valuable for collection. It will be very decent to bring them to entertain guests in the future." "Sorry, there is nothing I want." Field raised his eyelids, nodded politely and left. 1,000 gold coins. All the slaves in the Night Territory combined do not need 1,000 gold coins. The premium of slaves on the black market is ridiculously high. The uncontracted chosen one is not in the black market. The mark is clearly nearby. Why can't I find it? Is it underground? Field walked around twice and didn't find the location marked by the green dot. I guess it's a noble. This is tricky. Kidnap the noble and take it back. It sounds crazy, but it's not impossible. Field has begun to think about the pros and cons of doing so. While walking and thinking, Field suddenly saw what he had been thinking about. Giant wolves from Ruijin grassland for sale. "Hey, giant wolves, I finally found one." A sturdy woman was driving giant wolves. The largest one was half a person's height and about 2.5 meters long. They were all mottled and looked like huskies. There was no comparison with the mighty and domineering dragon wolf. Field thought he would be shocked to encounter a majestic pack of wolves, but they all looked stupid, and their sizes were different from what he imagined. "How much is this giant wolf for sale?" Field hurried over, pointed at the largest giant wolf, and asked impatiently. "This one is not for sale, it's my husband." Field was confused. "Are the bunch of little wolves following behind you all born by you? Reproductive isolation warning." "Haha, don't look so shocked. Have you heard of druids?" The woman waved her hand. "Druids can not only turn into bears or eagles, but also wolves and even marine creatures can do itto." Field suddenly realized, so that's it. I just mentioned it casually. In fact, they have nothing to do with druids. Field's face was full of black lines. "Children, this is not funny." The woman laughed. "It's just a joke. I come from a distant grassland. This giant wolf is the Wolf King and I won't sell it. The others can be sold. You can choose them yourself. 300 gold coins each. They are all healthy wolf cubs. I have to mention that this species of giant wolf is good at herding sheep and hunting, but don't think about riding it. The wolf's back is fragile and can't carry heavy objects. These livestock are similar to dogs. They can survive by eating swill and internal organs. The cost of domestication is not high. Thank you for reminding me." Field sighed. Even in this world, wolves are not suitable for riding. However, after mixing in the genes of the dragon seed black dragon and being blessed by Ashna's mark of divine choice, no one knows what the result will be. After all, the dragon seed wolf is an alternative, as strong as a bear, and can easily carry 2 heavily armored knights. Living artifacts are the most valuable type of artifacts because they can give birth to new species. As long as the subsequent screening is proper, it is possible to create a wolf that can transform into Godzilla or Ultraman, although it is almost zero. Field bought 10 at a time and sent them out before the 3,000 gold coins were even warm. My lord, the goods will be temporarily stored in Baron Simon's ranch. You can take them away at any time. The servants took the wolf away. Well, it's very convenient. Field gave the servants 5 silver coins as a tip. Just then, the green dot on the small map moved, and Field's attention was immediately focused on the small map. After all, this represents a contractable chosen one. If you can take him down, the benefits you will gain are immeasurable. Ladies and gentlemen, a new survival game has begun. Welcome to place your bets. Guess whose pet can survive the bloody bear to the end? That's it. Field found that the green dot moved to the entertainment area. She should have been in the basement just now, and now she has been sent to the entertainment area. Without thinking any more, Field walked quickly into the entertainment area. It was more lively here than the hall, crowded with enthusiastic people, and everyone was spending a lot of money here. Super double, pour Auntie a glass of sparkling wine. Haha, you have 16 cards, can you beat me in 1 second? Today, I will eat this marble table. But most people gathered around the Colosseum in the center. The Colosseum was a huge stone pit. As long as the audience lowered their heads, they could see the fierce and bloody fight below. The 2-headed demon lion jumped up lightly and pounced on a female slave who was screaming in fear. The demon lion, which had been hungry for more than 10 days, did not stop at all, tore open its mouth, ripped off the woman's legs, chewed greedily twice, and swallowed it whole. Help! Help! Blood was splashed, screams gradually subsided, and the 2-headed demon lion was so excited that its 2 heads even bit each other. Great, so exciting. I won. I knew she was the smartest and was the last to be eaten. Some people cheered, some were angry. It's actually a slave arena. The uncontracted chosen one is not a contestant, right? Field watched the scene just now and snorted coldly while suppressing his anger. Humans are equally cruel to their own kind. These slaves can create huge value in the night territory, but here, they are just a fun for the nobles to relieve boredom. Boy, do you want to bet with me later? Believe me, I can definitely guess who will survive to the end. A man with a smirk came up and tried to put his arm around her, but Field avoided him casually. The man who was asking for trouble did not look embarrassed at all, but said familiarly, "Lend me 50,000 gold coins, I can definitely make a comeback." Field was confused. This guy was really thick-skinned. Why did he lend money to him when he didn't even know him? No money. No, you have money, I saw it. It's 80,000 gold coins. The man's tone was threatening. You followed me. Field's murderous intent moved slightly. So what if I saw it? Does it have anything to do with you? The man tilted his head and threatened directly. Give me 50,000 gold coins or I'll kill you. Don't you even want the last bit of decency? Field calmly drew out his long sword and said coldly, "If you don't lend it, get out. Then you will definitely regret it." The man sneered and patted Field's shoulder casually, turned around and left. "Next time you see me, you will be a dead man. Prepare your coffin." Really? Field's mouth curved into an arc. He has done something to you, my lovely little lord. Gamblers who have lost their money have gone crazy and will do anything. A familiar, lazy female voice came from behind. "Give me 10 gold coins. I will use purification magic to remove it. Otherwise, you will be targeted by him. Your behavior is easy to make me misunderstand that you are in the same group with him. Knows whether you are releasing purification or tracking magic." Field turned around, and behind him was a female businessman who sold magic plants. You seem to have known about his actions. A trace of strangeness flashed in the beautiful eyes of the female businessman, and she propped up her chin pleasingly. "It seems that my warning is completely redundant. Compared to him, I am more wary of you. You have been appearing near me. I don't think you are in love with me, or this is the guidance of the goddess of love. Is there any more ridiculous fantasy than meeting true love at a decadent ball? Except for the story of Aunt Wang next door, who married the Prince of Dubai at the age of 50 and received a gift of 100 billion yuan. Don't be nervous, it's just a coincidence." The businesswoman tilted her head and pointed down with her fan. Look, a new round of beast fighting is about to begin. Guess who will be eaten in the end? Looking in the direction the businesswoman pointed, a purple mantis carefully jumped out of the open gate with a twisted posture. Hiss, the mantis roared, spread its wings in an instant, and attacked the audience above. What a lively little guy. Before the monster jumped out, a naked man jumped out of the audience casually and slapped it down with a slap. The people around were calm and had long been accustomed to it. Third-level fighting night, what a terrifying power. Field nodded frequently. Mantis was just a first-level monster, so it was naturally no match for the third-level knight. Except for the chosen one who could fight beyond the level, other lives were restricted by the life level. Unless it depends on equipment or number of people, it is difficult to fight beyond the level. It's true that the nobles seek excitement, but they also value their own lives. They won't play with higher-level monsters. After all, it's easy to lose control. Bang! The strange mantis fell down hard, swayed twice, and stood up again. A strong fear flashed in the compound eyes unique to insects, and it shrank back and dared not look up. If the knight had not held back, this slap would have killed or crippled it. Welcome all distinguished guests, now the beast has appeared. Next, we will release 8 pets to start a thrilling battle royale. Whoever can hold on to the end will be the winner. Of course, they will all die. These pets are all newly captured. I guarantee that they have not been trained in any way and there is no possibility of cheating. A magic chain controlled the strange mantis. At the same time, the gate opened, and 8 girls were pushed out, including humans, subhumans, and even a halfling. Halflings are a race similar to dwarves, also called hobbits. They like to live in wooden houses in the forest and are close relatives of humans. Everyone can place bets. The host smiled and waited quietly for everyone to place bets. Which one do you think is right? I think the human no. 4 is good. Her muscles are not for show. As long as she gets a weapon, she will have a certain ability to protect herself. For the sake of excitement, the organizers put a lot of swords, sticks, and clubs in the Colosseum, although they are not very useful. Field took a glance. Then he saw the green dot mark on the small map, which fell on the head of the most inconspicuous no. 7. 8. Fox. The businesswoman shuddered inexplicably and immediately turned her head to look at Field. Seeing that she was staring at the slave, she followed Field's line of sight. The girl no. 7 was a silver-haired and gray-eyed silver fox subhuman. She was a soft and cute Lolita. She looked pure and flawless. Her slender legs trembled constantly, but her eyes revealed a calmness that did not belong to this age. Do you think no, 7 will be the winner? The businesswoman smiled and said, she is just a weak fox subhuman. I guess she has no other ability except serving men. She will definitely be the first to be killed. Field sighed silently. Meow, what a pity. He is a slave used for fighting beasts. The Colosseum involves the interests of gamblers, and many nobles have staked their lives. Just buy it before the game. Field resolutely decided that the silver fox subhumans were not rare, and a few thousand gold coins should be enough. Before he could speak, he heard someone pointing at the girl no. 1 and yelling, Sister, I finally found you. Damn bastard, that's my sister. I'll pay 100,000 gold coins to let my sister go. The people around laughed. Another one is looking for relatives. It's not easy to find this place, it's really touching. I can't wait to see him collapse. The host shook his finger. No, once you enter the Colosseum, no matter who you are not allowed to let it go, otherwise you will be the enemy of everyone present. You can take the body back, hee. It seems that buying slaves is not feasible. Field is helpless. Is he going to rush down like a fool? Although the benefits are great, the risks are equally great. Field gritted his teeth and quietly circulated his internal fighting spirit. You can try it. Before he made any move, a cold snort sounded from behind. You bastards of the Empire, dare to kidnap my fiancée, you are courting death. I want to see who can stop me today. The next moment, a black-clad teenager flashed out, bursting out with a powerful third-level fighting spirit, and rushed straight down. So domineering, really a warrior. Field nodded in appreciation, silently praising in his heart. There are still good people, so let him take the lead. However, the next moment, the emerald green wind blade cut through the space, carrying a terrifying breath that made people palpitate, and at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. It easily penetrated the body of the strong-clad teenager, and slammed hard on the rock wall of the Colosseum. Puff, when the teenager fell, he had already split in half from the middle, and blood was splattered all over the ground. This scene made the boy's fiancée scream in despair. Damn, do you want to make such a big deal? Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. Sure enough, not all times are suitable for showing off with force. There are really many strong people here. It's definitely not worth it to risk your own life. How should I do it? The time is too short. It's difficult to design a perfect plan, but I can't be impulsive. Field thought anxiously, tapping his fingers on the guardrail. Got it, since this group of perverts enjoys people's pain, I can use their tricks against them, but it depends on her luck. Field's eyes lit up, and he regained his composure in an instant. He snapped his fingers and wiped the magic envelope. I bet on number 7 to survive to the end, and I bet 200 gold coins. Sorry, the Colosseum is in units of 10,000. And the minimum is 10,000 gold coins. The servant next to him reminded, Is it so expensive? Field scratched his head and pretended to be annoyed, then bet 10,000 bet that number 7 can survive to the end. Huh, so bold, this is not like your cautious style just now. The businesswoman was surprised. The Fox sub-people have no fighting talent. I think your gold coins will be wasted. Field leaned on the railing. Nothing is inevitable as long as the benefits are big enough. It is worth the risk. In addition, the girl is cute, so she should get more investment. I hope you can still be so calm after it's over. Ding, the bell rang, and the imprisonment chain disappeared instantly. The controlled strange mantis rushed towards the slaves at a speed almost like an afterimage. It has been hungry for 12 days, and now it smells the delicious smell of human flesh, and it has been impatient. The face of the businesswoman next to her changed instantly, and she tore the bet certificate in her hand into pieces. It's so unlucky. Huh, Field didn't understand. The next moment, a bright red blood arrow shot at the wall. Number 4, the strongest and fastest runner, became the first target. She just wanted to grab the spear on the weapon rack, but she found that she couldn't grab it even though it was close at hand. Where's my hand? Number 4 stared at her right hand blankly. The slice was smooth and there was no blood spurting out at the first time. Her pupils trembled wildly. When she turned her head, she saw a twisted and terrifying insect eating her arm with its jaws like a snack. No, no help. The strange mantis slashed down with a knife, and the audience immediately boiled. They loved to watch the brutal scene. Good death, good death. Fortunately, I didn't buy number 4. This is my last gold coin. Are you worthy of us? Damn it, give me back. It took the strange mantis a minute to eat the whole person and immediately rushed to the second one. There was no suspense. The fiancée of the young man in tight clothes became the second victim because she walked towards the monster woodenly, and the highlight in her eyes had disappeared. Faced with the takeaway food, the strange mantis was not polite at all, and accepted it with a smile. The people on the stage cheered again. What a jerk, they are all scum. Field's eyelids twitched, and it had nothing to do with the saintly mentality. He simply felt that this kind of killing was meaningless. It would be better to send these people to the night territory to farm, or assign them to unmarried soldiers, instead of using their lives to please the nobles. The slaves began to resist. They picked up various weapons to resist the attacks of the monsters, but the effect was almost zero. The girl tried to repel the strange mantis with a hammer, but her head was chopped off by a knife. It's eating slower, it seems I'm lucky. Field looked at the monster below. Its attack was not so fierce, and it began to pick and choose when eating, only sucking brain marrow or eating internal organs. Fox subhumans are a relatively intelligent subhuman species. Gayaglissi shivered all over, and the smell of blood stimulated the fluff on her tail to stand up. Excessive fear made her move stiffly. She had no choice but to pinch her thighs with her nails, and the stinging sensation could stimulate her desire to survive. Where can I escape to? As long as I survive to the end, it will be fine. The people in the Colosseum did not tell them the truth, that everyone would die, but said, those who persevere to the end can survive and gain freedom. In this way, they can stimulate their desire to survive, rather than let them wait helplessly for death. The girl stepped barefoot on the cold and slippery stone floor, completely ignoring the jagged gravel that scratched her soles, and took advantage of the time gained by others to quickly escape to the weapon rack. Gayaglissi took a deep breath, exhaled deeply, took a shield from the rack, and scanned the weapons again. It's impossible to break the defense of the monster, as long as I can prevent myself from being killed by my companions. Gayaglissi's slender little hand grabbed a long knife, but it was too heavy and almost hit her feet. In desperation, she had to take a dagger. Buzz, suddenly, she felt a chill on her back and fell forward. A silver spear passed by her shoulder, leaving a hideous scratch on her snow-white shoulder. Who? Gorges rolled on the ground twice, saw a human girl holding a spear and charging at her. Although they were about the same age, her young face was full of ferocity. Perhaps because of fear, she cried while holding back her tears. I'm sorry, I don't want to die, please die first. In her opinion, as long as everyone else died, she would be free. I won't give up either. Raising her shield quickly, Geoglis curled herself up behind the shield, ready to meet the impact. However, the human girl raised her spear to charge but closed her eyes and hit nothing. Instead, she was hit on the lower abdomen by the tail of the spear, and the severe pain made her scream. Her screams will attract monsters, and we can't stay here any longer. Gorges rationally wanted to run away, but when she looked up, she saw the fishy saliva dripping. No, that's not it. Sweat trickled down her snow-white neck, mixing into the wound, sending a piercing pain. However, these pains were nothing compared to the mantis monster in front of her. Gorgoris used up her last bit of rationality and raised her shield. Buzz, the sonic boom sounded instantly, and the terrifying claws of the strange mantis slashed straight out and rushed over violently. The afterimage lingering in the air for a long time showed its terrifying power. Puff wood chips flew everywhere. The shield shattered instantly, without any suspense. And there was a blood curtain splashing. A first-level monster fighting an ordinary demi-human, there was no room for evasion. The claws cut into the chest and hooked out from the lower abdomen, and blood gushed out. The severe blood loss made Geogris's head dazed, followed by a dizzy feeling, and her vision blurred. I'm going to die, so what? This world is too filthy. I hope that the last person can live well. Gorgris felt that she was lifted up lightly, and the strange mantis was drooling, ready to suck her brain dry. The fox girl could already smell the extremely fishy smell. Damn it, my 10,000 gold coins. Just at this moment, Field mobilized all his fighting spirit, turned all the fighting spirit into a majestic momentum, and burst out fiercely. The 10,000 gold coins, shouted out, made people's eardrums hurt. Fuck, you scared me. Why are you yelling so loudly? If you have any objections, go to the host. People around him cursed, and Field immediately felt that 3 or 4 murderous intentions were locked on him, and strong malice was ready to go. Field dared to guarantee that if he dared to make any disruptive moves, he would be killed by the strong here. Damn you, you idiot, you can't even do this. Field pretended not to know, still maintaining his noble manner, and cursed fiercely. But the amazing thing is that the strange mantis actually left the dying Geoglis. He tilted his head and glanced at Field, his compound eyes turned, and his attention was attracted by other girls again, leaving a residual image, chasing after others. Success, my observation and judgment are all correct. Field secretly sweated. When the strange mantis attacked the audience before, it was slapped down by the 3rd-level fighting knight, and it became extremely sensitive to fighting. When the strong-suited boy burst into fighting, Field obviously noticed that the strange mantis was afraid and terrified. This kind of magic beast is extremely timid. It always pays attention to the surrounding environment, and pays full attention to high-speed moving creatures. Field nodded secretly, the fastest no, 4 before was defeated at this point. I suddenly burst into fighting, distracting the attention of this magic beast. What are you mumbling about? I thought you were calm, but you were still excited after losing money. The businesswoman cleared her ears, rubbed her head, and complained, Stop making so much noise. I almost got scared to death. Sorry, Field said casually and turned his attention back to the Colosseum. The murderous intent locked on him also disappeared. After all, he just howled and did not affect the result. After all, he lost 10,000 gold coins, so why not let him vent? As long as his brain is not sucked dry. He should not die for a while, with the vitality of the subhumans. Next, it's up to fate. Looking at the gradually fading green dot, Field was so nervous that he almost crushed the wine glass. Fortunately, the strange mantis did not make any trouble. In 1.5 minutes, it killed the remaining girl cleanly. The winner is number 3, the host announced excitedly. Those who guessed correctly were excited and crazy, while those who lost were annoyed and cursed, grabbing the men and women beside them to vent. I spent 10,000 gold coins and have the right to take the body away. I'm going to whip it severely. Field was angry with a roar. He jumped down from above and quickly ran to the side of Geoglis. The hideous, huge wound almost cut off all the organs and bones that could be cut. The tragic scene was simply unbearable to look at. Even in the future, there would be no possibility of rescue. Pay attention to him in case he tampered with the venue. Let him take the body away. Even if the goddess came, the slave could not be saved. Besides, who would save a slave? The strong men in charge of the Colosseum originally planned to drive him away, but Field's perverted behavior won their favor, so they laughed and acquiesced to Field's behavior of taking the body away. You must survive 10,000 gold coins. Field picked up Gaiaglissi and jumped up quickly. Do you really want to whip the corpse? The businesswoman's eyes were filled with anger, and she stood in front of Field, be a human being. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Field raised his eyebrows indifferently and kissed Gaiaglis on the cheek directly. Sorry, I like this. Please don't block my way. I'm busy. Okay, sir, I support you. You are very perverted, I like it very much. This 1,000 gold coins are for you. If you perform in public, I will give you 10,000 gold coins. Something that made Field confused happened. Several perverts ran over and excitedly gave him an incentive money. Field secretly complained, dead pervert. I almost forgot that they will also rank perverts. I'm going to have fun first, but this is private. Seeing that Gaiaglis had no heartbeat. Fortunately, the green dot did not disappear completely. Field stopped talking nonsense and rushed out. Using the magic envelope again, Field's vision was distorted and returned to the previous grass. Field, are you okay? Rosaria, who was waiting outside, staggered out of the woods. Seeing that Field was fine and the strong smell of blood on his body was not his, Rosaria let out a long sigh, restored her previous elegant state, calmly walked in front of him and angrily said, "Next time you act alone you will forget about sleeping in the future." Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. I'm not someone who jokes about life. Compared to this, help me save her quickly. She has the potential to awaken to become the chosen one. Field hurriedly laid the foxman flat on the ground. It's normal not to bring Rosaria. How can you bring your sister to the uncovered conference? My healing ability can only be used on myself, you know. Rosaria leaned over and glanced at the wound that smelled of blood. She licked the corner of her mouth. I thought you brought me some snacks and I was just about to praise you for being considerate. What are you thinking about? Field raised his hand and asked her to eat a roasted chestnut, use your bloodline to clean her trachea, expel the debris in her body, and then assist her heart to beat. Buy me some time. Can the heart still assist beating? Why don't I know? Rosaria couldn't understand, but did it obediently. Field first took out the awakening stone and put it in Gaiaglis's hand. If she awakened directly to become the chosen one, she might be able to heal herself. Sure enough, there is no response. After waiting quietly for 3 seconds, Field shook his head helplessly and gritted his teeth and said, I can only use the life gem. I feel so sorry for it. It's not even warm yet. The little girl in front of him has not yet awakened. She is an ordinary person and the artifact can be used for her. No, leave the life gem to yourself. What if you encounter danger in the future? Rosaria objected loudly. Seeing that Field still took out the life gem, she knew that he would not change his decision easily. She immediately stamped her feet in anger. You really don't look like a qualified noble at all, although it makes people feel very reliable, hey. Normal nobles would rather let the gold coins and treasures rot in the secret room than take them out for others to use. Field shook his head. I'm not being kind-hearted. I just have a longer-term vision. Without the life gem, I can find the chosen one of the goddess of life in the future, or rob others. If she is saved, the power of the night territory will be stronger. Take a first-level artifact and exchange it for a first-level god's chosen one. It's a sure win. After putting the life gem into the little Lolita's hand, the next moment, a force full of vitality surged out of it, with thousands of brilliant lights, interweaving into a colorful and gorgeous figure, slowly falling on the little Lolita. Then the organs began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, the granulation surged, and the green mark on the small map became clear again. It hurts, the little Lolita murmured, and the person was still in a coma. It worked and it cost me a lot. Field wiped the sweat but smeared a lot of blood on his forehead. The sticky feeling made people very uncomfortable, but Field was too lazy to care and laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Heh, work hard for me in the future. Rosaria held her forehead, looking helpless, took out a handkerchief and handed it over. It's not safe here. Let's go back to the post station first. You must be careful in the future. Don't get hurt. Okay. Field looked amused. Before getting the life gem, don't you still take risks? But she was right. The situation in the Empire was getting more and more chaotic. We should be careful. Taking Gogglies with him, the two disappeared into the night. The underground dance in Maple Leaf territory will last until the early morning. But Hunter Okas chose to leave the dance early and even gave up his favorite part of the unobstructed meeting. Oh no, the palpitation is getting stronger and stronger. Damn, which bastard is targeting me? The space was distorted, and as the magic envelope was broken, Okas appeared in the mountain forest on the edge of maple leaf territory. The branches were swaying, the rocks were jagged, and the animals at night made strange calls, which was extremely terrifying. The boss is coming out. 20 or so men in messy clothes gathered around and asked in an evil tone. Boss, did you have fun? Please take me with you next time. Hee, take me with you too. I also want to try what it's like to be a lady. Is business bad? Why didn't you sell many sub-people? Yes, I'm counting on some money to cure my mother of the evil spirit. Damn, shut up your mouths that smell worse than loincloths. They're making my ears hurt. Load the subhumans onto the truck. We must leave the High Castle province as quickly as possible. Someone is targeting us. Okas threw the chain to his accomplice in annoyance and kicked the guy closest to him. Hurry up. It must be the Hawkeye gang. They are jealous of the gold coins of our green lizard slave catchers and want to steal them. Pack your things quickly. Maple Leaf territory is not a good place. No one doubted that Okas was born with the talent of a hunter and was extremely sensitive to danger. With this talent, they were invincible and captured rare subhumans and demons in the dangerous primitive jungle. Beast. However, the next moment, SHH, a space warp gate was opened. 60 or 70 subhuman warriors wearing leather armor and holding standard weapons walked out of it, both men and women. Damn magic warp gate, what a big scene. Okas was shocked. Normally, small warp gate magic requires a third-level magician to master and requires a terrifying talent for space deduction, so the guy who casts this magic is definitely very strong. Of course, this magic is extremely dangerous. If it is discovered by the enemy magician and interferes with the space node, the teleported person may be directly torn into pieces by the space turbulence. But the people in the slave-catching group obviously don't have such a high-level magician. Oka's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he spat with a curse, drew out his long knife and looked alert. Help, help! Great Moonlight Goddess, please save us. Woo woo woo, the originally numb subhumans were instantly shocked when they saw the warriors of their own race. The despair in their eyes was replaced by hope, and they cried and struggled to ask the subhuman soldiers for help. Aware of enemy attacks, prepare for defense. The soldiers of the slave-catching group kicked and drove the subhumans into the cage roughly and drew their weapons to be on guard. Damn humans, they actually abused our compatriots. They are simply demons. The subhuman soldiers gnashed their teeth and wished they could rush over to rescue their companions immediately. Tusk, you're running wild in our human territory. Oka snorted coldly, drawing his bow and arrow. I didn't abuse my own kind. I killed all the aliens. Am I a devil? Damn subhumans, all of them should be killed. Wu Dai jumped out of the folding door, holding a dagger, her eyes full of hatred. It was you who took away the children of the tribe. We have always lived in our own homeland. You are the invaders. Roar, my parents were eaten alive by the pig subhumans as food. I hid under the bed and witnessed this damn scene. You barbaric beasts deserve to die. I swear, as long as I live for 1 second, the killing of subhumans will not stop. Oka's eyes were filled with hatred, as if he had returned to that desperate day. What does that have to do with us? Woody gritted her teeth. We, the pink cat subhumans, have never invaded other people's homes. Hee, all subhumans are the same to us humans, just the sinful products of humans and livestock. Okas raised his long knife, his fighting spirit surging. There's nothing to say, come on. That's right, according to the contract, I will kill the hunter. Besides, I'm very unhappy now and need to vent. The tall woman wrapped in a purple-red robe walked out of the folding door with enchanting steps, and with a wave of her hand, the magic folding door closed. Miss Ghost, then I'll trouble you thanks to you. We can find the hunter. Woody was very relieved. The commission is worth it. Although she couldn't kill Simon, the demand side, but killing the hunter, the supply side, could still help the race. You're welcome. A pair of black fox ears swayed slightly, and the charming snow-white long legs stretched out from the robe, exposing the big furry tail. The woman just stood there, exuding a charm that made it difficult for people to look away. Black fox demi-human, no wonder she knows magic. Okas couldn't see her face, and little Okas reacted uncontrollably. He licked the blade of the long knife, and the deep malice in his eyes was not concealed. Damn, I actually became interested in demi-humans. What did you do to me? The black fox demi-human, known as the Ghost, waved the fan in his hand and said in a numb tone, racial talent. This smell is so familiar, haha. You are the merchant who sells magic materials. There are demi-humans mixed in the human gathering. What is Simon doing for a living? Just pay the money. If you have enough gold coins, you can enter even the royal ballroom. How are you going to fight me? Take off your clothes, stick your body out, and then use your proud body to squeeze me dry, beast. Okas laughed. I caught a bunch of fox sub-people and sent them to the Colosseum to be slaughtered. Soon you will be the next one. You will not be able to laugh soon. The ghost turned the fan and turned it into a shining artifact sword with evil spirits. With a wave of his left hand, a ball of ghostly blue fox fire came into his hand. Naimad. Chosen one or a magic warrior? Okas was confused, and cold sweat instantly flowed down. He thought it was an ordinary mage at first. Magic warrior is a kind of profession. Those who use magic and melee weapons at the same time can be called magic warriors, similar to melee mages but more focused on warriors. Both sides were murderous and the battle was about to break out. Kill. Wu Dai pulled out the dagger with a twist of her wrist, and her figure disappeared strangely, but in fact she turned into a shadow and appeared in front of the slave-catching team members in an instant under the cover of darkness. With a flash of black light, the dagger pierced the slave-catching team members' unprotected necks from bottom to top. Puff, blood splashed out like a fountain. As if it was a signal, everyone moved. The melee broke out between the two sides in an instant. Kill them all. Level 3 Dukai absolute slash. Okas roared and the village of his childhood seemed to reappear in front of him. Layers of pigmen rushed into the village, chopped off the legs of people when they saw them, and then ate them alive. He laughed wildly. This time I won't run away. I won't pity you. The ghost waved his left hand, level 3 magic wind wall. Buzz, there was a bang. In the calm forest suddenly blew out a whirlwind that was so fast that it almost tore the sight. The wind wall formed by the countless wind blades strangled and rotated suddenly took shape. The fallen leaves caught and it broke and turned into powder. Absolute slash and the wind wall collided fiercely, making a violent explosion, and the abilities of both sides tore and collided with each other. Oka's heart suddenly beat wildly, and his head quickly turned. Silver light flew across his cheek, leaving a blood mark on his face. So strong, worthy of being the chosen one. Using the impact of the collision, Okas retreated violently, and the long sword in his hand had already broken a hole. Where have you been, poor little thing? The fox fire in the ghost's left hand flashed, magic invisibility. Looking at the enemy who disappeared out of thin air, Okas's face was pale, and sweat ran down his forehead. What kind of fighting style is this, damn? The chosen one has too many methods. His heart was pounding violently. Okas's years of hunting experience made his hair stand on end, and he immediately chose to fall to the right front. The next moment, a sudden black knife light slashed out of thin air. Puff! Augustin felt dizzy and fell to the ground like a bag of flour. Just as he was about to stand up, a strange sense of imbalance made him fall inexplicably. My hand! Okas looked again and saw that his left hand had been cut off, blood spurting out. He quickly wrapped it with his clothes and rolled to avoid the second knife. Looking up again, the fox subhuman disappeared again. Damn it, come out, bitch, fight me head on. Okas roared madly. He saw that his team members could no longer hold on. The battle between the slave-hunting team members and the subhuman warriors also became fierce. The number of people was already at a disadvantage. The subhumans were still wearing leather armor, and their weapons were also standard long swords and spears, which gave them an advantage. Okas saw with his own eyes that his trusted team members were stabbed into the chest by 3 or 4 spears and fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open, and he was mumbling as if he had something to say, but he was immediately stabbed twice by the violent subhuman soldiers. His last spirit quickly dissipated. What made him even more upset was that the enemy also had a chosen one. Although Woody was not strong in frontal combat, she could still easily crush ordinary people with little armor. After just a moment of confrontation, some of the slave-catching team fled and surrendered. Okas waved his long sword desperately, trying to force the fox-like people out. Get out. Get out. Are you afraid too? Along with the sword energy, the ghost suddenly appeared. Oka's legs separated in an instant. We are all level 3, but I am like an ant being manipulated at will. This world is too unfair. I have been training so hard. Oka smiled bitterly and propped himself up with the broken sword. Haha, I failed today, but someone will inherit our will. We have it too. The ghost did not attack him easily, but took elegant steps and emerged from the invisible state. The struggle between races is a life and death struggle. Don't look so bitter and resentful, and face death calmly. Level 3 magic skill, ink and water curse. The violent black and white sword energy turned into strange runes like tadpoles, which were cut out layer by layer, and the ferocious fox fire followed closely, like a huge torrent, instantly drowning the struggling Okas. The forest in front of him had been flattened into a fan, shaped by the mixed sword energy, and Okas had turned into dust. Saved, long live. The subhumans quickly wiped out the slave hunting team, and everyone hugged the liberated slaves tightly to celebrate the hard-won freedom. Thank you very much, Miss Gaimai. Wu Dai breathed a sigh of relief, walked to Gaimai and bowed deeply. You're welcome, I just do things for money. Gaimai did not reveal her true face, but waved her hand. What are you going to do next? Return to your homeland. My people will go back first. But I have to find another group of kidnapped people, and I have to find a way to make money. Wu Dai finished speaking, lowered her eyes, looked at her toes for a long time, raised her head and asked hesitantly, is it really impossible for humans and subhumans to live in peace? We obviously didn't do anything bad. Pig subhumans eat people, what does it have to do with us cat subhumans? Of course not, this is not something you and I can decide. In fact, the conflict has little to do with race. You see, humans are killing each other, and the subhumans are even worse. Think about it carefully. Are the superior races who come to the tribe every year to collect taxes and slaves different from Simon? This. Wu Dai fell silent. Like lions, bears, wolves, pigs, and the most terrifying dragon subhumans, they not only don't worry about the problem of genocide, but they madly invade the surrounding races. The conquered tribes need to hand over huge amounts of wealth and manpower every year. For the slaves taken away by them, becoming playthings and servants is the best result. Generally, they can only go to the front line as cannon fodder or directly become mobile military rations. The Subhuman Alliance and the Griffin Empire have had countless small-scale conflicts. As a result, the superior races have become richer and richer. But their small tribes have been oppressed by both sides and are about to be finished. The ghost pinched the Catman's face. Okay, don't look so bitter and resentful. This is not the problem we should consider. Weakness is the original sin. Wu Dai blinked her big eyes and said sadly, if there is a place willing to accept us equally, as long as we work, we can get food in exchange. It would be great if we can eat every day and don't have to be enslaved or killed. My dear cat girl, although there are stars outside, don't dream while awake. The ghost rolled her eyes coquettishly. How can such a place exist? Even elves cannot avoid becoming slaves. Only the holy places described by the sacrifices can have such places. You don't look very happy today. Do you need my help? Feeling the resentment of the woman hidden in the robe in front of her, Wu Dai deliberately asked. She really wanted to have a good relationship with this powerful predecessor. It is always a good thing to have a strong person to rely on. Don't mention it. I was furious today when I saw the fox people being slaughtered. And I ran into another bastard who took the body away and whipped it. Unfortunately, he was very cautious, and I didn't find the right opportunity to do something to him. The tall white rabbit kept rising and falling because of anger. The woman clenched her fists and made a banging sound. Don't let me catch him, otherwise he will have a hard time. So perverted. Wu Dai wiped the cold sweat and thought to herself, it's really not easy for everyone. Even such a powerful ghost lady has enemies that are difficult to deal with. After everyone packed up, they disappeared into the night. Gorges felt dizzy. She felt like she had returned to the legendary hometown of the Silver Fox people, the plain of the Yuzum Holy Land, which had been praised countless times by priests and shamans. It is said that there are countless cattle and sheep, fertile farmland and rivers flowing with milk. After the Silver Fox people die, they will return to the Holy Land. Stepping on the soft grass, Gaeaglissy had an indescribable sense of pleasure. She felt that the grass was particularly smooth. She rolled on the grass for a long time. She came to the river and saw a snow-white river flowing. Really? There is a milk river, it's incredible. Although her reason and life experience told her that it was impossible for a river to be full of milk, she still stubbornly believed that the Holy Land existed, and now she really saw it. She quickly gathered her hair that was waving in the wind, and Gaeaglissy quickly bent down and lowered her head to stick out her small tongue. Slurp, slurp, the rich milk flavor lingered on her lips and teeth. I've never been so comfortable, it's so good. Gaeaglissy lay on the ground, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she pinched her face. I hope it's not a dream. Wow, it hurts. Gaeaglissy suddenly woke up, and turned over and sat up from the bed. It was a dream. Where is this? Looking around, I found myself in a stone house with a warm fire burning and the burning wood making a slight crackling sound. The young man in the tribe robe, holding a book in his hand, had fallen asleep. There was a wooden tray on the bedside table, and the beautiful pot exuded the fragrance of milk. Gauglais reached out and touched it, and it was already cold. It seems that I have slept for a long time. I have to get up. Little Loli shook her head and her head still hurt. She wanted to lift the quilt, but she felt that she couldn't move her hand. It's so soft, the quilt can be so comfortable. The quilts in the past were all hay that rubbed the skin. After struggling for a long time, Gauglais still reluctantly lifted the quilt. She saw her intact body without clothes, but it didn't matter. The key was that there were no hideous wounds. The smooth belly all the way to the abdomen was slippery. Is this a dream again? The little Loli pinched her face again, and it hurt this time. He saved me. After carefully looking at Field for a moment, Gauglais remembered a lot of things. She failed in the beast fight and was taken away. She didn't remember what happened afterwards, but her intuition told her that the one who saved her was the one in front of her. It turned out to be a human. Why? However, since he saved me, I guess he is the only one I can rely on. Gauglais knew that she was hostile to humans in her heart, but there was no one to rely on in this world, and she had no way to survive. Even if the one in front of her was a two-headed ogre, all she could do was obey. Getting up quietly, Gauglais grabbed the wool blanket on the bed and covered Field with it. You're awake. Even though the little Loli moved very gently, Field still woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw a vixen with censored body, standing on tiptoe, with a flat chest that didn't show any movement even when she arched her body, and she was carrying a blanket and trying to cover herself with it. I didn't expect that she would care about me just after picking it up. Field was very surprised and thought that she would perform a tsundere drama like in anime. I don't need it. Field took the blanket, covered the little Loli's shoulders, and wrapped her body. Field clearly felt her body tremble, but she quickly calmed down. You are not wearing clothes because you struggled too hard. And the maid didn't put on pajamas for you. Well, it's okay. Gauglais waved her hand. And on her sad and cold face, she forced out two dimples in a smile. You saved me, I am yours, and you can do anything you want. Put on your clothes first. Field put down the book in his hand. This is a cliché storybook about a knight fighting a dragon and then saving a princess. It is also a best-selling story in this world. Pointing to the maid costume on the side, Field smiled and said, From now on, you are a member of my knight territory. Of course, the purpose of my saving you is to make you my chosen one. Ah! Gauglais paused, looked at Field in confusion, but then picked up the maid costume and put it on obediently. Don't you have any questions? I thought she would ask classic questions like, can humans and subhumans make a contract? You chose to save me instead of others. I believe you have arranged everything. The little fox shook its big tail and its big spiritual eyes blinked with a strong expectation in its eyes. I was lucky to survive and I could become the chosen one. How could such a good thing happen? It was like a dream. Gauglais felt light and unreal. Smart enough. Nodding his head in appreciation, Field waited patiently for her to get dressed. If you want to ask a question, I want to know your name. Gauglais adjusted her maid outfit. This was the first time she wore such clothes. She could only wear rough linen clothes before. My name is Gauglais. Field Ross. Okay, master. Under normal circumstances, just call me sir. Field lifted his collar with a hot body, rubbed his hands expectantly, and took out the awakening crystal. This is the awakening crystal. You take it and feel it carefully. The moment Gauglais' right hand touched the crystal, red and yellow starlight surged out, converging into a powerful goddess phantom. The appearance could not be seen clearly, but it made people excited. The red and yellow starlight gathered into a rune group similar to a hammer and silk thread. Gauglais' eyes widened, and her slightly trembling hands reached out to touch it. The rune was instantly engraved on Gauglais' right shoulder. Gauglais' already excellent appearance was once again enhanced by divine power. Her gray eyes were like gems, and her beautiful hair was scattered on her petite and soft body. With a maid outfit, her white feet stepped on the floor, and her fluffy big tail swung back and forth. The little Loli looked well behaved, like a doll. If it is used as a pillow, it will definitely be very comfortable, and there is no need to worry about not having a hand warmer in winter. Without saying a word, Gauglais' mark of God's choice shone brightly, and an invisible divine power link came, and the two instantly completed the contract. In Field's mind, Gaeagles' information appeared. Name: Gao Glei's level. First class chosen by God of Mechanics profession. Mechanic maker / city defense planner artifact. Puppet tool Fox type. The Fox type shell is extremely strong, and the built-in tools can be generated at will according to Gao Glei's ideas. The equipment produced is of artifact quality and has no attack capability. The city defense weapons it produces will be engraved with special runes. Divine skill. Mechanic overload. When used on mechanical equipment, it increases performance 5-fold. When used on a mechanical puppet, the pet Fox type will transform the surrounding equipment into a powerful attack weapon. Feature: skilled craftsman making equipment, twice the result with half the effort. Territory gain. In the Lord's territory, the city walls and fortifications will be strengthened by divine power, and the defense capability will be increased by 10%. I've never heard of this type before. Field was confused, but still very excited. It happens to be scarce in the territory. Night territory is in great need of technical talents. My lord, am I useless? Gao Gris was silent for a moment. Her beautiful eyes dared not look directly at Field and said worriedly, I don't seem to be very powerful. How could it be? Field decisively used the head patting move, rubbing her furry fox ears. It feels great, soft, warm, and silky. Just this pair of top-quality animal ears is worth the price. The little fox just had her ears touched, and her pretty face immediately blushed. Such a big reaction. Field was surprised. Are ears not private parts? I don't think I've ever asked. When I see a subhuman, I will touch her ears. Is it possible that in the eyes of a subhuman I am a big pervert? No, not really. I'm just a little ticklish. Besides, the sudden change made me confused for a while. Gao Glei's waved her hands. Please do as you like. Indeed, after all, it was uncertain whether I would live or die yesterday, and today I became the chosen one inexplicably, and we are not familiar with each other. Field reluctantly let go of his hand. Let me tell you the cause and effect first for a moment. By the way, let me tell you about the situation in the night territory first. It took Field an hour to introduce his basic situation. That's about it. By the way, this is Rosaria. We must get along well in the future. Hello, miss. Gao Glei's took the initiative to greet. Okay, fox-flavored food. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth and showed a charming smile. You must work hard to serve the Lord. You're so beautiful at such a young age. When you grow up, you will definitely be a great beauty who is no less than this lady. You are too kind. Gao Glai scratched her head embarrassedly and subconsciously took 2 steps to Field's side. The dangerous aura of corrupted creatures from the inside out would make any creature alert. Even Ashina, who was very familiar with Rosaria, would not play with her on weekdays. Fortunately, both of them liked to play with me. Otherwise, Field would worry about their physical and mental health. Be humble. Field covered his face. Every time Rosaria appeared, the painting style would be brought to a strange place. I'm so happy. Rosaria sat on the desk with her big white legs. Actually, I also have a lowly form, but I rarely use it. Because Field likes to watch big white rabbits, I reluctantly cater to him. Gorges didn't quite understand. Big white rabbits, are they edible? Fox Asians like to eat rabbits the most, but they don't show them to people. You can eat and drink. Hey, stop talking nonsense, stop it. Field almost vomited blood and hurried forward to cover Rosaria's mouth to stop her from going against the will of heaven. Seeing that the two had a very good relationship, Gaeagles was also moved, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It was great to meet a friendly lord. A strong feeling of happiness suddenly surged in her heart. This rare emotion made Gaeagles difficult to adapt to for a while. For some reason, her nose suddenly wrinkled, and her eyes were like ripples in a lake. Even though they had just met, the sudden intimacy made her feel the warmth of home. After the nonsense, Field snapped his fingers happily. Let's try the little fox's ability. Arriving at an uninhabited wasteland, Field first asked the soldiers to patrol the periphery. After confirming that no one was spying, he called out Gaeagles. This is my artifact, which can transform mechanical equipment. After that, Gaeagles' bracelet flashed with silver light and turned into a silver mechanical fox, without hair, with a pure mechanical structure. It is not the déjà vu of modern robots, but full of steam and Gothic style. Bending down, Field knocked on the body of the mechanical fox, making a very textured, muffled sound, and it was impossible to guess the material. Gaeagles' ability looked very complicated, and Field was confused for a while. Let's demonstrate it first. Field took out the standard crossbow commonly used in the army. This, can you transform it? Yes, the fox puppet directly cracked, and various strange tools emerged from it, and the crossbow was dismantled into pieces in a few seconds. Simple structure, but very effective. Geogles understood the structure of the crossbow, and immediately the divine power surged. First-level divine skill, mechanical overload. A ray of light poured into the puppet fox's body, and the puppet's body shape changed rapidly, and the broken crossbow was also absorbed into the light ball. The light was restrained, and a ferocious crossbow appeared. The bright crossbow body was engraved with mysterious runes and fox patterns. The whole crossbow shone with the luster of a divine weapon. The puppet fox was transformed into another weapon. What is this, a fox crossbow? Yes, this is already a crossbow of divine quality. Unfortunately, after the overload ends, it will still return to its previous state. I can't mass-produce divine weapons for the time being. Field nodded with satisfaction. That's also very good, try the power. Aiming at the huge tree 100 meters away, Geogles held a crossbow half her size and pulled the trigger. The crossbow arrows condensed with divine power hummed out and hit the giant tree. With a bang, the crossbow arrows directly broke the two people and the thick tree in half. It can be like this. Field was stunned for a moment, and then excitedly said, can it be turned into dongfeng or self-propelled artillery? Building a dongfeng in the Middle Ages directly leads the times by N versions. Dongfeng? Artillery? My lord, I don't understand. I can only dismantle the machine and understand its structure before I can strengthen the artifact. I'm too hasty. Waving her hand to remove the overload state, Geogles returned the assembled crossbow to Field. But I can also improve the weapon. If there is a need for design, let me do it. A skill with great potential. Field understood. Go back and get some siege equipment, let you dismantle it for fun. Field guessed that this skill would become stronger when facing a strong opponent, and it needed to rely on more powerful equipment to exert its power. It's a pity that there is no city defense crossbow on hand, otherwise I would just try the overload crossbow. Well, I won't let you down, the little fox said seriously. After another test of physical fitness and combat power, everyone returned to the post station. Gorgris is essentially similar to Charlotte, both of whom are responsible for logistics. She can't easily crush the third-level fighting knight like the combat-type god chosen, and she can't even beat Field. But her research and development and craftsman talent are very promising. Report to the Lord, we found what you want. Field had just sat down when two soldiers came back to report. Sir, this is the missing reward for Miss Grova. It was 500 gold coins issued a month ago, and then it increased to 2,000 gold coins. The soldiers handed over the rewards of different dates respectfully. You did a good job. Field glanced at it twice and rewarded them 2 silver coins. It's much lower than I thought. I thought there would be tens of thousands of gold coins, but I didn't expect it to be only 500 at the beginning. After being a lord for a long time, I subconsciously regarded gold coins as a number. Notify everyone and prepare to leave. We will escort Miss Grova home. Field's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a dull knocking sound. I'm curious about what happened in the mountain monkey territory. Dao, as soon as the two soldiers left, Gao Gleis, who was standing next to her, couldn't help shaking. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Field saw her pupils shaking and her legs trembling. If you didn't know, you would think she was playing Master's Mission. I've seen her. Gao Gleis struggled for a moment, pointing to the portrait of the person on the bounty order, and said tremblingly, My lord, I shouldn't talk about the nobles, but you don't have to worry about anything with me. Knowing her mentality for a while after a while, Field hurriedly stroked her head and comforted her patiently. That's right. Gorgris recalled the horrible memories, which made her tremble all over. Her tribe was invaded by the slave-catching team, and she was taken away as a matter of course without support. Because of her thinness, no buyer was willing to buy her. After all, many people buy slaves just to work. Although the fox sub-people are beautiful, there is a saying that they are unclean races born from humans and livestock. Those old bachelors who buy female slaves will also choose women with big peaches and big rabbits. After all, they are easy to give birth. Under the dual conditions of sub-people and lowly, no one will buy a useless lowly fox because of her appearance. After several changes of hands, she was bought by Simon, but no one was willing to buy her, and she could only be used for fighting beasts. When I was imprisoned, the human companion who was imprisoned with me was bought by that woman. Field pondered for a moment. Is she also a girl? Yes, younger than me, but she only wants humans. I heard the guards talking about buying girls to become beautiful. Become beautiful. Field was very confused and couldn't understand it at all. What does buying a little girl have to do with becoming beautiful? Don't be afraid, it's all in the past. With me here, no one can bully you. This woman has nothing to do with us. I sent her back just to make some money. In addition, I am very curious about what happened in the mountain monkey territory. Field knew why the little fox was shaking with fear. She was afraid that she was in the same group as Grover. After all, holding someone's portrait and sending her home, anyone would think too much. Yeah. The little fox nodded obediently and fell into Field's arms with tears in her eyes. Don't be afraid. Field patted her shoulder. The little girl's soft and tiny breath passed through her clothes and blew on her skin, making her feel itchy. After comforting Gal Gris, Field pondered and said, "Since you have seen her, you must be on guard against her having seen you. We should act cautiously and avoid unnecessary trouble." Field took out a mask and gave it to Gal Gris. "I guess the whole world thinks you have ascended to heaven. So disguise yourself to avoid the curiosity of those who are interested." "As you say." After the army was assembled, Field led the army to the Mountain Monkey Territory. Mountain Monkey Territory is the border area between the High Castle Province and the Rick Province, not far from the Maple Leaf Territory. The origin of the name, the popular saying, is that there is an animal called Iron Mountain Monkey here. Their eyeballs are important magic materials. People make a living by raising monkeys. But the nobles all know that the grandfather of the mountain monkey Barren is a vicious green forest bandit, nicknamed Mountain Monkey, who has a bandit army that is good at guerrilla warfare, looting and accumulating a large amount of wealth, and then used unknown means to obtain the Baron's territory. After becoming a Baron, he is no longer outstanding. Without military power and bloodline, he can hardly move in the aristocratic circle. Therefore, the Mountain Monkey family had no allies and no chosen ones. If it weren't for the fact that the Mountain Monkey City was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and not rich, it would have been annexed long ago. The crowd marched quickly, and it took Field 2 days to reach the territory of the Mountain Monkey Territory. While on the road, the surrounding environment was obviously changing. Maple Leaf Territory was full of flowers and maple trees, but the Mountain Monkey Territory was full of natural breath. The lush trees and deep mountain paths were still made by people. The vegetation is so dense. And there are mountain products. At a glance, there are edible things everywhere. Field dismounted and took a deep breath. Such a beautiful scenery could not be seen in the night territory. With a casual glance, he saw a pile of mushrooms, and a few deer passed through the forest from time to time. Field also sensed the existence of weak monsters. In the mountains, I can hear the calls of various animals. Field said, "Nonsense, seriously. This is a snow leopard, this is a lynx, this is a fox." Field patted Gaeaglissi, who was clinging to him. Gaeagris, hey, Rosaria, who was hiding in the greatsword, was confused. Why didn't I hear anything? I can tell at a glance that it's a cute creature. After Field teased the 2 confused chosen ones, he couldn't help but sigh. The natural resources here are really rich. In comparison, the night territory is so poor that it has nothing. Rosaria said, unconvinced. The night territory has me and my kind. Field cheered up. Indeed, the biggest resource of the northern province is actually a bunch of cute chosen ones, but they are a little unfriendly. It was getting dark. In order to prevent falling off the cliff on the mountain road, Field decided to set up camp as soon as possible. Let's go to the flat land on the other side of the stream and rest for a night, Field ordered loudly. Looking at the beautiful scenery around, Field was in high spirits. Instead of reciting poems, he found a good place, urinated on a beautiful mountain flower, and then set up a temporary camp. The army stopped to rest. Grover heard the noise outside, opened the small wooden door of the carriage, and complained directly. This carriage is too bad, it creaks. As a noble, can't you even afford a better carriage? Please make do with it for a while, you will be able to return to your home soon. Field was too lazy to say more, jumped onto a boulder, and observed everywhere with a magic telescope. Grov rolled her eyes, seeing Field's indifferent look. She did not hide the anger in her eyes, and cursed in a voice that only she could hear. Waste country lord, and the last name is Ross, probably an impostor. This is already the Mountain Monkey territory. My territory, I have tolerated you for a long time before. You dare to talk to me like this? Grover immediately got off the carriage and walked quickly to the boulder. She wanted to curse, but when she saw Field's indifferent eyes, she suddenly remembered that he didn't blink when he chopped the rotten corpse in the night territory. She immediately changed her tone and said, "My knight, you should give the noble lady enough treatment. I think everyone with noble blood will do this." "Oh, what do you need?" Field raised his eyebrows. "Your maid." Grover was not polite at all. "She's fine, just a lowly subhuman." "Just give her to me." Gorgress's ears trembled, and she immediately became anxious and uneasy. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, otherwise she would be tearful again. Although she had extraordinary power, her weak heart could not be changed instantly. Field didn't even think about it. "No, she is my person, the kind that is close to me. I can't sleep at night without her." Gorglis hid her hands behind her back, took a long breath, and secretly rejoiced. "No matter how close it is, it's just a toy." "How much gold coins?" Grover rolled her eyes. "If it doesn't work, sell your human maid." "Give it to me, I'll give you 5 gold coins. How about that? It's enough to buy a more beautiful female slave." Field sat on the stone, his hand supporting his cheek, and said in a calm tone, "I don't want to say it a second time. Go back to your carriage, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. This is the mountain monkey territory. No one dares to touch me. This is our family's territory," the woman said in a stern voice. "Oh, I heard there are many robbers nearby and they may not know you." Field closed his eyes slightly and put his left hand on the hilt. This fine steel sword had already chopped down countless creatures, and he obviously didn't mind chopping down one more. Just chop her, then raise the Black Crow flag and plunder the mountain monkey territory. In this era, physical attacks are particularly useful against unreasonable fools. "You." Grove suddenly felt a chill on her back, glared at Field, and returned to the carriage without looking back. "Forget it, let's blast the mountain monkey baron first, and then plunder. Direct plundering is not efficient enough, so let's go to the baron's castle first. Team 1 will pick fresh fruits and vegetables, and Team 2 will go hunting. Be careful not to go too far from the camp and come back before the sun sets." "Yes, sir." The soldiers were so excited. Knowing that this was a good opportunity to have a snack, they set off happily. The forests belonged to the private property of the nobles, which was sacred and inviolable, and ordinary people dared not touch them. But Field, who was also a noble, didn't care at all. Not only was the mountain monkey baron on the same level as himself, but he also had no background. At least he could bluff people with the Ross family. The most fatal thing was that the mountain monkey baron had no God's chosen one. Soon, the soldiers returned to the camp with a lot of game. A warm bonfire was lit, and bamboo shoots were cooking in the pot. The maid Sparrow laboriously skewered the meat and roasted it on the fire, and the aroma of the meat soon spread. The soldiers also secretly learned from the maid's method and cooked clumsily. The mountain monkey territory is too quiet. Has the de-urbanization been too successful? Field always felt something was wrong and released the corrupted Black Crow. Go and overlook the surrounding environment. After flying for a long time, the Black Crow finally found a mountain village. Why are there 9 out of 10 empty houses? There was no smoke coming out of the village. Only an elderly man was sitting at the entrance of the village, looking helpless. Field frowned and controlled the Black Crow to circle around twice. Except for the disappearance of the villagers, there was no strange abnormality. "My lord, you deer steak." The maid Sparrow brought the food over and carefully wiped off the sauce on the edge of the tableware. Field was just about to eat when he suddenly heard a noisy sound and a faint dog barking. After becoming a second-level knight, his perception ability was greatly enhanced. "Someone is approaching here, you step back first." Field pushed his right hand, signaling the maid to step back and pick up the long sword. Sure enough, in just a dozen seconds, the whistle of the patrol soldiers came from the forest. The soldiers had no choice but to put down the food and began to line up, and Field walked towards the place where the sound came from first. Little boy riding a mountain pony, about 12 or 13 years old, with fair complexion and slightly curly hair, arrived at the camp with 17 guards. They brought a large group of hounds and a deer on their horses, and they were obviously passing by to hunt. Seeing that he was wearing aristocratic clothes, Field had a rough idea in his mind. Field adjusted his collar, asked the soldiers to make way, and walked forward with a standard etiquette smile. "Hello, I am the Baron of Night. You are the son of the Baron of Mountain Monkey." "Hello." The young man sneered and raised his chin towards the guard. The guard's eyes were wide open and he looked confused. Field was also confused. What was he going to do, share his prey with him? Why are you standing there? Let the dogs bite him to death, the young man said shockingly. The guard's teeth chattered. Ah, Master Pyre, but the other party is a baron, not a pariah who can be dealt with at will. I say let him go, otherwise I will kill you directly. Pyre scolded in a still childish voice. Are you disobeying my orders? You can't be disloyal to your master. Yes, sir. The guard's face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and did it directly. He had to obey the orders of his lord. He muttered in his mouth, if you bite him to death directly, no one should be held accountable. Ah, I admire your courage. Field looked amused. His army was already in the open, but he dared to be so arrogant. Reality really doesn't need logic. Woof, woof, woof. As the guard's hand loosened, the ferocious mountain hound opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Field with a howl. Kill these dogs. Field snapped his fingers lightly. Kill. With a shout, the soldiers of Night Territory quickly formed a shield wall, facing the hounds that rushed at them, and thrust out their spears, with the sharp spear tips piercing into the hounds that rushed at high speed without any hindrance. In an instant, most of the hounds died, and the hounds running behind had no time to break, and all crashed into the soldiers' shields. What greeted them were only cold machetes and spears. In one encounter, the hounds were slaughtered. How dare you kill my dog? Pierre's mouth shrank, and he howled in anger. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen anyone who dared to resist him in the mountain monkey territory. Since childhood, his father told him, kill whoever you want to kill, it doesn't matter what you want, because he is the son of the mountain monkey baron. He did so, and the situation today has never happened. Where did this naughty kid come from? Faced with the sudden brainless questioning, Field's brain almost crashed. It was the first time he met a naughty kid in this world. Hello, Lord Baron from Night Territory. I'm sorry for the conflict. Master Pyre is the descendant of Baron Mountain Monkey. Please go to Mountain Monkey City first. A soldier saw that Field's soldiers were not easy to mess with, but Field looked very gentle, so he immediately suggested. Field laughed, feeling unhappy, surging in his heart. What did you do earlier? Seeing that his army was not easy to bully, he wanted to make peace now. Why can I still hear dogs barking? Field raised his eyebrows in confusion. Did you forget my order? Kill all the dogs, just keep the child. Yes. The soldiers stood up their spears without hesitation, surrounded them, and rushed forward quickly. Please restrain yourself. Run. We are Baron Mountain Monkey's men. The guards were shocked. They didn't expect Field to dare to retaliate immediately. After all, their master was still on the scene. Before the guards had time to persuade or beg for mercy, the guard who first persuaded Field to calm down was the first to be shot through the throat by the Night Army soldiers who rushed over. The guard covered his throat with a ho-ho sound and suddenly felt his whole body soft, eyes wide open, fell down unwillingly. These guards were used to being domineering in the territory. They could bully the villagers, but they were no match for the battle-hardened soldiers. After waving their weapons in vain, they were soon stabbed and killed by the soldiers. Screams echoed between the mountains. When you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Field didn't even take them seriously. Kill him. Jarova witnessed all this. Her eyes were fierce. Her fists were clenched tightly. Even veins bulged. Kill my brother and all the family property will be mine. However, she soon saw a scene she didn't want to see. Sir, we have captured the person who offended you. The soldiers only killed Pear's guards. They pulled Pear off the horse, kicked him twice secretly, and threw him in front of Field like a dead dog. Let me go, I'm a noble. Field walked up, picked him up, raised his hand and slapped him 5 or 6 times, knocking him to the ground. I reasonably suspect that you are an impostor. In addition, your behavior is an attack on a noble, which is an act of war, so you are captured by me. Pear immediately said, my father will give you money, don't kill me. Yo, weren't you very arrogant before? Why did you attack me? Field was very curious. Because, sister, come and save me. Pyre looked around, and when he saw Field's maid Sparrow, he showed a weird appetite, just like a carnivore seeing fresh meat, but he put on an innocent look, pouted and cried, no, I thought you were robbers, woo woo woo, I just want to drive away the bad guys. Field snorted disdainfully. It turned out that they were not from the same family, and they were alike. Grover ran over, clasped her fingers, and begged with tears in her eyes. Pear is still a child, you are a brave knight, please don't bother with him. Of course not. Field smiled slightly. The sons of nobles will certainly not be killed. Just a ransom will be enough. After that, Field put down Pear. But the siblings didn't know that a strange red line emerged from the gluttony greatsword and had quietly penetrated Pear's neck. Second-level magic skill, bone-eating rot worms. Rosaria silently parasitized pair. In fact, Grova had also been parasitized a long time ago. As long as Rosaria had a thought, the two could reproduce the classic scene of giving birth in Alien. It's just that the rot worms of the two did not break out, so they were kept in the dark. Field gently invited the siblings to sit in the carriage, and the murderous intent in Yan's eyes was well concealed. No words were spoken that night. At noon the next day, Field arrived at the small town of Barren Mountain Monkey. It was very small. Looking around, there were only 50 or 60 households. It was not even as good as the Starry Night Manor, but the outer stone wall was decent, thick, and reliable. The castle was located on the high ground in the northeast corner of the town. It was just a 2-story stone building. It was very poor here. The city on the mountain was destined to be limited in size. Ding dong, before Field's army arrived. They heard the church bells ringing, and a group of birds was startled from the woods in the west. The gate of the mountain monkey city slowly closed, and a dozen soldiers climbed up the city wall, looking at Field's army vigilantly. Not long after, the mercenaries in messy clothes also climbed up the city wall with curses. "Oh, finally I see a proper army, although there's not even a piece of iron on them." The guards killed before had the same combat power as the militia. The soldiers in front of them looked at least somewhat combat capable, but they were also dressed badly, all in animal skins. There were very few of them, and there were less than 50 mercenaries. "Hello, sir, please tell me your purpose." The commander on the city wall seemed extremely nervous and asked loudly with an accent. Field's army was far more numerous than theirs, which put a lot of pressure on him. "Hello, I am Baron Field of Night Territory. I found your Baron's daughter, and son, and I came to visit you." The warhorse slowly stepped forward, and Field calmly told his purpose. "I think Barren Mountain Monkey's way of entertaining guests is too special." After that, Field gestured and the soldiers grabbed the siblings and walked out of the army. "Your way of visiting and sending people is too special." The commander wiped his cold sweat. "Please wait, I will inform the Baron." Field shrugged and smiled gently. "Please, I came with the friendship of Night Territory. You see, I don't even have siege weapons." Soon, a man and a woman with 10 guards wearing half-scale armor hurried to the city wall. "My child," the beautiful woman exclaimed, "open the door quickly, my dear Grova is back." "You sewer rats, don't you know your future master?" Accompanied by the creaking sound of the capstan, the gate slowly rose. "Madam, be careful." Barren Mountain Monkey was obviously not a decisive person. He looked flustered and finally advised his wife to be careful. The woman didn't even pay attention to her husband's words and trotted out to greet him. Duang, Madam Mountain Monkey has a majestic figure. As expected of a woman who has given birth to 2 children, she runs like dribbling. She has a high nose bridge and charming triangular eyes that are half open and half awake, as if she can lie down and sleep at any time, full of the charm of a mature woman. The pupils of the people led by the night followed the big rabbit up and down. "It's really powerful. She can't be the stepmother of the two. She looks much more beautiful than Grova." Field tilted his head and then glanced at Barren Mountain Monkey. His appearance is very consistent with his title. He is skinny and looks like a reward brother. He is full of the temperament of kidney deficiency. "Wait, honorable lady." Field waved the musket in front of the siblings. "I can understand a mother's love for her children, but you have to know that I spent a lot of effort to save Miss Grova. I know, the reward has been prepared long ago." The lady quickly covered her hands in front of her and bowed to Field. "Also, my son. Did he cause you trouble?" "Unfortunately, he attacked my army." "I thought I met a robber." "You are lying, you know who I am." Pell was anxious and protested loudly. Field was not panicked at all. Nobles need to be decent. If Barren Mountain Monkey is unwilling to be decent, then he will help them be decent, but it will take more effort. I think he was frightened. His guards are terrible. Maybe he was born a knight-errant and has too much banditry." The lady bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry to trouble you. This child has been spoiled by us." Yes, don't mind." Barren Mountain Monkey smiled awkwardly and kept looking at the Night Army. It was completely different from his soldiers. The Night Army soldiers were murderous, as if they were killed every day, like he was hacking someone. I thought Barren Mountain Monkey was a very domineering man. After all, his son was so arrogant, but I didn't expect him to look so cowardly. And the affairs of the territory seemed to be handled by his wife. "We are willing to compensate you with another 2,000 gold coins." The lady pondered for a moment and proposed, "We can't afford any higher price." As you can see, the population of our territory is declining, and 2,000 gold coins almost emptied the treasury. Deal. Field agreed without hesitation. But hey, Barren Mountain Monkey's chest rose and fell. He didn't even say a word, and he gave away the gold coins inexplicably. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It's getting late. The mountain area has been uneasy recently. Please go to the city to rest. Please let me thank you. The lady's eyes moved, as if her eyes could squeeze out water, and her thighs and abdomen reflected a triangular outline on the hem of her skirt. You are not going to play with your husband, are you? Field was shocked. Be careful, Field. I sense a slight threat from the direction of the castle, and the city is full of dead air. Just as Field was about to take a step, Rosaria's reminder came. Well, I'll pay attention. Field opened the small map and took a look. There were a lot of skull icons in the direction of the castle. Judging from the size, they were all non-grade monsters. How many monsters can a 2-story stone house hide even if there is a basement? What are they doing by capturing the girls? Field became more and more alert. Then I'll let the army station in. Field looked at the mountain monkey Baron and asked for his opinion. He nodded with a grim expression. Only after entering the city did Field see the whole picture of the small town, or rather the whole picture of the mountain village, with dilapidated stone houses and gaps filled with mud. The dried meat made by monkeys was hung together with tattered clothes, and the ground was also a dirt road mixed with excrement. Walking on it was like being in a pigsty. Field asked everyone to camp near the entrance of the city wall. Please come to the castle. I will let you taste the special food of the mountain monkey territory. The lady asked the children to go back to the castle first and waited patiently for Field to finish setting up camp. She stepped forward and covered her chest to introduce. My name is May from the Alfro family. I have heard of the Ross family for a long time. It is an honor to meet a regal noble. Hello, beautiful lady. Field didn't want to waste words. He glanced around and said calmly, I am more concerned about my gold coins. Can I get paid? I have asked my husband to prepare it. After waiting patiently for a while, 2 soldiers brought a large wooden box. Field signaled the soldiers to open the box. Squeak, the old wooden box made a tooth-grinding sound. There was a pile of silver coins in the box, mixed with a pitiful amount of gold coins and mixed with a mess of gold ornaments, such as a gold candlestick, which might be made of copper. The ornaments can be used to pay off debts, and it can be seen that the mountain monkey baron has been squeezed out by him. There are not 4,000 gold coins here. Field just took a quick glance and looked at Mai with a questioning look. These things are worth 1,000 gold coins, no more, no less. Please count them, Sir Field. It will take time for us to collect the other 3,000 gold coins, but you will never be short of them. There is no need to count them. I believe in Miss Mai. Field waved his hand generously. The soldiers loaded the boxes into the carriage with ease. Now, respected Sir Field, are you willing to keep the appointment? Mai smiled. If you don't even come to the castle, we will be sad. With pleasure. Field agreed immediately. He came to investigate the disappearance of the girl. The strength of Barren Mountain Monkey is far inferior to Barren Bull. It will be much easier to start the investigation from him. Following Mai into the castle, the numb residents looked at him with strange eyes along the way, and Field always felt a little creepy. There's not even a kunkun in the town. It's a miracle if it's normal. He muttered to himself, no wonder it's so quiet. Walking around the town, there's not even the most common livestock around. Pushing open the castle door, a faint fishy smell like the scent of heather hits the face. The pungent smell makes Field's nostrils move slightly, and he fanned his right hand, trying to make the air fresher. Sorry, it's always like this here, very humid. Mai looked embarrassed. In addition, the economic pillar of our territory is monkeys, and slaughtering them will produce an unpleasant smell. No problem, I've smelled worse smells. Stepping into the dark stone castle, Field's whole person is like a bowstring ready to be launched, and Rosaria is also ready to attack, ready to deal with possible threats at any time. My dear daughter, I miss you very much. The voice of the mountain monkey baron came from upstairs. Oh my God, why are things always so bad? Our castle should be demolished, renovated, and then built magnificently. It should not be as shabby as it is now, and even inferior to the Starry Night Castle in the countryside. Child, our finances are not enough to cover our expenses, you understand. Damn, I shouldn't live like this, I should live like a princess. There was a constant noise upstairs, followed by the sound of smashing things. Field listened and was amazed. He didn't expect that there were nobles living in such a difficult situation. At the beginning, seeing the arrogant attitude of the siblings, he thought they were rich. "Sorry, I made fun of you." Ma Yi lowered his head, embarrassed and wanted to bury his face in the soil. "Because we have too high expectations for both children, we have always granted their requests since they were young. Unfortunately, life is getting harder and harder. The eyes of the Iron Mountain monkey are outdated as magic materials, and its value has been greatly reduced." Field waved his hand and walked forward slowly. His eyes swept across the stone wall, which was faintly covered with sticky water stains. Turning his head, Field gently comforted. "Everyone has difficulties. Live your life well every day and everything will be fine. The poor have their own way of living, and the rich have their own way of living." It was so difficult in the night territory at the beginning, but now it is gradually getting on the right track. "You are such an elegant gentleman." Ma Yi wiped the corner of his eyes and smiled back. "Your wife must be very happy." "I am not married yet." Field is indeed not married in the legal sense. Oh, Ma Yi stared at Field meaningfully for a long time. "You are such an elegant and handsome knight, you need a partner. This woman won't fall in love with me, right?" Field rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "Why are they all greedy for my body so cheap? Baron Field, please have dinner together." Baron Shanhu walked down from upstairs with a listless face, with deep frustration and unwillingness in his eyes. "Just call me Field, I won't eat anymore. I'm praying for the holy bath these 2 days. I'm praying to the goddess of holy light, hoping my father is getting better, so he can't eat." Field lied with his eyes open. He simply didn't want to eat weird things in the castle, and prayer is the best excuse. "That's a pity you missed the best food." Baron Mountain Monkey breathed a sigh of relief and said embarrassedly, "Your room is on the second floor, the first room in the corridor. Give us 2 days to raise money. In addition, I'm sorry that our castle can't afford a maid, so—" "Yeah, I understand." Field smiled, but what he was thinking was, "There are almost no women in the entire territory. It would be strange if there were maids here." After a few casual greetings, Field went to his room to rest. Soon after returning to the room, the sky slowly darkened, and the mountain rain fell. With the black town outside the window, it was depressing and dull. Due to the fatigue of the journey, Field fell asleep quickly. This sleep was terrible. He felt something heavy pressing on his body, especially on his chest, and it was a bit hard to breathe. With his breathing, the pleasant female scent flowed into his nose, and his hands were full of excellent touch. But the strange thing was that he couldn't wake up no matter what, probably because the heavy thing was not threatening at all, and even made people feel at ease. It was not until late at night that the mountain rain got heavier and the wind was howling, and Field was awakened. "I hope Gayuglis is not afraid in the barracks." Looking out the window, Field was sleepy and muttered to himself, "Hey, you're holding one in your arms and thinking about another, right?" A muffled voice came from the quilt. "Fuck." Field was startled. Uncovering the quilt, Rosaria was lying on him with a smile. Her collar was wide open, and her playful bunny was pressed into an attractive state. Her light golden hair was spread out, very dazzling. She grabbed a small tuft of hair and drew circles on Field's belly out of boredom. "No wonder I can't breathe. It turns out you're pressing me." Field was no longer sleepy. "Why did you suddenly climb on me? Don't I usually lie on you? Why don't you say it's strange?" "Well, to be exact, you hid in the greatsword. And I carried you everywhere. How come you made it sound like a horror movie?" Rosaria grinned lazily. "I was afraid that you would be attacked while sleeping, but I didn't rest all the time. You're so careless that you fell asleep immediately. It's not safe here. Thank you for your hard work." Field subconsciously wanted to touch her head, but his hand stopped in mid-air because Rosaria didn't buy the head-touching trick. "If you want to touch my head, just touch it. Really, I won't stop you this time." "Okay." Field raised the corner of his mouth. "That's what you said." The next second, Where are you going?" Feeling the restless claws moving towards her collar, Rosaria trembled all over. But her eyes closed slightly. I'm going to sleep too. If I don't rest, I'll become stupid." "Huh, you're pretty good this time. You didn't run away." Seeing her pretending to sleep, Field's eyelashes trembled constantly, and he immediately laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Heh. He put his hand very impolitely. For more exciting content, please click expand. I feel good." Rosaria's voice was hoarse, and it was a little difficult to breathe. "Didn't you say you wanted to touch my head? How? That head is also a head next. I won't be polite." Field couldn't wait any longer, and threw his pajamas aside in a few seconds, ready to open the lid and eat. "Wait, someone is coming." Rosaria's eyes changed. She stuck out her tongue at Field and instantly returned to the gluttony great sword, saying, "Let's explore the next area later." Damn it, Field almost exploded on the spot. Crack, the door opened, and it turned out to be Miss Mai who came in. She looked at Field with angry eyes, mistakenly thinking that he was looking at her silk pajamas, and was stunned. She immediately said coquettishly, "Baron Field, why haven't you slept yet? Are you as lonely as me?" Field sneered, "Ha ha, lonely you." Mai paused. The person in front of her didn't say anything, just smiled. Why did she sound so angry? Although Mai looks good, she's not even worthy of carrying Rosaria's shoes. Just ask, when you can pout Liu Yifei or Fan Bingbing, suddenly you are slapped, and then replaced by an auntie from a street foot washing shop, and she is also plotting something bad. Are you angry? Baron, I can't sleep. Go out and carry 2 bags of flour, walk around the castle twice. Then come back and fall asleep. Field said unhappily, but then little Field lifted the blood rage state, and his smart brain immediately occupied the high ground. Field knew that he couldn't do this, so he laughed and said, "I'm kidding, Miss Mai, what can I do for you?" Mai swayed her waist and came up, sniffing her nose. "Baron, you smell good." Really, I like smelly." Field was embarrassed. When he flattened and rounded Rosaria, her body fragrance marinated him. "I smell good too, you will definitely like it." Mai smiled evilly and was about to pounce on him. "Damn it, the old grass is going to eat the calf." Field quickly pushed his hands and lit the oil lamp. The light made the room bright. Field said bluntly, "I don't believe in love at first sight. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. The main thing is that the person in front of you may not be a normal human being, so you can't be careless." On the small map, the number of monsters inside the castle suddenly began to increase rapidly. Seeing Field's righteous appearance, Mai was silent for a long time and finally said helplessly, "My husband, he is becoming more and more unlike himself. I am very scared. Please tell me in detail." Mai sat decadently in the chair. "Since the Bull Baron came, he has changed completely, becoming dark and haggard. Moreover, he also captured the daughters of the people. Although I am a noble as a mother, I am deeply shocked and scared of this behavior." Field frowned, put on his pajamas again, and sat upright. "No wonder there are so few people in the mountain monkey territory. I was still wondering, do you know why he captured the girls?" "I don't know, but I'm scared because I never saw those girls again. I'm worried that it will soon be my child's turn, my turn." Field nodded thoughtfully. "So, you need to find someone to take you away from here." "Yes, it's better not just to leave here. I hope to find a reliable and considerate strong man." Mai raised her eyebrows meaningfully and stretched out her right hand unruly. "I think you are waiting for me too." Before she finished speaking, a strange red shadow fell from the ceiling, sticky. It happened to fall on Mai's neck. "What is that?" The woman screamed, dancing like crazy, waving her hands wildly, trying to throw the thing off. Field had been prepared for a long time, and a gorgeous brooch was in his hand, and with the flash of brilliant light, it turned into a holy long sword. Fighting spirit surged, and an amazing momentum burst out around him, and the long sword in Field's hand suddenly stabbed out. Puff, the long sword accurately pierced the body of the red shadow, accompanied by a hissing sound like an insect. The little monster turned into a pool of rotten meat and fell to the ground. "What is that?" Mai was too frightened and subconsciously asked. Her body swayed and she fell to the ground. Putting his finger under her nose, Field exhaled lightly and said, "It seems that she was scared to death." Rosaria got out of the big sword. "Very good, you are very vigilant. I thought I needed to take action." Field turned his eyes to the little monster that was killed, leaned over and poked it twice with the iris long sword. "This is an octopus-like monster, the size of a fist, with a cracked structure on the head and big eyeballs hidden in it." "What is this thing? Where did it come from?" "I haven't seen it before." Rosaria shook her head in confusion. "I have never seen it before, but it is certain that it is not a corrupted creature." "No matter, let's go outside to see the situation first. Although there are still many questions in my heart, the monsters have been exposed, and there is no need for me to continue lurking." Hiding Mai in the closet, Field closed the closet. At the same time, release the black crow and contact the little fox to let her be alert. The finger gently brushed the iris long sword, and the artifact immediately rippled with a crisp sword sound. Pushing open the door, the corridor was full of octopus monsters. They crawled everywhere on the walls and floors, leaving strange mucus. Seeing Field come out, the octopus monsters rushed over together. "Leave it to me." Rosaria swung her sword, and countless chains emerged. The harsh sound of steel drilling into flesh and blood continued to ring in the corridor. The octopus monster looked disgusting, but it didn't have much fighting power. The octopus monster was strangled to death. The two followed the place where the octopus monster emerged and came to the room at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar and there was a shy voice and a man's slightly painful groan. Why is it this kind of sound? Does Barren Mountain Monkey have hemorrhoids? A trace of surprise flashed in Field's eyes. He no longer hesitated and pushed open the half-closed door with a long sword. Fuck, this is too bizarre. Can I really watch this for free? Barren Mountain Monkey and another monster were performing a strange ritual. The monster was about 1.5 meters tall, made of wriggling meat and octopus tentacles, and full of Cthulhu elements. Those small octopus monsters grew out of the bodies of Cthulhu monsters. What a strong taste. These little octopuses are not the children of Barren Mountain Monkey. No wonder he is so weak. He is really a warrior. Ugh. Seeing him enjoying it, Field retched twice and got goosebumps all over his body. What happened to the Empire? It's full of filth. Rosaria's face was gloomy. She shook her body and aimed the sword at the red monster. With the sound of breaking through the air, the gluttonous sword with terrifying power fell on the red monster. Puff, the red monster was blown up, and the little octopus in its body was crushed into powder by the violent, corrupt, divine power. Roar just this one time. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The roar of monsters echoed all over the castle. One by one, the red monsters, as if they appeared out of thin air, emerged from all corners of the castle and crawled towards the two of them. Hehe, you are late. I will torture you to death. Let you feel the pain we have experienced. A strange and playful laugh came from the red monster. Although the mouth was not seen, it did make a sound. It can actually speak, and it is a girl's voice. Field took a step back in shock, with a vague suspicion in his mind. These monsters, they are not all missing girls. The monster stopped talking and rushed towards the two. With his pupils slightly open, Field could see that there were fine-boned spurs and tentacles on the red monster. If he was thrown down, something bad would definitely happen, such as becoming like the mountain monkey Barren and being squeezed dry by the monster. Boys should protect themselves when they go out. Field sighed and did not intend to hide behind Rosaria, but chose to fight side by side with her. He took a deep breath, and the fighting spirit surged, and the long sword in his hand burst out. The red monster was not intimidated by the fighting spirit, and the tumor was agitated, and a pair of big hands grabbed fiercely. Bang! The giant hand and the long sword collided with a bang. The iris long sword passed through the giant hand without any hindrance. Field pierced the monster's body at a tricky angle. The gorgeous holy light instantly illuminated the room, and the red monster screamed miserably and was burned to ashes by the holy light. Holy light artifact. The red monster's previous arrogance disappeared instantly, and his tone was also panicked. Holy light also has a strong restraining effect on this kind of monster. Field looked at the iris long sword in his hand unexpectedly and murmured, "It seems necessary to grab a holy light god to take home." The monsters rushed over together. Rosaria raised the big sword and raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. "Don't touch my lord, he is mine." Die! Countless sword shadows flashed in the air, and they were cut down layer by layer. In an instant, the red monsters were blown up and killed without suspense. Rosaria continued to absorb life energy, and she licked her lips. "It tastes good. Corrupted creatures." The remaining red monsters exclaimed and turned around and ran away. The monsters looked disgusting, but they had not even reached the first-order life level and were no match for the two. "Don't even think about running away." Field caught up and killed one and knocked another down with the hilt of his sword. "Tell me, what are you?" Field stepped on the monster. "Blood sacrifice to the true God. Lord Hina has been cured. Let you see the great darkness." It turned out to be the Shadow World sect. Field was shocked. When he saw the act of arresting the girl began to spread, Field guessed that this was not a simple matter, but he did not expect that the Shadow World sect was behind it. "Look at how arrogant you are. Why don't you go to heaven?" He put the iris sword on the monster, just like throwing a red-hot iron into the water, which instantly boiled and burned the monster so hard that it screamed. Field asked again, "Who is Hina? Is she the boss of the Shadow World sect?" "It doesn't matter if I tell you. Lady Hina is the leader's right-hand man. She has the combat power of a second-level god's chosen. Get ready to face death. Just talk. Why are you so arrogant?" Field killed it with a sword and pondered. "I understand. After the rebellion ended, the chosen ones of the Shadow World sect were seriously injured, so they hid to recover. By the way, shouldn't the chosen ones recover quickly?" Field looked at Rosaria. "The physique of the chosen ones cannot be generalized. I was once in an extremely angry situation. Well, as the life level increases, the energy required to recover vitality is huge. Moreover, it requires the support of the territory. If there is no suitable recovery method, it will take a long time to recuperate. Rosaria spread her hands. If I recover naturally, it won't be too fast. Field understood immediately. Although the higher the level of the chosen ones, the stronger their recovery ability, but the energy they can use is thin. There is only so much gasoline. No matter how powerful your engine is, you can't continue to run after burning the oil. Therefore, the nobles' chosen ones recover faster because they have territories and cities, which can provide energy continuously. The Shadow World sect can only parasitize on other people's territory sneakily or slowly recover in the wilderness. Since Hina is not a big shot in the Shadow World sect, then kill her. Field cheered up. I feel dizzy. Barren Mountain Monkey woke up leisurely, holding his waist, looking like he had been hurt. What happened? Seeing the body fragments everywhere in the house, he was almost scared to death again. How dare you ask me that? Field snorted coldly and picked up Barren Mountain Monkey. You betrayed the Empire, killed your own people, and the worst thing is that you tried to murder me. Field threw a lot of charges at Barren Mountain Monkey, who was shocked. I swear I don't know anything. Aha, your territory is so successfully de-urbanized. Don't tell me you are just paying tribute to the legendary environmentalist, Bo. That's not the case. Barren Mountain Monkey shrank his neck. I just sold the pure girls in the territory for gold coins. I don't know anything else. Tell me more. After Baron Bull visited my castle, he saw that I was in a difficult situation. So he recommended a merchant who would give him a pure girl in exchange for gold coins. I thought they were useless lowly people anyway, so I gave them the money. I didn't expect that the population of the entire territory was decreasing and my body was getting weaker and weaker. Scum. Field knocked him down with an elbow and then picked him up. He is a rebel of the Shadow World sect. You cooperated with the rebels and killed countless people. The crime of treason can send you to the gallows. Please don't tell anyone I am also a victim. No, any evil will be brought to justice. Field said righteously and then rubbed his fingers, but if you can pay enough. Field had a plan. Wait until he took out his family's wealth and then kill him. First, he saw his chosen one, and second, this guy was a scum. The nobles are very good at hiding things. If they hide their wealth in the mountains, they can't find it at all. When it comes to money, Barren Mountain Monkey's face is grim, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, 50,000 gold coins, but it will take 3 years. You should discuss this issue with the governor of Rick Province. I need something more valuable. Field folded his hands over his chest, unmoved. For 50,000 yuan, he just needs to sell 2 happy beans. Help, there were screams from other rooms. My children are in danger, go save them. Barren Mountain Monkey was shocked, no longer hesitated and struggled, as if he had swallowed all the broken teeth into his stomach, and said helplessly, Our family has an ancestral artifact left by my grandfather. I will give it to you, but you must save my children first. Deal. Field happily snapped his fingers. By the way, your wife is in the closet in my room. Pick up the sword and defend your castle. Why is my wife hiding in your room? Barren Mountain Monkey's mind was confused for a while. Field ignored him, opened the door, and hurried to the room of the heir of the Mountain Monkey Baron, only to find that the room was empty. When he ran to the broken window, he could only see a group of red monsters holding 2 children and Miss Mai, heading up the mountain. Damn, those monsters have intelligence. I clearly hid Mai. Field was shocked. Beep, enemy attack. Monsters are approaching the city wall. The night army sounded the alarm. Under the fierce mountain rain, the wind was howling, and countless red humanoid monsters, wriggling their bodies, surrounded the Mountain Monkey City from all directions. Under the violent storm, it was like a surging torrent. Devil, it's a devil. Oh my God, who will save us? The devil is back in the world. The soldiers of the Mountain Monkey Army fell into panic, screaming and jumping down from the watchtowers and the city walls. There was a fool who fell headfirst on the stone under the city wall in a panic. The huge force brought by the fall directly broke his head into a pool, and red and white fluid flowed out. The soldiers of the night territory cursed and took up their weapons to occupy the nearby city walls. Field hurriedly used the Black Crow to inform Gao Glies that he was worried about the little fox. He was not only worried about her safety, but also about her mental problems. Gao Glies has lived in an environment of high pressure and slavery since she was a child. After contacting her for a few days, Field suspected that she had a more serious, pleasing personality, was very timid and introverted, and might have other psychological problems. It is easier to get preferential treatment by showing a smile to those who oppress you than showing your claws. Therefore, even if he is a member of the human race, after saving her, she seems to have accepted the reality without any hesitation and kept pleasing himself. You know, Ashina has such a good temper. And she also grinned at him for a while. Field is worried that psychological problems will affect her. In the tent, Gayogles was in an inexplicable panic. Although she had become the chosen one, she was so scared that her ears were drooping when she heard all kinds of screams and curses outside. "Are you okay, little fox?" After entering the tent, Black Crow saw Gayogles curled up in a ball. Field immediately let Black Crow land on Gayogles' shoulder. "Lord, I will fight right away." Gayogles was startled, mistakenly thinking that the Lord wanted to hold her accountable, and hurriedly picked up the weapon in her arms. "Don't be so nervous. Even if you don't fight, I won't blame you. Just take care of yourself. The Army of the Night Territory is not for nothing. If you are afraid, you can stay with Miss Sparrow. She is in the next tent." Go quickly. Here are me and Rosaria. The Night Territory has always been a hole. You have the right to be afraid." After Field said gently, he saw the little fox running go to find the maid Sparrow and then focus on himself. How could this happen? Where did those monsters come from? The mountain monkey Barren also came to the window and saw the monsters all over the mountains. His purple lips trembled wildly. "Those are your villagers. They are seeking revenge on you." Field patted his shoulder and slapped the weak-legged mountain monkey Barren to the ground. "Pick up your weapons and recruit all the fighting forces in the territory. We have to defend the city." Field pushed open the castle door, and the streets were full of small octopus monsters. 2 villagers screamed and rushed out of the house. Their necks and bodies were full of octopus monsters. The villagers bitten by the octopus monster walked aimlessly for a few steps, slowly merged with the monster. Their skin ulcerated and grew strange tentacles and tumors, turning into the appearance of a red monster. Damn it, so this is how the red monster came. Rosaria and Field looked at each other, raised their weapons, and slashed at the infected villagers. The long sword hummed, and the 2 infected guys fell to the ground in an instant, falling into the pool of rainwater. This place is just like Innsmouth in the Cthulhu world. After complaining, Field heard footsteps approaching, turned his head and saw that the soldiers of the mountain monkey territory had been recruited. There were also several local mercenaries and rangers, about 15 or 16 people. The rest of the soldiers were either dead or escaped. "Let's go to my base." More red monsters ran out of the street. Rosaria rushed forward, stretched out her slender hand, grabbed the ugly head of a red monster, and squeezed it casually, causing it to explode into a large ball of blood. With a wave of the right sword, the light slash contained tremendous power, and fiercely dodged 5 or 6 red monsters that surrounded her. Hearing the explosions, the monsters that rushed over were instantly blown into pieces. What a terrifying power! This scene directly shocked everyone in the mountain monkey territory. Field urged, "Go, don't stop." The crowd killed along the way and soon arrived at the Night Army station inside the city wall. "You actually have a chosen one." "If I had a chosen one, today's situation would not have happened." Barren Mountain Monkey was obviously jealous and looked at Rosaria with greed. Rosaria stared at him with an expression like looking at delicious food and smiled strangely. "Fuck, why do I feel that this person is a bit scary?" Barren Mountain Monkey's back suddenly felt cold, as if he was stared at by a more terrifying monster, and he was almost scared to death. Field looked around the surrounding environment and said seriously, "Now human lives are at stake. Don't think about hiding your abilities. Please defend the easternmost part of the city wall and leave the front, rear, and west to my army. It would be best to share some of the pressure, but I didn't expect much from him." "Okay, but my family?" Field patted his chest and assured, "I have arrangements and I will send someone to rescue them now." Barren Mountain Monkey heard this and reluctantly went to the defense zone. "Then I will go to rescue people now and you should be careful." Rosaria prepared to set off. "No hurry, massacre the city first." Rosaria was stunned. Kill all the people in the town." Field's voice was emotionless and cold. "All the forces that can be united are here, and the people in the city will only become monsters and threaten our rear. So, kill. It just happens to provide you with energy for advancement." "Oh, I thought you would find a way to save them." Rosaria's mouth drew a surprised smile. "Anyway, they are not my subjects. There is no need to use the lives of our soldiers to save irrelevant people. Now is not the time to be indecisive. There are at least hundreds of people in the city, all turned into red monsters. He dare not think about how much damage it will cause to himself. Rosaria nodded in agreement. It's a decisive decision. I'll stay here to command. You take Black Crow and go, and when you've dealt with the people in the town, go find he not mentioned by the monster. By the way, be careful, don't believe the monster's lies. Those monsters have intelligence. They may not be telling the truth, just run away when they encounter danger. But they are definitely not very powerful, otherwise they would have come out to slaughter long ago. Field knew it. Okay, I won't let you down. The strange mark of the corrupted gods chosen turned into a stream of light and sank into the ground, marking the intersection of life in the mountain monkey city. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth, picked up the big sword, and rushed into the residential area. Soon, heart-wrenching screams came from the town. Shoot! The red monster entered the range of the crossbow. A large number of crossbows were immediately shot from behind the city wall. Although the mountain rain greatly reduced the power of the crossbow, a wave of arrows still shot and killed more than a dozen red monsters. The red monsters were not targets, so they didn't have to worry about the rainy night. They quickly crossed the complex terrain and reached a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the city wall. Puff! The sound of spitting was loud, and a large number of small octopus monsters were launched by the red monsters, smashed into the wall and turned into meat paste, and some fell on the soldiers, twitching their bodies to parasitize humans. Help, this thing is going to get in. You can't go there, that's the place to pee. Feeling the monster crawling on his body, some soldiers were frightened and tried to shake it off with their hands and feet. Don't panic. Field held the soldier down and burned him with the iris-long sword. The octopus monster was killed by the holy light. The soldier was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and thanked him like pounding garlic. Thank you, sir. Field patted his shoulder and shouted to everyone, don't be afraid of those little monsters. The more they move, the more dangerous it is. Just let the teammates next to you shoot them down. The chaos on the defense line was quickly stabilized, and the red monsters arrived at the city wall in a rain of arrows. They seemed to be able to secrete a strange liquid that could cling to the city walls. They roared, waved their tentacles, and began to climb by grabbing the city walls. Although the mountain monkey city was extremely poor, the city walls were high and dangerous, and there were polished stones on the walls that could be picked up and smashed down. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere under the city walls, and disgusting body fragments were splashed everywhere, piling up like a small mountain. The few lucky guys who finally climbed up were immediately killed by Field himself. Wow! There were constant screams on the east side, and immediately a soldier shouted, "The east side of the city wall has been breached." Following the sound, I saw the mountain monkey baron with 5 or 6 deserters running towards his own defense zone. On the way to escape, all the weapons and armor were lost. Some soldiers panicked and fell off the city wall or fell into the arms of the monster. They were breached so quickly. Even if we released a group of pigs, they wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. Field was shocked. They had only held out for less than a quarter of an hour. He had just not looked at them for a while, and the defense line had collapsed. The red monster quickly climbed up the wall along the gap on the east side, followed the mountain monkey baron, and headed towards Field. Germany's direction. Calculate the time, it's almost time. Field was not panicked at all. He arched his body slightly and shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the incoming red monsters and knocking 3 monsters out on the spot. With the force, Field slashed the long sword in his hand quickly and killed all the red monsters chasing the mountain monkey baron. Where is your ancestral artifact? If you don't use it now, you probably won't have a chance to pass it on to your son. It's hidden. The artifact is hidden in the mountains. There's no way to get it now. The mountain monkey baron had a sad face and pointed in the direction of the castle. We can't defend here. Let's go to the castle to defend. As soon as the voice fell, a cloud of haze floated out of the town. The trees withered, everything died, and the screams of the rotten corpses came from the town. A large number of rotten corpses rushed out of the gray fog and attacked indiscriminately. They hit the defense line, arranged by Field in the rear, and fought with the soldiers. But more corpses were biting each other with the red monsters. What's going on? Field pretended to be shocked, picked up the confused mountain monkey baron. Complained first, "You old dang, you actually traded with corrupted creatures, beast." "Ah, I really didn't do that." The mountain monkey baron was so frustrated that he almost fainted, his pupils trembled. It's over, it's really over now. He didn't know that Rosaria was the chosen one of the corrupt gods, and ordinary people would not think about it in that way. Dreaming back to the night territory, the soldiers have gotten used to it. Since they went to the night territory, they will encounter corpses everywhere. Turn on the fog lights, go through the gray fog, and go to the castle. Field had prepared props for this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to himself, "The death fog will become our line of defense. Next, it depends on Rosaria." In the gray fog, Rosaria absorbed the vitality of this place and waved the sword with full vitality. It's still a long way from the third level, but the physical fitness has increased by another 15%. That's great, but it's a pity that this place is too barren and unpopular. Black Crow landed on Rosaria's shoulder and commanded, "Let's go to that mountain." All the red monsters appeared out of thin air halfway up the mountain. That is to say, the enemy should be hiding there, constantly summoning monsters. The enemy is undoubtedly the chosen one. If there is danger, return to Mountain Monkey City immediately. Field said seriously, "Our army will also support you." Field is not a person who likes to dance on the edge of a knife, but if he does not take the initiative to attack at this time, he probably can't leave the Mountain Monkey territory. Even if he escapes by chance, there will be endless troubles. I guess the enemy has not recovered from her injuries, so she is timid. If she really recovers, it will be the time when we are in great trouble. So, give her a hard time now. No problem. Rosaria lifted her skirt to salute, picked up the sword and turned to leave. In a cave somewhere, Grova and her brother fainted on the ground. Mayi ignored her unconscious child and shouted, "Miss Ina, why did you stop me? I almost seduced Field. I have seen countless people and I know at a glance that he is a lustful person." Deep in the cave, she responded faintly, "Because his territory is in the night territory, you idiot. There is nothing in that place except corpses and monsters. How can I provide the leader with pure people and use living people to heal myself? I guess he himself is not in the night territory." This. Ma Yi was embarrassed. "I must kill the Baron of Night, muddy the waters, and hide my existence. I need to move to another territory." "What about me?" Ma Yi grinned twice, her face full of madness. "I have contributed the entire territory and almost everyone to you. I should be rewarded. You don't want to leave on your own, do you? Don't worry, I am a kind person. I sewed a beautiful skin for you before, and I will not break other promises." Touching her face, Ma Yi nodded thoughtfully. "She is several times more beautiful than before. When the Bull Baron came to the territory, he did not only meet her husband." "Then when can I become the chosen one?" Ma Yi put her hands on her waist. "I should become a countess, not live in the ravines." "Now becoming beautiful is the first step. Now we will proceed to the second step. Let go of your mind and chant the spell with me." A bewitching voice came from the cave. "Really? So fast, so good, I can't wait." Ma Yi couldn't wait to chant with Ina. After a strange and mysterious spell, a sleeping existence seemed to come alive. The cave suddenly rumbled and shook, and countless tentacles emerged from the depths. Ma Yi embraced the new life. A large number of tentacles came, and before Ma Yi could react, the tentacles drilled in from any hole. Crack crack then. There was the numbing sound of chewing flesh and blood. "Wow, it hurts, stop it. I don't want to be the chosen one. Please, ah." In just a moment, Ma Yi couldn't accept the double pain from the soul and the body, as if thousands of insects were biting her heart, and everything about her was being torn apart. "It's too late, idiot. I made the skin for myself." After the chewing sound, all the tentacles drilled into Ma Yi's body, and the twitching body slowly calmed down. His eyes opened, revealing a completely different look. He stretched out his hand and looked at his palm. Ma Yi, or more precisely, Hina, sneered. "Ha ha, if it was so easy to become a chosen one, there would be many of them everywhere." Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in her heart, and Hina half crouched on the ground. Cough cough, after vomiting a large pool of blood. Hina felt better. She wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. "The injury is still very serious. Damn the chosen one of war, is there nothing more elegant in the Griffin Empire except a bunch of idiots with brains full of muscles? However, let's kill the little guy from the Ross family first. I want to see how long your army can last. His chosen one should be the second level. Take down her artifact first." Hina casually pulled open her sleeves, revealing her flawless white arm, and bit it. With a flick of her hand, blood spilled onto the ground, forming a strange magic circle, which was like an abyss, blood red. Level 3 magic skill, Red Devil Summoning Gate. Hina stretched out her hands and made a strange gesture. Roar, the ground shook, and a huge flesh monster with horns and an octopus head slowly crawled out of the magic circle. Its scarlet eyes full of disgusting desires looked around, and the breath of a level 3 creature slowly spread out. "Take down the city at the foot of the mountain," Hina ordered. "Follow your will, mother." The red devil took huge steps and ran wildly down the mountain. Then, the second, the third, and the third level red devil kept coming out, walking quickly. "Go down the mountain. Tremble in front of absolute power." Hina looked at the foggy mountain monkey city in the distance and sneered. "Wait, fog?" Hina frowned and rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not mistaken. "Why is there a heavy fog on a rainy day?" Boom! A heart-pounding explosion suddenly broke out not far away. The horned red devil who had just gone down was directly cut in half by a huge force. Round of black and red sword energy slashed directly through the body and blew the red devil to pieces. Hina had a gloomy face and licked her bright red lips unhappily. "Did you take the initiative to come to the door? Let the children casually say that I am a second level, and you dare to kill me and seek death." Artifact ring of flesh and blood. The eyelids closed slightly, and a halo appeared under his feet. A layer of red divine power coat rose up like a flame, swirling around the body. The surrounding red demons also gained a boost, their skin turned purple, and their defense was visibly improved. "Although I am not the chosen one for combat, I have the advantage when the third level fights the second level." Confidently clenching her fist, Hina waved her hand, and the defense formed by the tentacles wrapped the two children and then rushed down the mountain. Approaching the mountainside, a beautiful figure was madly slaughtering the monsters around. Endless slash. Rosaria swung her sword domineeringly, accompanied by a series of energy explosions. Another third-level red demon was blasted, and countless blood lines flowed into the body to make up for the lost vitality. Where did so many desserts come from? Rosaria carried a big sword, looking at the big monster running down from a distance, and was about to step forward to kill it. "Be careful, something is rushing down." The black crow flying in the sky only saw the almost blurred afterimage, was startled, and immediately shouted a warning. After fighting side by side for a long time, Rosaria held the gluttony great sword tightly across her chest at the moment Field reminded her. Boom! A brilliant wave of air rose up, followed by a series of air explosions. Hina's fist, burning with red flames, hit the gluttony great sword hard. As soon as the explosion sounded, Rosaria was shocked and vomited a stream of blood. Her body turned into a meteor and flew backwards into the forest. Before Rosaria could get up, Hina chased after her again. Her toes tapped the ground lightly and the ground cracked. Hina's momentum surged. Level 3 divine skill, grip of pain. There were countless ripples in the air. Almost instantly, Hina appeared in front of Rosaria and stretched out a hand which turned into nothingness, passed through the obstruction of the gluttony sword, and slammed into Rosaria's chest. Rosaria's heart was instantly broken, and the terrifying divine power raged in her body. Puff, the blood was like a curtain that did not fall for a long time. "Ha, take it down." Hina's face was stained with a happy smile. "It's very simple." "Really?" Hina was stunned, raised her head, and met Rosaria's cold eyes. Feeling the momentum doubled in an instant, she fell into a moment of daze. What's going on? The invisible black and gray flames gathered rapidly from Rosaria's body. The amplification brought by the blood-stained constellation was instantly increased to an astonishing degree because of the opponent's terrifying single attack. Energy ripples surged out. "Is it the same type of aura artifact as mine? No, why didn't you die?" Hina frowned and raised her hand to continue attacking. Rosaria's figure did not retreat but advanced, and when she swung the ferocious sword in her hand, she brought out a burst of oppressive explosions. I saw a black line flashing by, and the gluttony sword hit Hina's left shoulder hard. Hina's aura coat immediately produced violent fluctuations, and a large amount of energy scattered. "Damn, it hurts." This woman should have used some kind of magic skill. Otherwise it would be impossible for her to take my blow and still be alive and kicking. Hina's heart flashed with a trace of surprise, but in the face of absolute strength suppression, it's useless. Although she is a third-level god chosen, her combat power belongs to the poor category, but the gap between the large levels is still a natural chasm. The divine power flames of both fists gathered rapidly, and the sticky flames rendered both hands like two snakes, revealing a strange brilliance. Both hands smashed down fiercely with a fishy gust of wind. Dang! Buzzed the sound of metal interweaving, like the bells of a church, spread through the mountains. Even the monsters in the mountains couldn't help but look in the direction of the battle. Hee, the third-level god chosen is really strong. By the way, you are a summoner, right? Why do you have attack skills? The sneak attack just now really caught me off guard. Rosaria retreated in embarrassment, but this time she was not knocked out. The stones under her feet shattered, and she staggered back a dozen steps. Feeling that her physical fitness was still rising, she licked the corners of her mouth, and her fighting spirit was boiling. "Do you want to go back?" Black Crow asked. After all, Rosaria suffered an attack from a third-level skill. Her vitality was definitely lost a lot. "No, I want to try." Even if they are at the same level, the combat power of the Chosen Ones is very different. With stacking skills and amplification passives, she is not afraid of the enemy in front of her. Rosaria turned her head and asked, "You didn't learn the wrong skills, did you? If you click the wrong skills, it will be neither fish nor fowl. Don't worry about it, you can still talk, and the combat power can be improved. It's too weird." Hina looked at it in confusion. A scene that surprised him happened. A large piece of wriggling bloodline was rapidly repairing her wounds. "No, you are the corrupted creature that the children encountered." Hina gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Since you are a corrupted creature, why would you help humans?" Rosaria waved her sword in response. Second-level divine skill, endless slash. The majestic sword energy rushed out, drawing a hideous crack in the air, and all the trees and rocks along the way were annihilated into powder. A second-level divine skill, it actually has such power. A flash of surprise flashed across Hina's eyes, and she stopped talking nonsense, suppressed the discomfort in her body, and faced him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them punched each other, and two completely different divine powers collided wildly. The Black Crow flew high, fearing that it would be affected by the mixed energy. All it saw were explosions and afterimages, and it could not provide any information or help. The random punches came, and the random swords returned to her, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, and energy overflowed. In just half an hour, the originally lush forest was blown to pieces. Hoo-hoo. The black and gray energy ripples continued to rise and spread, as if the whole body was stained with flames. Rosaria, who had become a little lowly, fell to the ground in embarrassment with a big sword. Her vitality continued to plummet, and it became increasingly difficult to maintain her girlish state, so she simply turned on the energy-saving mode. The ground immediately cracked, and the strands of divine power annihilated the nearby weeds. "What kind of skill is this?" "Level 2 corrupted god chosen can be this strong." Henna's expression has changed from surprise to shock. Don't look at Rosaria, she was in a mess, and she wasn't much better. Her legs were shaking, her body was covered with wounds, her clothes were tattered, and the worst thing was that her old injuries recurred, and her confidence began to waver. How come her condition is not weakened at all, but her strength is still increasing? She casually threw out the gluttony great sword, rolled back a third-level red monster and killed it, absorbing it. Rosaria shook her head in disdain. Compared to the damage caused by Hina, this recovery is just a drop in the bucket. We still have to compete in hard power. Once the battle started, it would be difficult to recover by relying on the weak enemies nearby. Rosaria hooked her little hand twice. Come on, let's fight again." The clothes on her body were almost torn, and Hina didn't care to show off her figure. After all, there were no people around. She thought to herself, why should I fight with a reckless man? What's worse is that the injuries that had been recovered, great difficulty before broke out again, and her body was as painful as a knife. Hina lowered her eyes and thought to herself, delay for a moment. My recovery ability is much better than hers. Let's talk. You are very powerful. The Shadow World sect needs talents like you. Rosaria tilted her head and the corners of her mouth with blood on them slightly raised. It's okay to talk. You suck your big rabbit first and show it to me. The little Lolita, who looked like a porcelain doll, spoke in a very unbelievable way. Hina was stunned. It was the first time she heard such a request. I am a corrupted creature. My brain doesn't work well. Don't force me to fight. Anyway, if I die, I will just return to the gray fog and my soul will be immortal. Rosaria had an expression of I am so awesome, especially when she emphasized that her brain didn't work well. She was full of pride. After a moment of silence, seeing Rosaria preparing to attack, Hina had not yet suppressed the injuries in her body, so she had to push with both hands and gritted her teeth. To show my sincerity, I will do it. Watching Rosaria's every move vigilantly, Hina opened her mouth and was about to act according to Rosaria's request. It's really against the will of heaven. I can only say that the guys of the evil gods are thinking about weird things all day long. Seeing it clearly through the Black Crow, Field couldn't help but sigh. Seeing the enemy obey, Rosaria's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, and she said in a noble tone, "I said suck, not lick, lady. Don't go too far, cough, cough." Hina was furious, and just as the divine power surged, a mouthful of sweetness suddenly surged into her throat. Hina clenched her silver teeth to prevent blood from spitting out and was silent for a moment. She opened her mouth and prepared to suck at the red heart. Humph, ridiculous. Rosaria chuckled disdainfully and lifted her skirt elegantly. "You are a chosen one of God, but you're like a beast. I am ashamed of you." Second-level divine skill, bone-eating rot worms. The next moment, the worms hidden in Hina's body were instantly activated, and all broke out of the body. This strange skill, as long as Rosaria attacks, will inadvertently infect the rot worms. Puff. What is that? She felt a sharp pain all over her body. The strange rot worms were destroying her body crazily. One of them jumped directly into her mouth when she opened her mouth. Hee, this is the price of going against my lord, bitch. Rosaria bowed gracefully. As a temporary auxiliary skill, the bone-eating rot worms have low damage, but they are very insulting. Damn it, you have to pay the price. Do you know how much effort I put in to seize this skin? The halo under her feet shook, and the rot worms that were rampant on her body were all shattered. Hina was furious and rushed straight over. The two fought again, and the space exploded again. The two no longer held back and fought for their lives. On the other side, the night army defended the mountain monkey castle for a long time. Although there was a gray fog blocking it, the number of red monsters was very large. They were not afraid of death and rushed into the gray fog to besiege the castle. The soldiers gathered at various exits, using spears and crossbows to frantically block the siege of the red monster. Everyone knew that if they didn't fight hard at this time, they would have to return to the arms of the goddess. Be careful, the monster broke through the window. A soldier led by a mountain monkey shouted. Saw a scarlet figure suddenly crashing in from the window. The twisted figure seemed to be lifted by someone, standing up straight, making a weird laugh which scared everyone. Everyone had their own defense zone, and no one could get out to block it for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the monster's tentacles swept out. Devil, the soldier panicked and turned around to run, but he didn't expect the red monster to jump hard and accurately knocked over the soldier, and the red monster's ugly head directly attached to the soldier's neck. Gurgle, gurgle, the sound of drinking blood made people's scalps numb. Where did this bastard come from? Field snorted coldly, flashed forward, and the iris sword cut through the space, cutting the red monster in two with one sword, and then the monster spontaneously combusted. The power of holy light made it difficult for evil creatures to bear. After getting rid of the monster, I looked at the soldier again. He was deader than dead, his eyes were wide open, full of fear. So scary, so scary. Barren mountain monkey huddled in the corner, trembling. Don't be idle, help us load the crossbow. Field frowned. He caused all this and he dared to tremble. If the monster rushes in, no one will survive. Yes, yes. Barren mountain monkey said hurriedly, then lowered his head and came to the wooden box, took out the crossbow from it and strung the crossbow. Also busy was the maid Sparrow. After abandoning the outer defense line, she followed the army to the castle. Without blushing or shaking her hands, she quickly pressed the arrow into the crossbow and then pulled the string hard. Aren't you afraid? Gorges huddled up and asked timidly. Me. Sparrow was surprised that this new little maid would take the initiative to talk to her. Before, she would not talk to anyone except Field. Sparrow kept moving and said in a calm tone, "Of course I'm afraid." Then you. Because I want to share the pressure for the people I care about. Even if it's just a little bit within my ability. Sparrow glanced at Gayogles and smiled. You and I were born similarly. When I was a child, my mother eloped with a shoemaker, and my father was an alcoholic and beat me at every turn. I ran to the church to ask the church to take me in. Unfortunately, only people with a wealthy family can serve as nuns. We in this world are born with misfortune. But that's why when you meet someone who protects you, you should respond with all your strength. Gorges fell silent. Just as she was about to say something, Gayogles suddenly discovered that the mountain monkey baron quietly raised his left hand. The small sleeve arrow, like a piece of colored glass, was ready to be launched, aiming at Field with madness in his eyes. First-level artifact. Whisperer's Kiss, not when used. The artifact is in an invisible state. Once activated, it will silently fire a poisonous arrow. Field was busy defending against the monster that rushed in from the window. The soldiers who were secretly watching the mountain monkey baron were also distracted by the monster. No. Without time to think, Gay Uglies rushed up directly, and a simple head hammer hit the mountain monkey baron's face directly. Wow! The mountain monkey baron only felt his nose tingling, and his nosebleed splashed down. The sleeve arrow swooshed and brushed Field's ear and pierced straight into the stone wall. The dark green poison made the stone wall smoke. Fuck, what is that? Field was startled, turned his head, and saw Gay Uglies had already wrestled with the mountain monkey baron, and the maid Sparrow also hit the mountain monkey baron's head with the crossbow in her hand. Ugh! Gorges bit the left arm of the mountain monkey baron. The mountain monkey baron howled and punched hard, trying to kill the maid who ruined his good deeds. However, he was confused to find that he couldn't hit her. Gorges didn't have the consciousness of being the chosen one, but she had the physique of the chosen one. The punches of the mountain monkey baron were even softer and weaker. Gorges used a simple and unpretentious attack method, biting hard and not letting go, almost tearing off his entire arm. Wow, let me go, damn beast! The mountain monkey baron screamed in pain, and he suddenly felt dark in front of his eyes. Old Biden, I have been walking on thin ice all my life, and I almost fell into your hands. Field's eyes were violent. I really should give you an Oscar statuette. The mountain monkey baron has always been a coward. Besides, his wife's body was taken away by the monster. The child was captured, the territory was destroyed, and he was in danger, but this guy was still a bad guy. He was ready to shoot himself for no reason. In order to be cautious, he secretly arranged people to follow him, but he still found an opportunity. Fortunately, the two little maids were very helpful. He almost lost his life because of his artifact. Field laughed angrily and kicked the mountain monkey baron over. So all the people in your family are villains. My lord, I deserve to die. The soldier who was responsible for following the mountain monkey baron was so scared when he saw that his lord was attacked that he sweated and fell to the ground. Field rubbed his brows. I'll punish you with 10 lashes and half a month's pay, to be executed after the war. Thank you, sir. The soldier wiped his cold sweat and secretly rejoiced that he had saved his life. Why did you attack me? Field said coldly. What do you know? If you and I die together, my child can inherit my title cleanly and revive the glory of the family. I know that Mai betrayed me and defected to the Shadow World sect, but I deliberately didn't expose it because she would definitely not harm her own children. Baron Shanhu laughed. Whether the Empress of the Empire wins or the Shadow World sect wins, our family can continue. That's a good idea. But unfortunately, I won't spare any of them. I'll slap you twice first and see if you're still crazy. Field leaned close to his ear and smiled playfully, raised his hand and slapped him twice, making his mouth full of blood. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a bottle of potion from his pocket, and Field narrowed his eyes. Try the specialty of night territory, the North God oil. Guess what its effect is? Haha, don't expect me to surrender, Hina will kill all of you. Baron Mountain Monkey said stubbornly, be buried here with me. Really? Taking off Baron Mountain Monkey's artifact, Field walked to the window and directly poured the North God oil on the monsters that was surrounding him. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters howled, and each of them felt hot all over. Field turned around. He had to pretend in this world nobles could not be killed at will. He announced in public as if nothing had happened. I will not pursue your offense, but I will no longer provide protection. After that, Field led the soldiers to abandon the first floor that was about to fall, cut off Baron Mountain Monkey's hands and feet, and left him there. In an instant, the crazy monsters broke through the doors and windows and surrounded the Mountain Monkey Baron. But they did not bite him at the first time, but stretched out all kinds of wonderful organs. What are you doing? No, please, give me a quick death. I was wrong. The originally smug face of the Mountain Monkey Baron was immediately replaced by horror because the monsters did not kill him directly, but directly opened their mouths. Then, Field automatically massaged his vision. After all, the scene in front of him was too explosive. Boy next door, come to Van Game. Let me see if you are developing normally. In the heart-wrenching screams, the Mountain Monkey Baron turned into a mosaic and was finally torn into pieces by the monsters. You deserve it. You have caused me trouble. Field shook his head. Although he did not do it himself, if other nobles knew about it, they would make a fuss about it. Nobles are such troublesome creatures, and they cannot be viewed with the Chinese people's ideas. Even if she was the queen, she had to be very careful if she wanted to kill the nobles. If she was not careful, the nobles would betray the country with their relatives and territories. This was completely different from the ancient Chinese emperor who could exterminate 9 clans in anger. Hold your ground, I have a feeling that the goddess will protect us. Field shouted calmly, and the outcome of Rosaria's battle was almost decided. That, I want to help too. Gorgris, with blood all over her mouth, had already taken out her weapon, and there was a bit more courage in her eyes. On the other side, two seriously injured figures collided, and the energy overflowed fiercely. The surrounding forest was already broken like a plowed farmland. Almost at the same time, the two fell from the sky. Field was extremely nervous. Both of them were struggling and trying to get up from the ground. Madman. Hina was scared, and her eyes were full of fear. I crushed her heart with my divine skill for the second time, but I couldn't kill her. On the contrary, my divine power has reached its limit. How can there be such a strong second-level god? Chosen. Is corruption naturally strong? The corrupt gods chosen are almost all combat-oriented, with killing and destruction in their minds, and they are more unreasonable than the cultists. Although the Empire never mentions corruption as a god's chosen, I still know some basic information. But that's it. Hina barely stood up. Today you must die. Rosaria struggled to support herself with the big sword, her body trembled, and she vomited a large mouthful of blood. Are we going to lose? Field's heart sank suddenly, and he could only let Rosaria dissociate the artifact and then escape. But the attacks of the Shadow World sect in the future are not expected to stop. The party is about to end. Rosaria forced a smile. How could I let little Field down? Henna suddenly trembled all over, unable to suppress the injury any longer, and fell to her knees, spitting out blood. What happened? I have no strength left. Behind Hina, a huge bowl-sized hole was exposed to the air. The organs inside had long been rotten, and the disgusting rot worms were still chewing and greedily absorbing vitality. As if the power was cut off, Hina had no more strength and fell to the ground. Field was ecstatic and said, "Fuck, you can actually challenge across levels. Rosaria, if you were in a movie, you would be a protagonist at least." Of course, but what is a movie? Rosaria was also shaking non-stop, and her state was at the limit. Fortunately, several rot worms absorbed Hina's vitality, shook their bright red bodies, crawled back, and turned into thick blood lines which were absorbed by Rosaria. She stretched her slender eyebrows and her face looked better. Fortunately, there is one more skill. Is this the bond of the same kind? Thank you, Acorn. Dead Acorn, I have no objection. The surrounding red monsters all paused, then looked at the fallen Hina with strange eyes and rushed over quickly. What are you doing? Damn it, I am the one who created you. Hina lay on the ground and scolded helplessly. Field and Rosaria looked at each other, and both saw each other's confusion. What is this for? The red monster didn't care about the master's scolding at all and didn't attack Rosaria. He stepped forward and grabbed Hina, making an unpleasant smirk, and more monsters also rushed up. Before they were turned into monsters by Hina, tortured and controlled to kill. Now that they have regained their freedom, they naturally want to retaliate fiercely. Then, it was a scene that was not suitable for viewing. You can't watch it, you can't watch it. It will teach the children bad things. The scene was too abnormal, and Rosaria covered her eyes with her hands. All kinds of unpleasant sounds echoed in the mountains and forests. Battle, defeat, animation. Sure enough, this is the world of H-games. Field was shocked. If there were no male characters around, could he still let his summons come? It's a pity that she has been contracted by someone, otherwise she could be saved. As for now, it's better not to go there. The air was filled with the scent of heather. Hina didn't even manage to dissociate the artifact before the red monsters opened the lid and ate it and finally gnawed it into a skeleton. The red monsters, who had avenged their great vengeance, collapsed together, turning into a pool of blood and a pile of skeletons of different sizes, which was disgusting. Where is the artifact? After waiting for a while, Field was confused when he didn't see Hina's body condense the artifact. She shouldn't be dead. Rosaria looked around vigilantly, picked up the big sword, rushed up the mountain at a high speed. Field also controlled the Black Crow, relying on the advantage of vision to search for suspicious traces. In the cave, Barren Mountain Monkey's son Pyre was carrying a package with great effort. The expression on his face was not what a child of this age could have. He said coldly, "Hina, this enemy is really hard to deal with. Unfortunately, if I had eaten some more fresh flesh and blood, I could fight with you." What Barren Mountain Monkey didn't know was that his son, whom he had been protecting, had already been parasitized. It's too late to say this now, Deacon. A small red octopus jumped out of the cave and drilled into the body of the unconscious. Grova, accompanied by the terrifying chewing sound, Grova stood up with a twisted figure. She had been possessed by Hina and said hatefully, "I must avenge this. I want to make Barren Nightfall into the next leather jacket. Ha ha, let's pretend to be the heir of Barren Mountain Monkey and escape to other territories. Let's put the revenge aside for now. They are coming to search." Walking out of the cave, Hina gritted her teeth and looked at the sky. Black crows were circling. Rosaria dodged a few times and saw the two people. "Humph, my shadow world sect deacon wants to leave. And no one can stop him. Sleep with one eye open and be ready to face our bloody revenge at any time." After saying that, Pyre made a gesture of wiping Rosaria's neck and then smiled at Black Crow in a provocative manner, chanting a strange spell. A protective shield appeared and the space twisted at the same time and the two began to teleport. Now, it's too late to break the defense. After the provocation, the two figures disappeared quickly. Field raised his eyebrows. "Want to escape? Lightning whirlwind." Rosaria understood immediately, lifted her skirt lightly, and performed a noble etiquette to the two. "I don't think you can leave alive. Bone-eating rot worm, explode for me." The two people who were about to disappear suddenly changed their faces, and unbearable and severe pain came from all over their bodies. The figures that were about to disappear were forced out of the space. Puff! Two streams of blood burst out from their mouths, splashing a bloody curtain in the air for a long time. When Pyre was in disbelief, his pupils trembling, "Have you discovered my whereabouts a long time ago?" The Black Crow landed on Rosaria's shoulder and conveyed Field's words. "You two are very unfortunate, parasitizing on the person I wanted to kill." The bodies they were in were essentially ordinary people. They could not withstand the erosion of the rot worms at all and soon collapsed. "We will wait for you in hell, despicable villain. The leader will avenge us." Amid the abuse and curses, the two figures fell, and the bodies in them also died. A dark and sticky force surged out of Grova's body, slowly gathered, and began to form a divine weapon. "They are really dead this time." Seeing this, Field breathed a sigh of relief. "To be on the safe side, we have to burn their bodies. By the way, let's search the cave again." "Yes, sir." The lowly version of Rosaria agreed crisply. After searching Payer's body, Field found a ring with 9 written on it. There were magic runes engraved on it, which seemed to be used for communication. In his package, he found a bottle of unknown magic potion, 2 third-level scrolls, a terrifying magic book, and a dozen magic pearls of excellent quality. There were obvious signs of life in the cave, and Field was deeply shocked when he walked into it. The bones piled up like a mountain, some human and some animal, all revealing a cold resentment. Even Field, who remotely controlled the Black Crow, felt a chill on his back. "I avenged them. I am afraid of chicken feathers." One person and one crow searched in the cave for a while and found a large box of relics, filled with rings, necklaces, and scattered coins. The people missing from the mountain monkey territory, their valuables are probably all here. Field sighed for a while, and Rosaria called him at the entrance of the cave. "Lord, Hina's artifact has been formed, come and get it." Well, this is the highlight. A black halo floated quietly in the air, exuding a mysterious and strange aura. The breath seemed to contain endless sins. Field was shocked. "I'm super, a 10,000-year soul ring." Rosaria tilted her head in a silly way, obviously not understanding what a 10,000-year soul ring was. "Let's gather at the gate of the mountain monkey territory. Let Rosaria keep the artifact," and Field's attention returned to the mountain monkey villa. Countless cheers had exploded in his ears. "Long live! God bless the Baron!" Originally, the soldiers were almost desperate. Facing the crazy influx of red monsters, their strength was exhausted bit by bit. Who would have thought that when the defense line was about to be broken, all the red monsters died suddenly? Facing this scene, looking at Field with a calm smile on his face, only 2 words popped into everyone's mind: miracle. Apart from these 2 words, there is no other reason to explain. After all, Field said in person that the goddess would bless him, and the reality really happened. "Your performance proves that you are all qualified. Warriors, pick up the fog lights. I allow you to plunder any items you want in the mountain monkey territory. Of course, the God-given items and magical creations must be reviewed by me first." Field turned the iris sword into a brooch and told the exciting news. This battle was also thanks to the soldiers' fearless resistance to the red monsters. Now the mountain monkey city has become an empty city. Let them pick up the garbage and do some team building. With the 2 artifacts in hand, the mountain monkey territory was originally poor and was also plundered by the mountain monkey baron. They can search for treasures, which is their ability. Long live The soldiers' morale was boosted. The look they gave Field in their eyes gradually changed from awe to fanaticism. 2 hours later, the soldiers gathered outside the city gate with large and small bags of things. Field had already carried the gluttony greatsword on his back, and a large box was placed beside him. He glanced casually, and the soldiers took everything they could, from chairs and benches to women's skirts. Touching his nose, Field said with a smile, "Don't take the chairs and benches, it will affect the combat effectiveness. I will directly subsidize you with coins." "Okay." The soldiers immediately threw away a bunch of burdens happily. After gathering the army, Field left the mountain monkey territory without stopping. And Field notified the nearby lords they would deal with the gray fog. Such a small-scale gray fog would not cause devastating consequences. Of course, Field cleared himself of all charges, saying that he was simply passing through the mountain monkey territory. As for occupying the territory, he did not claim it, so he could not occupy it by force. Whether it was the local governor, the nobles, or the queen, they would not allow such wanton annexation, otherwise the empire would have been centralized long ago. Besides, the Shadow World sect would definitely come to investigate the cause of Hina's death, and the mountain monkey territory would not be of much value. Passing by Maple Leaf City, Field purchased a wave of supplies. After taking away the giant wolf, Field gritted his teeth and bought 200 slaves, 150 of which were women. "Field, didn't you say that the food supply in the territory was tight? Why did you buy slaves again?" Rosaria asked in a baby voice. She was still in the form of a little lowly. Looking around, Field whispered, "To be frustrating, I feel that the Shadow World sect is about to rebel again." "Huh." Rosaria was confused. I was just daydreaming. We can feed 200 people with a little bit of effort. Soon the crops will be harvested well, and the food problem will be solved." Field sighed. The food in the Night Territory cannot be self-sufficient, but Field saw the cruelty of war in the Battle of the Mountain Monkey Territory, and he predicted that the population would plummet in the future. Without stopping for long, he ran all the way back to the Night Territory, and only then did Field feel the long-lost sense of security. Dropping blood on the newly acquired artifact, Field occupied the two artifacts at the same time. The first-level artifact, Whisperer's Kiss, passed down by the Mountain Monkey Baron's ancestors, is a more powerful sleeve arrow that can fire poisonous arrows and is very useful for sneak attacks. The real highlight is Hina's Soul Ring. God's Gift, Ring of Sin, level 3 artifact, source, Goddess of Slaughter effect, provides 30% increase in strength, defense, speed, and magic recovery for 300 nearby allied units and yourself, not valid for the chosen of different pantheons, and cannot be superimposed with the aura effects of other pantheons. Special effect only. See type for the chosen of slaughter. What a perverted amplification ability. Worthy of being a level 3 artifact. Field was ecstatic, and a magic ring unfolded from his feet with a thought. Then, red lines appeared all over his body, and Field felt that every inch of muscle was stretching, as if filled with endless power. "It's a pity that such a high-quality artifact can't play much role in my hands. It would be great if there was a suitable chosen to wear it." Field silently took back the artifact. As for the other gains, it's this magic book and the ring. On the way back, Field fiddled with these two things countless times, but he didn't figure out how to use them. "I have to put it aside for now. I'm really exhausted these 2 days." Field had no choice but to lie down on the bed. When encountering difficulties, sleep well. The next day, Field, who had recovered his vitality, pushed open the window of Starry Night Castle. Now the big manor has changed a lot. It is no longer all ugly gray. You can see the green that represents life everywhere. 2 stonemasons, followed by 2 apprentices, are busy repairing the holes in the castle. 3 little maids are downstairs in Starry Night Castle, whispering but happily exchanging gossip. The object of their gossip should be a pair of free people walking on the crossroads in the distance. Most of the people in the Night Territory have gone to the other half of the manor to continue planting crops. Those who can wander around Starry Night Castle are all decent people. "My lord, the territory is on the right track." Ashina came over and wagged her tail affectionately. Fenki Town is already similar to the villages of this era. Surrounding the big winery, mud houses and thatched houses are lined up. To everyone, this appearance is no different from the normal world. Especially the subhumans, they even think that the small village is luxurious. After all, they have always lived in worse places. "Yes, this is thanks to you." Field patted Ashna's head, watching her smile with narrowed eyes. Field said again, "We can still build a bigger city. A small village is nothing. There is still a lot of room for development in the Night Territory." "Good morning, my two adults." A weak voice came from behind. Looking at the sound, Gaeaglissy was wearing a maid outfit and standing 5 or 6 meters away with a hesitant look on her face. Sniff, Ashna's nose moved and smiled. The smell of cowardice. What does cowardice smell like? Field narrowed his eyes and looked under Gaeaglissy. "Don't be afraid, I won't eat people. Look at you, you are so scared that you even smell like urine." Ashna said wickedly. After a teasing, he walked up and patted Gaeaglissy on the shoulder and said generously, "Just call me Ashna, I won't bully the fox people." Gaeaglissy nodded timidly. "Still very timid, but it doesn't matter," slowly corrected in the Night Territory. Field leaned against the window. "We have plenty of time to get to know each other." Ashna turned around. "By the way, sir, we have been looking for the stones and mud you need these days. Maybe you can come and see." "Okay, I'll go after breakfast." In Fenki Town, Tate's daughter Alexia has become the king of children in Fenki Town. She stood on the thatched house with her hands on her waist and announced loudly, "The Night Territory Adventure Group is officially established." "Long live!" The dozen children below shouted long live, but their faces were full of forced business. "Very good." Alexia climbed down from the thatched hut tremblingly and turned around and glared at her friends who wanted to help her. "So, what are we going to do?" Catgirl Lumi scratched her head. "The adventure group, of course, is to defeat monsters and then get pregnant and become idiots with breeding on their minds." "No, there is no more. It's like being defeated by monsters." Alexia said as a matter of course, "But we can't beat anyone, right? Even Mr. Cow can beat us to a pulp." Wormwood told the truth mercilessly. "I don't want to die, and I don't want to have a monster's child. I'm learning to cook with Mr. Plate recently." "That's right, but the night novel says, even facing windmills, true heroes dare to challenge." Alexia turned around and asked, "We want to defeat monsters. Do you have any objections?" The scene fell into an awkward situation. The boy Tom stood up without saying anything and said, "I left in a hurry. The fire is still burning in the fire pit. I have to go back and check." "Me too. Calculating the time, my house should be on fire." The children made up some outrageous excuses and fled in all directions. The three were left staring blankly. Lumi took a small step back, as if she was going to run away. "Are you still going to fight monsters? It's too dangerous." "Forget it, we need more powerful partners, not the cowards just now. When we have enough strength, we will fight monsters." Alexia covered her face. "My father made me a slingshot. Let's use it to launch feces to attack Cow." "Ah, launch feces. It's better than going to die." Wormwood shrugged helplessly. Lumi and Wormwood looked at each other and nodded tacitly. "If I don't play with her today, they can't run away." In terms of mind, Alexia, who was born in a wealthy family, is more childish than others. In addition, Tate didn't discipline her, so Alexia became obsessed with night novels, so she was full of strange ideas. It is worth mentioning that there was no censorship in this era, and the whole night novel was full of violence and pulling carrots. Field came to Fenki Town and saw Cow running furiously, and the three girls who were chased around by him. "Come back here, you little bastards." "I was wrong, Mr. Cow." Cow didn't see Field until he approached. He stopped immediately and looked at Field nervously. Field was stunned for a moment, his pupils trembling. "Fuck, what did you eat?" Cow hurriedly covered his face in embarrassment. Suddenly, Field's mind echoed Cow's previous oath. As long as Field came up with a better statistical method, he would come to do something tough. His Field cast a look of approval. He was a man who kept his word. "My lord, it's not like that." Cow wanted to cry but had no tears. "Listen to me. Wash your face first." Field and Ashna took 2 steps back in tacit understanding. After Cow told her about the attack, Ashna almost laughed and laughed while hugging Field. Field also laughed for a long time, and then criticized the 3 naughty children with a serious face, and punished them to clean the streets and distribute food to the slaves. "We can't let the children of Night's leader become like the children of Barren Mountain Monkey. They need to be educated. Go and see the stone. I see you care about it." Ashna's round rabbit rubbed against Field's arm unnoticed, and the wolf's tail swept randomly and hit Field intentionally or unintentionally. "After seeing it, should we?" Field showed a teasing expression. "A certain dog's tail is getting restless again." "Well, if you grab it, it will be quiet. The root of the tail is the refreshing point of the wolf sub-people, which is very sensitive." Ashna came over and exhaled the charming female fragrance. Because of the fatigue of the journey, I didn't punish you last night, and you dared to declare war on me directly. Field raised his eyebrows, put aside the stone first, compensate you first, and go to see the stone in an hour. The main attack is a tyrant. Asuna covered her mouth shyly and laughed secretly. Hey, 1 hour is not necessary. Who are you looking down on? I think it's not enough. Field sneered, carried Asuna directly, and took her to the room on the second floor of the winery. Fortunately, there is still a room here, hee. An hour and a half later, Field went downstairs seriously and sighed. It seems that I can only go to see the stones alone. The chosen one is just so-so. Next time I will beat 10. My lord, I will come to you soon, wait for me to slow down. A soft and weak voice came from upstairs. Field came to the military camp next to Fenki town, and immediately a soldier brought a pile of small boxes. My lord, these are the soil and stone samples we collected these days. Please take a look. The soldiers opened the boxes one by one, and a pile of gray things came into view. Almost all of them were useless ordinary stones, and even animal bones. According to Asuna, some people even submitted air-dried excrement, and she even screened it. Field was slightly disappointed. What he wanted was something like limestone. Hey, wait! Just when Field wanted the soldiers to throw these things away, there was an orange-red, slightly transparent stone in the last wooden box. Picking up the stone excitedly, Field looked left and right, so excited that he wanted to kiss it. This is salt ore. Where was it found? It was found by a soldier named Ike. I'll call him over now. Seeing Field's excitement, the soldiers also became excited. They immediately rushed out of the tent and dragged Ike, who looked confused, over. Good day, sir. The moment Ike saw Field, his legs softened and he knelt down on the ground. He was in a nervous mood. Although he didn't know what he had done, he was suddenly called over by the nobles. It was probably because he did something wrong, angering the Lord. Moreover, seeing the Lord's serious face, Ike almost fainted. Good day, where did you find this stone? When I heard it was a stone, Ike's hanging heart finally let go a little. Said respectfully, this is when we were clearing out the rotten corpses in the north of the manor on the way to the cave of the Viscount's territory. I was peeing next to it and I saw this stone. I thought it was beautiful and I thought of your order, so I brought it back. Good boy, you are lucky. Field took out a gold coin directly. This is a reward for you. Collect all the strange stones you encounter in the future. The salt mine in the Night Territory was not found even by the Starry Night family. This kid actually found it, and the salt in the Night Territory will have a place to go in the future. There is no mineral expert in the territory, and no one recognized that this is the salt they eat. I will organize the army to explore in the next 2 days, and you will be responsible for leading the way. Ike saluted quickly. Everything is up to you, sir. Just after leaving the barracks, Field ran into Alexia and her 2 friends. They shrank their necks and pushed each other for a while, and finally Alexia stepped forward. Dear Lord, we know we are wrong. Field looked at the aggrieved looks of the girls and couldn't help laughing in his heart. In fact, he was only 18 years old, only a few years older than them, but he treated them like an elder looking at children. It's good to know that you are wrong, but the punishment cannot be exempted. Field will not give them privileges just because they are cute girls. The punishment that should be punished must not be reduced at all. No. We hope you can tell Mr. Cow that we are sorry. Alexia stuck out her tongue and took out 2 clay dolls from behind, which seemed to be cows. The left one is for Mr. Cow and the right one is for you. Tisk, he is so young and knows how to flatter. He has a bright future. Field nodded with satisfaction. This looks like clay. Wait, why don't I use clay to make bricks? Field picked up the doll and looked at it in surprise. Where did you dig it? The well that is being built is by the river near the lumberyard. Alexia stood on tiptoe and pointed far to the east. The soil used to dig the well is piled next to it, so we played with it. I'm so stupid that I even forgot the simplest material for making bricks. Field was very surprised and laughed. I'm lucky today with both salt mines and clay saving me the effort to find them. Hey, praise my dear Lord. Alexia's sea blue eyes turned around and she said sweetly, I think I have done a good deed. Can you please not punish me? Since you are young, you won't be punished for defeat, so just be happy. No, let's put it this way. Field refused mercilessly and then changed the subject. I will ask the kitchen to make a caramel pudding for each of you as a reward. It sounds delicious, thank you, sir. The 3 of them were drooling. The supplies in the Night Territory were in short supply, and they were reluctant to eat desserts. It was very generous to squeeze out some of the precious supplies to reward them. After driving away the 3 naughty children, Field came to the designated industrial area of the Night Territory. This was originally a logging site, with a river leading directly to the Starry Night City, and a coal-burning earthen kiln was also built here. The original logging hut has become a staff dormitory, where 50 or 60 people sweated profusely. Since they can get food and coins every day, most slaves work very consciously. The craftsmen of the Night Territory, except for the stonemasons who repaired the castle, all surrounded Field and saluted. "Sir, we have built the brick kiln, and we have also made the mold you need." The simple brick kiln built with stones and soil has been built and stands alone on a large piece of wasteland. Field ordered the construction of the brick kiln long before going to the mountain monkey territory. Field nodded. "Listen to me next. Remember and try boldly. Whoever makes the bricks I need first will get a coin reward." The principle and steps of brick burning are very simple. In short, it is to play with mud. The best way to remove impurities such as stones from the excavated clay is to expose it to the sun and air dry it. After adding water, beat it hard, and let the cows trample it until the clay fully absorbs water. Finally, fill it into a rectangular wooden mold, take it out and dry it in the shade, and finally send it to the brick kiln for firing. As for the firing time or temperature, Field was in the dark. He had his own expertise and had never fired bricks. "Anyway, I've given you the direction. As long as you're willing to try, you'll always succeed." Field looked at the energetic craftsman and nodded with satisfaction. "Sir, why do you want to burn bricks?" With her super-strong recovery ability, Ashina regained her vitality, but she looked very lazy and her cheeks were flushed. She stretched and walked over with Gayaglissi. When Gayaglissi saw the slaves around her, she would even shrink her neck in fear. She dared to run here and succumbed to Ashina's wolf power. "Clang clang, I brought your little craftsman here. I saw she was bored, so I brought her out to get some fresh air." Indeed, there is no entertainment in the Night Territory. Field nodded thoughtfully. Now everyone was busy all day and night, and with the threat of the rotten corpse, no one paid attention to entertainment. "I'll design some games these 2 days." Ashina didn't care. It's very interesting to be with the Lord. Gorglis barely breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Field. She rushed over and hugged Field's thighs and refused to let go. She only showed one eye and looked at Asuna timidly. "Wolf subhumans are really scary. Bricks are of course used to build houses, but I haven't found limestone yet, so I'll burn bricks first." Field looked at the slaves who had pushed a cart of clay and poked it twice with his fingers. Brick houses are solid and reliable, although they are not as good as pure stone houses. Mass production is much faster than stone houses. But we already have a castle. It's not for me but for the people. Once it's built in batches, my people will no longer suffer from severe cold and wind and rain. The 2 subhumans were stunned. They couldn't understand why there would be nobles who would consider what the lower-class people live in. Ashina's breathing became rapid. "Why is this little girl suddenly like this? Are you thinking about it again?" Field was thinking wrongly and was shocked. It has only been a short time. "By the way, since Gayaglissi is here, I have a task for you." Gayaglissi said nervously, holding the hem of her skirt. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. "Master, please give me your orders." Why does it sound so perverted?" Wiping the cold sweat, Field took out a blueprint like a magic trick. "This is my rough sketch of the restoration, called Huge Crossbow. I will leave the carpenter to you to restore it. Of course, it would be best if it is improved." In his previous life, he was a weapon fan and was very familiar with the Huge Crossbow. Field considered the compound crossbow, but it was a pity that with the material and manpower of the Night Territory, it was difficult to build a bench. Don't think about compound crossbows or muskets in the short term. This is a crossbow that can fire continuously, although the penetration is not as good as the ordinary crossbow. Can be called a magic weapon against lightly armored and unarmored corpses. The same applies to thugs. This amazing structure. Gorges opened her mouth so wide that she could stuff a carrot into it. She said in disbelief, "Very clever. How did you come up with this idea?" Field looked amused. The wisdom of our ancestors." "Which god is our ancestor?" Gayagli scratched her head. "You don't know him if I tell you. Okay, make him. It's better to improve him. I believe you can do it." Field gave a thumbs up. "No problem." When talking about her area of expertise, Gayagli's voice became louder. "I promise not to disappoint you." The little fox was full of enthusiasm. "I'll go back and make it now. I can't wait." "Very good. The basement of Starry Night Castle will be your laboratory. Field patted Gaegles's head, turned to Ashna and ordered, "Go back and call 30 soldiers and mobilize 50 slaves. Let's go find a salt mine." "Yes, sir." Looking at the hurried figures of the two, and then looking at the slaves and craftsmen working hard around them, Field suddenly had an idea. "Wait, the Sin Ring can increase the attributes of ordinary people. If I activate the Sin Ring on the slaves, will their work efficiency be greatly improved?" Field rubbed his chin. "It's too inhumane, but I can try it. It's interesting to think about using it on captives in the future." In the dark night, the northern province was filled with gray fog. Wailing from afar added a touch of weirdness. Lydia from the adventure team had an iron plate hanging around her waist, which symbolized that she had officially become a member of the Adventurers Guild. She held the priest's staff tightly with both hands and looked around nervously. "Hey, Lydia, you're so nervous even though it's your second time to come here for adventure." "It's so funny." The red-haired young man in the team slapped Lydia's back in an unruly manner. "Be careful, Jeffrey. Lydia is the doctor and mascot of our adventure team. If you don't behave, I will break your hand." The man in martial arts clothes grabbed Jeffrey's hand. "By the way, don't you have a fiancé who is a giant white rabbit? How dare you mess around with her?" The magician lady in the team, May, waved her hand casually. "Oh, what does it matter? It's normal to release pressure occasionally." "Huh, Miss May is too open-minded. Let's go back and have a drink." "Hee, I just want to have fun with corpses." "And don't lie with the red-haired devil. I guess you can only eat the rabbit on tiptoe, and you can't even touch your mouth." Everyone made evil jokes to each other, and Lydia's face was even red, and she kept saying things like, "Goddess, forgive me." Adventurers are desperate people who lick blood on the tip of a knife and often rely on pulling carrots to vent stress. The relationship between each other may even be better than that between a wife and a husband. Lydia awkwardly changed the subject. "By the way, is it really okay for us to fight like this?" "What does it matter? I guess the corpses was scared away by my domineering power." Yappy, the warrior responsible for clearing the way, had an extra leather armor on his body. He turned his head confidently. "Thanks to me, our team can get a reward of 2 gold coins. There is really no danger in the northern province. I didn't even kill a few corpses. It was like someone was protecting us in secret. The mission this time is very simple. Just go to the cave on the map and find the relics before the gray fog came." As Yappy said, there was no danger along the way. The group soon arrived at the cave on the map. There was also a strange orc totem next to the cave. Ignoring the corpses around, the magician Miss May stepped forward and cast a lighting magic into the cave. Without even looking closely, she said, "It's safe. There are no signs of corpses. Go in." The cave was extremely narrow. Everyone passed through it one by one. After 5 minutes, they still couldn't see the bottom. "I heard that this cave was one of the refuges of the Night Territory in the past. Unfortunately, it was discovered by the orcs. The 200 people hiding in this cave have all become food for the orcs. Do you know how orcs eat people? Like this." The red-haired young man Jeffrey suddenly turned his head and made an ugly face, almost scaring Lydia away. "Hate it." Lydia looked around. This terrifying place was still scary no matter how long she stayed. "I don't know if it's an illusion. I feel like there's someone behind me." Lydia felt a chill on her back and subconsciously looked back. She saw a huge figure who had blocked everyone's retreat at some point. Field's army was ready. Although the slaves were afraid, they were used to the mission of going out. They did not show much panic, but just held the manuscripts in their hands tightly. The mission this time is to collect enough salt mines and bring them back to the territory. "Yes, sir." The slaves breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they did not stay outside all the time. Unconsciously, everyone has become extremely dependent on the camp. With food and shelter, it is already a paradise on earth for them. After loudly announcing the order, Field mounted his warhorse, and Ashna and Rosaria would also accompany him. Not long after leaving the territory and heading north, Ashna, riding on the back of a black wolf, had a cold and vigilant light flashing in her scarlet eyes. "Something is wrong. There's a smell of fresh blood. And the smell of mating so strange." Ashna sniffed and flicked her tail twice, emphasizing, "It can't be wrong." Field was stunned. He smelled blood just after going out. It seemed that there was a threat very close to his territory. This was not good news. Without much hesitation, Field ordered neatly, "Ashna, lead the way, let's take a look." March quickly to a small cave. Ashna pointed to the strange object outside. "There is a totem. Is it a goblin or an orc?" Field was also shocked. "You know, the north is a forbidden land of life. Apart from the gray fog goblin before, he has not seen other living creatures. Could it be the gray mist goblin again this time? Aren't goblins a kind of orcs? Field asked in confusion. Ashna folded her arms across her chest, looking like a teacher. There is a difference. Goblins are a vassal race of orcs, and there are no females among goblins, so there are no chosen ones. They are a very low-level race. I see, but they all have to be killed. I don't allow anything to threaten the territory. Field picked up the gluttony greatsword, and as soon as he entered the cave with Ashna and 10 soldiers, he heard heart-wrenching screams from inside. Inside the cave, the red-haired young man was already covered in red. His eyes were full of reluctance, and his pupils were already dilated, still looking at the engagement ring on the ground. 7 or 8 gray mist goblins gnawed his corpse frantically, and his intestines were torn everywhere. The warrior Yappy, who was full of my uncle, was eaten with only his head. May waved his staff frantically to drive away the goblins, with tears of despair on her face. No, this is not true. Lydia's pupils trembled, and her urine could no longer be controlled. Flowing all over the floor. Miss Priest, cheer up, we can definitely escape. The martial artist jumped into the air and attacked the goblins frantically with his fists and feet. His sandbag-sized fists easily blew up the heads of 3 goblins, and then he kicked the goblin holding the mallet away and landed gracefully. Puff, a green giant palm went straight through the martial artist's stomach. Orcs, how is it possible? How can there be orcs in the gray fog? The martial artist's eyes widened with anger, and he fell down unwillingly. Of course, there are no orcs or goblins in the north. I brought them all in. A man in a black robe slowly walked out of the shadows. Welcome to my laboratory, little mice. Human. The 2 women couldn't believe it. The black-robed man smiled morbidly. This wizard lady is more suitable for childbearing. Let's devote ourselves to the experiment first. The goblins and orcs roared. The monsters dragged the 2 into a hidden cave. A foul smell mixed with the smell of herbs hit them in the face. Lydia looked at everything around her tremblingly and saw 7 or 8 women who had become corpses, hanging on the wall with a hideous wound on their abdomens, and the blood had dried up. In addition to tables and chairs, the cave was neatly arranged with cabinets with various herbs on them. Help, don't touch me. May used her hands and feet, kicked and beat randomly and chanted spells, but her magic power was exhausted and she had no ability to fight back. She was knocked down by the goblin and there was no intention of showing any mercy. The goblin's rough big hands bombarded her fiercely. The wizard cried out in pain. Goblins are not allowed to be presumptuous. You weak trash, get out of here. The black-robed man saw the drooling goblin who was ready to reproduce and frowned and shouted angrily. Ah, crack! The goblin turned his head and grinned. You bastard, you dare to show your teeth to the creator. After saying that, the black-robed man quickly chanted a spell, and the disobedient goblin twitched violently, howled miserably, and strands of venom flowed out of his 7 orifices. With a plop, the goblin fell to the ground and slowly turned into a smelly corpse. Seeing this, the eyes of the surrounding goblins instantly cleared up, and they fled in fear. Hee, that's more like it, you come. The black-robed man pointed at the orc, who was drooling but covered in wounds. Let her get pregnant. Roar. After receiving the order, a trace of joy flashed in the orc's cunning and tyrannical eyes. This is much more beautiful than the ugly and cruel orc woman. She immediately screamed excitedly and rushed forward. No, she'll die. May's pupils shook. Soon, a frightening sound echoed in the cave. Why? Lydia's teeth chattered, and she watched her companions in the adventure team being tortured stiffly. She couldn't muster the courage to resist. They were all human beings, but they let foreigners torture their own kind. The girl couldn't understand it at all. She felt infinite regret in her heart. If she had listened to the Baron of the Night, she would have left the north obediently. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Because this is my job, understand? Just like you accept a commission. The black-robed man watched the girl tremble with interest, waved his hand and replied, I've been alone in the north for a long time, and I can only talk to myself to the goblins all day. It's great to meet a cute, beautiful girl. In order to repay you, I will reward you once first, so that when it's the orc's turn, you won't be so painful. Deeply frightened, Lydia couldn't speak for a while. The black-robed man took out a bottle of beautiful potion and admired it in his hands like a work of art. I need to create a potion that can adapt to the gray fog, so that the orcs can become like the gray fog goblins and move freely in the death fog. These gray fog goblins are the results. But it's a pity that the goblins are too weak. It's useless no matter how much they adapt to the environment. Imagine, after the attack of the corrupt corpse tide, the exhausted human army sees the orc army rushing out regardless of the gray fog. What an interesting scene it would be. All this will be shown after I develop an adaptive potion. After speaking, the black-robed man walked to the side of the hard-working wizard, and seeing that she was already unconscious, he immediately opened her mouth and poured the potion into her. It's always difficult to try. If you can get a high-strength individual, you can support more experiments. You devil, you will definitely go to hell. Lydia gritted her teeth. No, pharmacy and bloodline are both sage skills. Besides, my employer is, if I tell you, you will definitely collapse. No longer speaking, Lydia curled up and prayed softly. Hey, don't play dead, bitch, talk to me. The black-robed man cursed impatiently. He was extremely manic because of his long period of no social life. Without saying a word, he threw off the black robe, grabbed Lydia's skirt and started to pull it. No, my body and mind are dedicated to the holy light. Lydia cried, looking helplessly at the direction of the cave entrance, eager for God to send a messenger to save her. Then, the expected messenger did not come with holy light at the critical moment as described by the church. Then nothing happened, and a feeling called despair slowly enveloped her heart. She could only close her eyes helplessly and struggle by instinct. It was a stalemate for a while. Kawuka, a goblin, suddenly rushed into the cave, shouting and jumping. Stinking shit, can't you see I'm busy? Before he finished speaking, a dark blue cloud rolled in from the cave entrance. The colored flame pillar, accompanied by the screams of countless goblins, a pile of goblin remains and ashes, were thrown into the cave along the passage. What's going on? Stop the invaders quickly. The black-robed man was shocked and immediately threw away the struggling Lydia. Picked up the staff beside him and ordered the goblins in the cave to rush up. You can't kill all the scum. With a curse, a figure in armor rushed into the cave and knocked the goblin who had just rushed out away. The weak goblin fell to the ground like a bag of flour in free fall, twitched twice, and stopped moving. Hey, Lydia's eyes, which had lost their brilliance, immediately became bright. Her heart suddenly churned, and she was stunned for a moment and found that she was having difficulty breathing. Barren. Lydia's voice trembled, as if she had countless grievances, and she burst into tears. Hey, isn't this the adventurer from before? There are people living here and there are corpses. Haha, it seems that someone is doing experiments here. Field looked around the cave and was deeply surprised. Without the ability of a lord, it would take an incalculable amount of gold coins to light the fog lights for 24 hours. Who are you? The two asked at the same time, and then they were stunned. Field rubbed his chin and said to himself, he didn't find my territory, which is good news. He didn't come for me. Since you are here, there is only one end. To become the feed of my pet. Feel honored. The black-robed man licked the corner of his mouth. Dare to disturb me from creating new life, you have the way to die. However, he soon stopped laughing. As footsteps sounded, 10 fully armed soldiers with shields and hammers ran in, and Ashna also came on foot. The black wolf was too big, and it was not convenient to move in the narrow cave. Sir, all the hiding goblins have been dealt with. Ashna responded respectfully, there are still orcs hiding here, please be careful. I will. Field said coldly, the monsters were raised by this idiot in front of me, let me and the soldiers attack first, I want to try out the new artifact. Although Field likes to watch the plot of goblins and nuns, it does not mean that he hopes it will happen in reality. Especially if there are idiots who feed them with human lives. 50 or 60 goblins rushed out from the dark, holding a mess of weapons, and rushed over in a mess. Sin ring. Field's mind moved, and a pure killing intent surged in his heart. A black ring unfolded under his feet, and the 10 soldiers around him were immediately blessed by the ring. I feel that the armor is not so heavy, and I have endless strength in my body. Oh my God, am I blessed? The soldiers looked incredible, and they were excited. Kill them all. At Field's order. Soldiers who could not wait any longer lined up neatly in a horizontal line, with armored shields and shields raised high. The oppressive feeling of rapid impact was like a whole wall of steel. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely, and after the knight-leading soldiers knocked down the goblins with their shields, they didn't even need to use hammers to make up for it. He raised his foot high and stepped down with a force of more than 200 kilograms, crushing the arrogant goblin into a meat paste. A goblin jumped 2 meters high and smashed the human soldier's head with a hammer. Duang, what is that? The soldier wearing an iron helmet just shook it. Swung the hammer and hit the goblin's body before it landed. The huge force actually smashed the goblin into pieces. Goblins are weak monsters. In front of human soldiers with bonuses and armor, another 100 are not enough. Field dodged, and the iris-long sword appeared in his hand, killing the goblin rushing towards him with one sword. Sizzle, as the strong holy light burst out, the goblin wailed and brilliant flames appeared all over his body and burned to ashes in a moment. Hey, how come it's burned to ashes? Does holy light have an inhibitory effect on goblins? Field was confused and looked at the long sword in his hand in disbelief. No way. It should have an inhibitory effect on gray mist goblins, not ordinary goblins. Roar, a huge green-skinned orc took a powerful step and punched at Field. With the sound of air explosion, the huge fist quickly attacked Field. No, Lydia covered her eyes in fear. Field dodged the orc's punch and confidently punched at him. He was just an ordinary orc. The fighting spirit in his right fist surged wildly. Under the terrifying blessing of the Sin Ring, the fist wind was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. After hearing 2 explosions, Field found that the orc's head had been blown to pieces, and his fist also blasted a big hole in the orc's heart. The orc's bodies collapsed with a loud bang. Ashina put away her longbow and scratched her head in embarrassment. Sorry, sir, I couldn't help but help. After all, orcs are dangerous. No problem. Field shook his head and turned to look at the battle situation of the army. The Night Army had slaughtered the goblins with great force, and only a pile of goblin corpses remained in the cave. Oops, I'm done for this time. The black-robed man was horrified. He didn't even finish the spell and all his men died, so he was embarrassed and didn't know whether to run away or beg for mercy when he was halfway through the spell. His legs went limp, and the black-robed man fell to his knees, crying bitterly, Sir, spare me, I had no choice. Wasn't you very arrogant before? Field swelled his hands on his hips but remained alert. He didn't want to be attacked by anyone. Tell me your purpose. Why are you hanging out with goblins? How can you be forced to do so? I'm just an herbalist, and I was commissioned to make a potion to adapt to the fog. Of course, it's not for people to adapt, but for the beastmen to adapt. Is the other party also a human? Field frowned. Why are there guys everywhere who betray their own race? Yes, it's. Before he finished speaking, the black-robed man was suddenly stunned, and his head exploded like a watermelon. The surrounding soldiers immediately formed a shield wall vigilantly to block the filth flying over. Damn, it's like this again. Who is it that is restless all day? Field's face changed instantly, and he cursed angrily, but then calmed down and ordered, carefully check the surrounding environment and collect valuable things. Yes, sir. The soldiers were very experienced in looting. They searched for the remains of the black-robed man with swift hands and feet, and the goblin's children, they will hide the children. Field nodded. That's right, thanks for your reminder. Ashina's nose moved slightly, and she found a hint of smell and immediately took 3 soldiers to cut the grass and root it out. Turning to look at Lydia, the poor girl fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face, her hands on her chest, covered up for a moment. Fortunately, she struggled desperately and dragged it until the arrival of the Night Lord's army. But the female mage was not so lucky. She rolled her eyes and everything was a mess. When approaching, a fishy smell almost made Field vomit. Damn livestock. Field's heart sank. This world is too cruel to ordinary people. Taking off the burqa, Field covered the female mage and turned to look at Lydia. Are you okay? Didn't I say before that the Night Lord is very dangerous? Why is it here again? Having said that, Field did not have a reproachful tone. He stepped forward and saw the puncture wound on her leg. You are injured. If you don't treat it, there is a risk of infection. Oh, I can treat myself. Lydia barely recovered from the fear. A sense of security surged in her heart, and tears flowed down again. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She was out of danger, but she just wanted to cry. After reciting the spell several times, Lydia found that she had no magic power to perform healing magic, and could only look at Field helplessly. No supplies. Field took out a bottle of wound medicine from his pocket and put it in the girl's hand. He said in a very tasteless manner, 50 copper coins. If you don't have money, you can work to pay it back. Well, I will definitely do it. Lydia nodded gratefully and poured half of it on her legs. Her brows immediately twisted together and she groaned in pain. Field hadn't asked yet. The wizard in the distance said thank you and suddenly hit his head on a sharp stone. Ah, Miss May. Lydia rushed over and poured another healing potion on May's wound, but it didn't help. She cried again. Hey. Field was stunned for a moment and then comforted him kindly. Take away the relics of your companions and give them to their relatives. It is the greatest comfort for them. 5 minutes later, Ashina had killed all the children hidden by the goblins. The soldiers also collected all the valuables. Take Miss Lydia out. Field quickly counted the seized supplies. and all that came into view were various herbs. Because Field gave lessons to the soldiers from time to time, the soldiers did not touch the herbs carelessly, but packed them in wooden boxes in the cave. Magical plants. Field's eyes lit up, and he quickly came over to check, carefully holding up a wooden box. I know this, the white frost rose, a specialty of Ross territory, is a necessary material for the rose potion. It would be great if I could get the seeds of the magic plant so that I can cultivate it myself in the future. This is the flawless mushroom. Hey, the flower of disaster. Field was stunned for a while, and then he was ecstatic and excitedly punched. The combat power of the territory is going to rise again. Rosaria's god-chosen guards only lacked materials such as the flower of disaster, and they could all advance to the second level. An army composed of 50 second-level fighting spirit warriors. In their hands, the sense of security that it brought was simply full. Even a first-level god-chosen would be defeated or killed in the face of the desperate siege of 50 second-level Dowki warriors. Generally speaking, the level difference can make up for the number difference of 3 to 10 people. In other words, the standard combat power of the public, the third-level life, can beat 3 to 10 second-level lives. Of course, there will be accidents, but it is roughly like this. Field grinned for a moment, almost laughing his face off, then slowly exhaled, trying his best to maintain the Lord's aloofness. At a glance, the rest of the herbs were either unfamiliar or more common. Carefully load this batch of herbs into the car. Don't damage them, Field ordered very seriously. He was very satisfied with the harvest this time and even hoped that there would be more couriers like the black-robed man. Ashina, burn the bodies of the goblins and adventurers to prevent them from turning into monsters. Leave it to me. It took some time to burn the cave inside and out. When Field came out of the cave, Lydia had already fallen asleep in the carriage. Under Ike's guidance, everyone came to the area where the salt ore was found. Where is the mine, do you remember? Field looked around and found no obvious cave. My lord, please wait. Ike drank a lot of water, then trembled, followed the route in his memory, and ran to the toilet. I found it. After a while, Ike's voice came from a hidden place. Okay. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The natural salt mine is very small, only 50 or 60 square meters, but it is surrounded by beautiful orange-yellow patterns. Field slowly released his fighting spirit, and within the range of his fighting spirit, it was all natural salt mines. Very good. With a smile on his face, Field nodded with satisfaction. There will be one more kind of output in the night territory in the future. Salt is a very precious thing. It is called a flawless creation gifted by God. If you don't eat it, you will have no strength. Mineral salt is better than sea salt. It contains rich minerals. In addition, mineral salt has the effect of detoxification. Of course, this effect is not worth mentioning in front of magic, so there is no need to pay special attention to it. Fill all the carriages. Field waved his hand, and the slaves started working with pickaxes, while the soldiers erected the barricades they brought with them to form a small defense base. It's a bit slow. After all, smashing stones is a very tiring job. Field thought for a moment. I used the sin ring on the soldiers before and the effect was good, but the time was too short. This time, try the slaves. If you want to do it, do it. Field's mind moved and the effect of the ring immediately enveloped the slaves. Hey, why don't I feel tired? Me too, I feel relaxed. The slaves looked at their hands in disbelief, feeling that they had endless energy. I have performed a miracle on you, work hard, and if you finish ahead of time, you can rest for half a day. Field threw out blessings appropriately. There is such a good thing. Work hard. The slaves' eyes lit up, and they all became excited, turning into Palu and mining like crazy. Field found that his fighting spirit was also consuming rapidly. It took half a day, and the 10 carriages brought by Field were piled with a whole car of ore. As soon as the effect of the sin ring disappeared, the slaves instantly wilted, and one by one they were so tired that they saw stars and fell to the ground. Sure enough, the sin ring cannot be used indefinitely. It will put a burden on the human body. Fortunately, it is just fatigue. Field secretly remembered this feature and then waved his hand, rest for half an hour and then return to the night territory. You can rest for half a day tomorrow. Long live. Everyone cheered weakly. On the way back, no accidents happened, and everyone arrived at the camp safely. Have we left the north? Lydia heard the manor door open. Kai's voice woke her up in a daze. When she opened her eyes and saw Fenki town, she was stunned for a moment. So soon. Then the girl looked around and found that there was still fog in the sky. She was immediately shocked. Wait, this is night territory. Night territory really has a town for people to live in. My God, this place is no different from the villages outside, and there are wheat and green wheat ears. Field felt funny. Of course, otherwise where would I live? People outside say, ugh. Lydia stopped talking and then stole a glance at Field. What? Field leaned forward and asked curiously. They say you are a devil, and you bought slaves to feed the corpses in exchange for the ability to move freely in the death haze. They privately call you the Devil Lord. Lydia shrank her neck and suddenly explained in a panic. Of course, this is not what I said. I am very grateful to you. Field waved his hand with an unfathomable expression. Sure enough, life is lonely like snow. Ashna poked Field's lower back, not missing any opportunity. If you are lonely, I will come at night. Okay, who is afraid of who? Field was not afraid at all. Looking around, Lydia was more and more surprised. The houses were neatly arranged. Even the shabby thatched houses were almost on the same line. The ground was clean, not as dirty as imagined, and even better than most of the villages she had seen. Lydia suddenly felt that Field showed very contrasting characteristics. When fighting, he was a standard aristocratic tone, indifferent and calm. But in governing the territory, he was in good order. Sir, can I stay in Nightfall? I know holy light and can heal the wounded. Lydia lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, then said in a decisive and sad tone, I don't have the courage to enter the gray fog again, and my companions are gone. I don't know what to do. That's great, Nightfall welcomes you. Field unexpectedly glanced at the girl. He originally wanted to persuade Lydia to stay, but now that she took the initiative to bring it up, it just saved him a lot of trouble. A patrol team of 11 soldiers walked slowly through the crowd's sight in neat steps. Lydia was stunned for a long time, secretly shocked. There were so many armored soldiers like the previous ones, no worse than the elite of the nobles. She had to be careful in the future, otherwise it would be bad if she was targeted. The elite troops of the nobles were generally domineering and ruthless, and they didn't take the lower-class people seriously at all. You will live in the big winery temporarily. When the territory builds a house, you will be given priority. Field waved his hand and generously drew a big pie in the air. Field was generous in rewarding technical talents. Thank you, sir. Lydia nodded obediently. By the way, since you can treat injuries, I will allocate you a room on the first floor of the big winery as a clinic. As for the price of seeing a doctor, I ask you to work with me to determine it. Well, clinic, isn't it a church? Lydia's eyes were full of confusion. In this era, the church has some functions of the hospital, which is why the church has a far-reaching influence. The last ruthless person who combined faith and medicine was called Zhang Ju. The faith of the Night Lord is not the holy light, so there is no church. After the holy light God chooses me in the future, I will carefully consider the church. Lydia nodded in agreement. After dealing with the remaining chores, Field stretched his body. Seeing that it was late, Field took a long breath. I'm so tired, go back to Starry Night Castle to sleep. Yeah. Ashna beside him nodded repeatedly. Her scarlet eyes suddenly narrowed. She smiled disdainfully. My lord, I'm going to the castle first. I'll give you a surprise later and you can be the same as usual. Then I'm looking forward to it. Field rode a warhorse and walked slowly to Starry Night Castle. He had to give her some time to prepare. In Starry Night Castle, Ashna changed into a maid outfit with more economical fabrics, showing her beautiful belly and thin waist generously. She slipped into Field's room with a sly smile on her face, and the cunning in her eyes was not concealed. Heh. My lord will never guess that I will hide under his bed. When he falls asleep, I will attack him at night. With a light and agile roll, Ashna hid under the bed. Before Ashna could finish feeling proud, she heard sneaky footsteps coming from the corridor. Damn it, Field came back and didn't come to play with me first. I must teach him a lesson. Charlotte first opened a crack in the door, peeked inside, and then walked in. Coming to the desk, Charlotte pondered for a moment, stuffed the novel on the table directly into her collar, and said proudly, You are not allowed to read it, confiscate it. Ashna listened to the footsteps coming and going in the room. She recognized Charlotte by the smell and shook her head angrily. Damn traitor, she actually stole the Lord's things, I must tell on you. Charlotte was still not satisfied and kept walking around the room. How about I hide and attack Field at night? Charlotte slapped her head and a light bulb flashed. Puff Ashna almost couldn't hold it and silently prayed, Don't hide under the bed. I usually have a cold personality. If I am seen in my current morally corrupt appearance, I will be socially dead. However, Charlotte resolutely lay on the ground, crawling forward like a bunker, and got under the bed. Wow, Zio Liuwei almost screamed when she saw a large area of white, but when she saw that it was the cold Miss Ashina, she was stunned. I'm catching mice. Ashina said in an unquestionable tone, it might be a monster. Huh? I've heard of dogs catching mice, but this is the first time I've seen a wolf catching mice. Zio Liuwei understood it no matter how stupid she was. She immediately gave an embarrassed look and explained, I'm mopping the floor. After a moment of silence, the two women were speechless. Or, let's go out. Before the two of them could move, the window was pushed open and Rosaria climbed in through the window using her hands and feet. I'm back. Did you prepare some black tea for me? Rosaria came back from hunting and chopped a piece of rotten corpse, which changed her from the energy-saving form of a lowly back to her normal state. Hey, isn't he here? Did he go to look for that little bad dog Ashna again? Humph, it's spring after all. The next 3 seasons are the time for me to show my abilities. Ashna's face was gloomy and she was very angry, while Charlotte was trying to hold back her laughter. Rosaria wanted to sit down and rest for a while, but she glanced under the bed and saw a snow-white wolf tail. Heh, you're not bringing me along when you open the silver pickaxe, right? That would be as boring as a dance party without music. Squinting her eyes, Rosaria revealed with a weird smile, he lay on the ground in a very elegant posture, and then rolled under the bed. Damn it! Ashina was startled by Rosaria, who suddenly broke in and screamed. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm gathering for money. Rosaria was about to say some forbidden words, but Ashina covered her mouth in time. You two get out, I have something serious to do. Ashina's snow-white toes gently tapped on the two people, trying to push them out. No, you're too greedy subhuman. Humans are not easy to bully. Charlotte hugged the long legs and refused to let go. Rosaria acted as delicate as Lindayu. Don't kick my belly. If you hurt your vitality, you won't be able to have Field's child in the future. The adults will go crazy. Enough of you, your belly is only for food. Not children. There were too many complaints, so Ashna didn't know how to complain. Besides, you are the biggest sandbag in the night territory. Are you afraid of being kicked? It's okay to be stabbed twice. Get out. Don't use your divine power. Who told you to be only level 1, dog-headed man? Weakness is the original sin. It's a wolf. When I advance, I will beat you into a baby. No, I will beat you into liquid directly. Who can give humans a little face? Don't squeeze me. Fighting is fighting. Why are you pulling my clothes? The 3 people quarreled more and more fiercely, and finally fought directly. Field opened the door and walked in, looking at the bed that was almost blown off with a shocked face, as well as the clothes, skirts or white silk that flew out from under the bed from time to time. The 3 of them also greeted each other's relatives and families, and it was very lively. Hiss, what a surprise, by the way. If you guys are fighting, at least come out to fight. I can still enjoy the defeat animation. Covering his face silently, Field couldn't bear to watch, thinking, 3 idiots are so lively. If there are more lively guys in the future, I will be in trouble. After closing the door, Field sat at the desk and calmly wrote down the 3rd phase development plan of Night Territory. Griffin Province, an ordinary but poetically decorated carriage, slowly drove into the sunny Saren Manor. The horses pulling the carriage were tied with copper bells, which jingled and attracted the attention of the servants of the manor. It's Miss Mary Ruth. The housekeeper immediately stepped forward to greet her and performed impeccable etiquette at the carriage door. Welcome to the distinguished Miss Mary Ruth. Hello. The carriage door opened, and a pure and gentle woman smiled and waved, exuding elegance and whiteness. She picked up a thick book. The Poems of Everett. I came to Miss Shirley to share some of my reading experience and return this book. I really benefited a lot. Mary Ruth held the book in one hand, stretched out her right hand, put it on the maid's wrist, and got off the car gracefully. I also brought a painting for Shirley. I painted it when I went to White Swan City. Please take it. It's an honor. A smile appeared on the housekeeper's usually serious face. Mary Ruth hurried to the left hall of the main building of the manor without even leading the way. Shirley has been recuperating in the family manor since investigating the corpse tied in the northern province. She leaned against a huge long table and looked at the map on the long table with a serious expression. The map was full of small flags, and various chess pieces were closely placed. I knew it. Murmuring, Mary Ruth did not rush forward, but waited quietly with the book in her arms. There are too many displaced serfs and freemen, which is not a good thing. In addition, the 3 western provinces suffered from locust plagues last year and beast tides this year. Will the peasants be restless? Probably not. After all, they are unarmed, and the subhumans in the northeast and the elves in the northwest are more threatening. After talking to herself for a long time, Shirley felt hungry. She looked up and was about to call the maid when she saw Mary Ruth waiting at the door. Dear Miss Mary Ruth, no wonder the blue tits kept chirping yesterday. It turns out you are coming. Shirley walked forward happily and took Mary Ruth's arm. Next time, don't just wait, call me directly. Look how tired our lovely lady is. It's all my fault. I don't want to disturb you. After all, you are responsible for protecting the Empire. Mary Ruth said seriously and then changed the subject. Let's go to the opera performance. No, I still have to sort out the relics of the Survey Corps and send them to their families. Speaking of this, Shirley's smile disappeared, and her eyes were a little dull, as if she was lost in memories. I remember. Did you say the relic was lost in the north? It's back. Shirley smiled and said, yes, Field of the Ross family found it for me and sent it back. Oh, Mary Ruth made a look of realization, a knight who would go through fire and water for you, a baron. Shirley waved her hands with a helpless expression. I get angry when I talk about him. The letter he wrote to me almost pissed me off. What I want is the situation of the rotting corpse. He was wasting time and writing me a bunch of fancy and gorgeous words. Although it's right to pursue me, but, you know. You are such a workaholic, I don't understand. Mary Ruth was embarrassed. She was inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food. This sounded very Versailles. Mary Ruth sighed. I envy you for having a baron pursuing you. If I had this opportunity, I would always wait for the message from the carrier pigeon. At the ball, I could only meet nobles without fiefs. Even if they had fiefs, they would be knights at most. The offspring of nobles, if they are not the first heirs, may not have a good life in the future, especially when the resources in the hands of their fathers are already scarce. Their own children may not even be able to become knights. They may become knight squires and finally become freemen when they are getting younger and younger. Don't be so pessimistic. You are so beautiful. Are you afraid that you can't find a good husband? Shirley patted Mary Ruth's hand. Don't worry. Besides, Field doesn't have a fief. Is Nightfall considered a fief? Haha. A Nightfall? I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. Is it as scary as described in the poems? Shirley rolled her eyes and stuffed the letter into Mary Ruth's hand. Show it to you, you'll know after you read it. Mary Ruth refused immediately. Ah, this is not in line with aristocratic etiquette. Please don't play tricks on me. There is not much actual content, and I just need your help to think about how to reply. Shirley was interested in the war in the Empire, and she really didn't care about other things. Okay. Mary Ruth picked up the letter, read it over and over again, was silent for a long time. Finally said sadly, he must love you very much. Look at the affection between the lines. He must be crying while writing. The Night Territory must not be as bad as you say, otherwise I wouldn't be able to write such words. She didn't know that the content of Field's letter was just an adaptation of European poetry from her previous life. Shirley scratched her head awkwardly. What she had just boasted about her suitors was purely made up by her. After all, this time it was really disgusting. Field didn't even look at her at the beginning. Give me some reference on how to reply. My request is to tell me the direction of the zombie tide and all the situations in the night territory which are crucial to the future of the Empire. You are so rude. Mary Ruth rarely showed a protest. She held the letter to her heart. At least give a little emotional response. The other party is a baron, although the fiefdom is terrible. Not so good, and I can't say I like him. I just want to maintain the prosperity of the Empire. Shirley hesitated. Don't be affected by the stories in the poems. Reality and imagination are always very different. Field is one of the most standard nobles I have ever seen. He is greedy and stubborn, but he is just a little disgusting. Why are you scolding him? Mary Ruth was anxious. Okay, Shirley rolled her eyes. Come and help write the letter in the form of poetry. The breeding farm of the Night Territory is located in the northwest of the manor. As the scale expanded, it has been relocated twice. The most are war horses, the number of which is more than the sum of other livestock. Among them, no more than 10 war horses were bought, and the other more than 200 were robbed. This astonishing number can even shock many nobles. You should know that the price of a qualified war horse will not be less than 25 gold coins, and ordinary people cannot save that much in their lifetime. It is dozens of times more expensive than slaves, and it can be regarded as a model of people being inferior to animals. Although some lame horses were killed, the daily consumption of grass and fodder is a heavy burden for the Night Territory. It turns out that the giant wolf looks like this. Not majestic at all, just like an enlarged Keshi grassland sheepdog. Charlotte pointed at the new giant wolf, her eyes wide open, and muttered the homeland of the purple gold empire.